781. In the twilight, Wu Shuangjiang suddenly said that he wanted to leave. The long sword night wandering that he threw to Qin Pingan had already been completely refined in half a day. After Qin Pingan received night wandering, he shamelessly asked Wu Shuangjiang for a copy of his calligraphy. In the Qingming world, it was publicly acknowledged that the calligraphy written by the cultivators who had been removed from the palace could exorcise ghosts. The characters were like hanging talismans and were even more effective. Of course, Qin Pingan did not want to rely on Wu Shuangjiang's calligraphy to exorcise ghosts and ward off evil spirits. That would be too wasteful. He wanted to keep it as a souvenir of the night boat trip. In the future he would hang it in his Luopa mountain study. When a guest came to visit, no matter who it was, wouldn't they have to ask whether it was authentic or fake? Wu Shuangjiang agreed. Qin Pingan took out brush, ink, paper and inkstone in the main hall. After Xiaomi Li cleaned up the table, he helped spread out the rice paper and leaned over the table to grind the ink. Wu Shuangjiang looked at the ordinary brushes and ink sticks at the foot of the mountain. He seemed to have lost interest in writing. Qin Pingan said helplessly, "I really only have these things on me. Senior, please make do with them?" Wu Shuangjiang laughed and said, "Luopa Mountain can afford to lose face but I can't. In that case let's forget about it." Qin Pingan hurriedly said, "Then can Junior go and borrow the 4 treasures of the study from Li Shirlang?" Wu Shuangjiang glanced at the sky outside and shook his head. "We can't let Xiaobai wait too long." Xiaomi Li was still grinding the ink stick. He anxiously raised his hand to scratch his head. He said pitifully, Mr. Wu, can I just write a few words? When we go out we walk the jianghu. Why don't we just make do with it?" Wu Shuangjiang thought for a moment and nodded. "That makes sense." Wu Shuangjiang took out the document he always carried with him from his sleeve and spread out a piece of colorful cloud. He then took out a bamboo brush and carved a line of xuanhuan characters on it. On one side of the ink stone, there was an inscription of the immortal cave. A pair of pocket-sized hornless dragons were lying on the ancient ink stone. Wu Shuangjiang tapped the hornless dragon's head with the tip of the brush. The 2 hornless dragons immediately opened their golden eyes, and a layer of golden ripples appeared on the ancient ink stone. Wu Shuangjiang dipped the brush into the ink, and the tip of the brush turned golden. At that time, I only thought that it was normal and didn't believe that there would be white hair in the world. The bright moon was resting alone in a tall building, suddenly came to the window and suspected that it was you. Finally, there were 3 places where Wu Shuangjiang's personal seals and a flower mark were printed. A scholar on a military horse commanding an army of 1,000,000. The realm of old age. Her heart was like a green lotus in the world. Qin Pingan stood to the side and gently rubbed his hands. He sighed, "Senior, with such good handwriting, it's a pity that you didn't write another couplet. Good things come in pairs. Pay attention to it." Wu Shuangjiang smiled. 2 pieces of couplet paper made of red appeared on the table. On each couplet, there were 7 golden dragon patterns as if they were waiting to be written. Not only that, he also took out a small wooden box from his sleeve. After opening it, there were 7 small porcelain boxes lined up. It was the famous 7 treasures clay from the old age. On the mountain, Jun Yuqiu had once obtained a great opportunity from the ruins of an immortal abode. He moved the ancient mountain back to the sect. After the mountain took root, strange phenomena occurred. There were often scenes of cinnabar flying like colorful clouds. After immortals refined the flying sand, they gathered 7 colors, which was the 7 treasures clay. There was a saying that 1 tael of colored clay was equivalent to 1 caddy of grain rain money. Qin Pingan was a little puzzled. There was no need to pay attention to the 7 colored words when writing couplets, right? However, he did not dare to ask further, afraid that the cooked duck would fly away if he did. Wu Shuangjiang did not explain anything. He dipped the brush in the 7-colored sand and wrote 7 words on each of the couplets. Returning the brush is like a mountain without enough treasures. Only by reading 10,000 scrolls will one be able to attain enlightenment. Wu Shuangjiang gently exhaled towards the couplet. The 14 golden dragons on the couplet seemed to have been given a finishing touch. They slowly rotated in a circle and then became still. Su Zi's poem and Wu Shuangjiang's inscription. At the same time he took advantage of the young man beside him. Qin Pingan, who had become the second nephew for nothing, did not have any grudges. He just pretended that he did not know about such an illusion. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, "Just treat it as a congratulatory gift for the completion of the sect at the foot of the Luopa mountain. It can be used as a couplet to hang at the door of the ancestral hall. The words on the couplet change according to the time. During the day, black words will be written, white words will be written at night. The quality is not low. If it is hung at the door of the Luopa Mountain's Jisei Peak, it is enough to make the mountain lord Wei Pai and the other mountain gods, ghosts and monsters to stop outside the door. They do not dare and cannot take half a step. However, you have to promise me one thing. Whenever you feel that you have done something wrong and that it is difficult to change, you have to take down this couplet. Chen Pingan took a step back and bowed to the Sui Chu Palace Lord, who said with a smile, I once had the chance to refine 1 or 2 natal characters. Wu Shuangjiang waved his hand and only kept a few seals. He turned his head and smiled at the black-clothed girl. Xiaomili, the rest of the stationery on the table are all for you. Treat it as a return gift for your dried fish and melon seeds. As for who you give it to later, I don't care. Zhou Mili hurriedly waved her hand. No, the dried fish and melon seeds do not cost money. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and turned to leave. He strode over the threshold. Xiaomili ran over and caught up with Mr. Wu. She took out 2 bags of dried fish from her sleeves and scratched her face. She was a little embarrassed. Mr. Wu, that's all. I'll give it to you. Don't think it's too little. If you really think it's too little, it's not a problem. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and took the 2 bags of dried fish. He thanked her and gently patted the little girl's head. Then he left. Wu Shuangjiang took a step and left the city. Xiaomili waved her hand and stood outside the door. She looked around for a long time and sighed. She was a little envious of Mr. Wu's skills. He did not even need to ride the wind and disappeared with a whoosh. Wasn't that the divine immortal realm that started from the Jindan realm? Now what was she thinking? How could the earth immortal realm be enough? Perhaps he was the legendary unpolished jade realm. His realm was so high. He was as high as Wei Shanjun. How many night banquets had Mr. Wu hosted in his hometown? No wonder he gave people gifts without blinking. He was generous and generous. This was how one should be in the jianghu. That silly girl he met at the Mute Lake was not a bad person. It was just that her hair was long and her knowledge was short. She could sell the big water monster at the Mute Lake for 1 grain of rice rain money. Xiaomili swaggered back to the table in the hall. Chen Pingan kept the copybook and couplets and put them into the fangsuan object. He smiled at Xiaomili and said, Ancient inkstone, green bamboo brush, 7 treasure mud. These 3 things, let Pei Chen keep them for you first. Xiaomili was stunned for a moment. The little girl glanced at the items on the table, but I have already thought about how to give them away. Chen Pingan smiled, you don't have to give them away. Just keep them well. When you return to Luopa Mountain in the future, remember not to throw them away. Xiaomili said seriously, at first I planned to give them all to the Hill Master's wife. If the Hill Master's wife didn't accept them, I wouldn't have the courage to insist. When I return home, I will give the 7 treasure mud to Sister Nuanshu. She likes to keep records every day. I will give the ancient inkstone to Jing Qing and the green bamboo brush to Wei Shanjun. Isn't there a bamboo forest in the Pinning Cloud Mountain? I don't know why old chef and Pei Qian didn't go there themselves. They asked me to go there secretly and count how many bamboos there. I was thinking that if Wei Shanjun received the gifts, he would be happy and give me a bamboo for free. Ning Yao held back her laughter and rubbed Xiaomili's head. Pei Qian pretended that he didn't know anything. As long as his master asked, he would push everything to old chef. Chen Pingan felt uneasy for the first time. He didn't know how Wei Shanjun felt when Xiaomili wandered around the bamboo forest and seriously counted the bamboos with a wrench. A white-haired boy poked his head out from the corner of the corridor and asked, Hidden Official Patriarch, where is that person? Did he leave? How was your chat? Chen Pingan turned his head and said, He left the city. We had a good chat. You don't have to do anything. The white-haired boy laughed. He put his hands on his waist and shook his shoulders. He strode to the table. Hidden Official Patriarch is indeed invincible. I don't even have the chance to show my loyalty. Otherwise, as long as I put in a little effort, I would definitely be able to defeat the enemy with Hidden Official Patriarch. What a pity, what a pity. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Then should I invite him back? The white-haired boy's knees went soft. He reached out to hold the table and said with a trembling voice, I don't think that's necessary. After all, it's easier to invite a god than to send him away. From the beginning to the end, it was very baffling. When it saw Wu Shuangjiang and chatted with Pei Qian, it was like falling into the clouds. When it came out of the maze, Wu Shuangjiang was gone. What was also gone was its realm as an otherworldly demon. It appeared in a state similar to a person without a realm. Chen Pingan glanced at it and said, Let's go to the house and talk. They went back to Chen Pingan's house together. Chen Pingan took out the copybook. It should be the senior who wanted me to pass it to you. The white-haired boy nodded. Just as he took the book, the two seals on the book, a scholar on a military horse, commanding an army of 1,000,000, and both men and books grow old, a total of 13 words, instantly dimmed and lost their luster. He had a complicated expression and was speechless. Chen Pingan took out the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine to calm himself down. The spells and supernatural powers of a 14th realm great cultivator were really unreasonable. It shook its head vigorously and soon returned to its usual expression. Looking at the virtual objects that Chen Pingan had obtained in Entry City, it picked up the Narcissus porcelain basin, flipped it over, and snorted disdainfully before throwing it on the table. Xiaomi hurriedly pounced forward, straightened it with both hands and moved to its side. It gently blew at the small porcelain basin and wiped it with its sleeve. The white-haired boy took over the iron-cast 3 monkeys fishing the moon and nodded slightly, saying, "If it's a real object, it's still passable." Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "What do you mean?" The white-haired boy said, "Every moonlit night you can take out this item. Just by basking in the moonlight, you can condense the moonlight and gradually nurture a soul similar to a flower protector. If the cultivator's luck is better, he might even become a deputy officer of the flower deity temple and be in charge of some kind of flower messenger. In the flower arrangement, osmanthus is the best, followed by epiphyllum and peony. Those monsters in the world who walk the path of moon worship and refining, no matter how high their realms are, will definitely be willing to pay a high price. With this item you can save a lot of trouble. If you take it to that 100 flowers blessed land, you can just casually find a flower master of the blessed land or a few life masters and flower deities to sell it for a sky-high price." The white-haired boy was puzzled. "This 100 flowers blessed land, why do you look like you've never heard of it and have no interest? Back then, under the grape trellis of the prison's cultivation ground, you were looking at those flower deity cups with shining eyes and rubbing your palms. At that time, I felt that if I were the flower master of the blessed land, I would start to worry about whether my own territory would be the 1 meter higher sky." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "As long as it's a place with money in the world, there will be a bag shop." The white-haired boy nodded and picked up the ebony paperweight. He asked, "I didn't expect you to be a zither player too. You're really multi-talented." Chen Pingan put down the blade-strengthening gourd in his hand and asked, "Can you write the complete Guangling stopping music?" It nodded. "What's so difficult about that?" The palace master of the Sui Gong Wu Shuangjiang was famous in the world for his talent. He was good at poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. As Wu Shuangjiang's inner demon, it knew everything that Wu Shuangjiang knew except for a few killer attacks that had been set up by Wu Shuangjiang. The white-haired boy pointed in the air and wrote the complete music score that had been lost in the world for a long time. Chen Pingan copied it on the paper. It yawned and asked with a puzzled face, "Is that all you've got, Elder Ingguan?" Chen Pingan nodded. Pei Qian was expressionless and only ate melon seeds. Zhou Mili waved her hand vigorously and said, "No, there's really no more." The white-haired boy chuckled and said, "Yes, there's definitely more. Quickly bring out the treasures at the bottom of the box." Zhou Mili crossed her arms and said with a serious face, "If there is, I'll treat you to pickled fish." "Is pickled fish delicious?" "It's the worst thing in the world. No one likes it. Since no one eats pickled fish and no one eats it even if I treat them, then there's no more." Chen Pingan covered his forehead with his hand. What a reasonable choice of words. It must have been hard on little Mili. Ning Yao's lips curled up. Pei Qian glanced at his master. Chen Pingan nodded helplessly. Pei Qian said to Zhou Mili, "Take it out." Little Mili was anxious and gave Pei Qian a meaningful look. She had hidden it well, so why didn't he give it out? Pei Qian nodded. The black-clothed girl immediately ran out of the house and went to Pei Qian's house. She took out the scroll from the green bamboo box and ran back. She pursed her lips and was not in a hurry to place it on the table. Little Mili only held the scroll and looked at the good mountain chieftain with a serious face. It was as if she was saying, "I've really given it to you. If the mountain chieftain's wife wants to say something, you can't blame me." Chen Pingan glanced at his first disciple and grumbled, "I've already given it to you. What's there to hide?" Pei Qian smiled and nodded. Then he looked at the white-haired boy who was the main culprit. Chen Pingan handed the booklet given by the bearded man to Ning Yao. Ning Yao casually flipped through it and found that every opportunity was like a riddle. The words on the booklet were like immortal fairies. The names of the fairies were all there, but it didn't tell the spectators how to get to the fairies. The white-haired boy looked at the scroll on the table. It was made of white jade and there was a small note pasted on the outside. The handwriting could barely be considered beautiful. The content was boastful, saying that it was going to teach all the women in the world how to dress up. After opening it, there were different eyebrows and hair buns of beauties. There were even annotations. There were a total of 24 beauties. The white-haired boy looked at them one by one and clicked his tongue in wonder. He kept muttering, "Good, good, good. Although the spring mountain is small, it can raise clouds. The moon palace's axe mark is lacking, only then can it be ranked above the beauty's eyebrows. Flying immortal, descending before the emperor. Mother, this sentence is still the best. This sentence is the best." Turning back to see the husband spinning down the curtain, the husband wants to hug as sweet as smoke. The white-haired boy raised his head and said seriously, "Since the hidden official ancestor is proficient in seal engraving, why don't you copy all kinds of eyebrows on the letters? In the future, half of the Dao companions in the mountains will have to use the letters produced by our Luopa mountain to send letters and flying swords. I think it's feasible. It's definitely feasible. Money will definitely come rolling in." "That's right. I think it's a good idea. It's definitely a good idea." Qin Pingan rewarded him with one word: "Get lost. Zhu Lian or me, you were more suitable for this kind of unconscionable money." The white-haired boy looked hurt, which chilled the hearts of all the soldiers. He picked up the last bundle of withered plum branches and waited a few times. He wondered, hidden official ancestor, what's this? Are we really picking up scraps? Qin Pingan threw the booklet to the white-haired boy. He flipped to the page of plum branches and found that there seemed to be two connections, each with its own opportunity. He could choose one. One of the clues was something about Xiangyang Palace, Plum Essence, South Zhao Chapter, Jianglang Zhong, Dragon Lake Drunkard, and Zhu Lu. The other was the bookstore, Corpse, World's Hot Guest, Boneless Flowers, and Duckweed Pavilion. The white-haired boy was confused. After all, he came from Qingming Tian. He was completely at a loss when he saw these. He closed the booklet and said righteously, "Hidden official ancestor, why waste so much effort? Why don't we just snatch it from him? If I'm caught red-handed, it's fine. Ancestor Yingguan, you can just run away when the time comes. If you leave me behind, I'll bear all the consequences." Ning Yao asked curiously, "What do you mean by this bundle of plum branches?" Qin Pingan smiled and explained, "Xiangyang Palace, this plum essence nickname refers to a concubine. She has a younger brother called Jiang Kaiqing. Their family has been in the medical field for generations. As for the Dragon Lake Drunkard, it refers to the different intentions of the two vassal kings. Anyway, after all the twists and turns, the opportunity that they got in the end was most likely some kind of tangible gift from the blessed land of 100 flowers, the lunar flower goddess. Otherwise, it's related to Lady Ruoyan in the plum blossom garden in the inverted hanging mountain, so it's meaningless. However, there's another clue that I'm very interested in. It's because I'm selfish. If I'm not wrong, we'll first go to the bookstore in the mustard garden in the City of Events. Because Li Shirlang is good at making plum blossom windows, and in the article of the Department of Household Affairs, Li Shirlang even cited this as the best production of his life. Therefore, I'm afraid that next, we'll need to buy the first edition of the biography of painting as a bridge to find the bookseller Wang Gai. This person once had the nickname, the hottest guest in the world, Wang Anjie, so that we can get in touch with his brother Wang Bei. This person's real name is Wang Shi, and he's good at making seals and painting boneless flowers. Therefore, this will involve an old gentleman that I admire very much. He's good at drawing plum blossoms and is the best in the world. He happens to be the owner of the Plum Blossom House and the floating Duckweed Pavilion. Not only that, it's said that this old gentleman is the first person in the world to carve seals with stone. With such a rare opportunity, how can I miss it? I must pay a visit to the old gentleman. If there's really any opportunity, I can exchange it with the old gentleman for a seal." At this point, Qin Pingan was in high spirits, just like when he heard the name, Li Shirlang, for the first time. For example, people like Jiang Shangzhen would always have people they wanted to meet on the night boat. It was the rain that withered and the wind that suddenly turned green, it was the cup of deep amber on the flower-selling pole, it was the heart that had just sunk, it was the 3 times in 2 years, it was the person who was thinner than the yellow flower. In fact, Qin Pingan wanted to visit more sages and ancients in books. Ning Yao was used to Qin Pingan's ability to solve puzzles. She only said how Qin Pingan's affinity with the elders came about, and that was how it came about. Pei Qian's face was full of righteousness. In any case, Zhou Mili could only hear vaguely. As long as the good mountain lord didn't compete with others in poetry, he was very powerful. Only the extraterrestrial demon was dumbfounded by the series of, from this to that, from the vine to the melon, and through the door. He praised from the bottom of his heart, "Ancestor Yingguan, this night boat should be steered by you." Qin Pingan shook his head and said, Far from it. It's just a two-legged bookcase. It wasn't that he was belittling himself, but that was the truth. The night boat was only one city, but it had already made Qin Pingan gasp in amazement. If it wasn't for the fact that it was difficult to distinguish friend from foe, and that he had other matters to attend to, Qin Pingan really wouldn't mind strolling through the 12 cities one by one on this ferry, even if it would take him 2 or 3 years. The white-haired boy rubbed his hands, his eyes shining. I'm rich. With Ancestor Xuanhuan giving me pointers, and with my help, won't the immortals' fated chances on this ferry become barren? Qin Pingan said, I still have important matters to attend to, so other than the plum branch I won't fight for the other fated chances. The white-haired boy pounded his chest with both hands. Is this still the arrogant and greedy Ancestor Xuanhuan that I know? Qin Pingan said, I want to ask Senior Wang Yuanzhang for a seal. I've already thought of the seal. It'll be clear air fills the universe, scattering into thousands of miles of spring. After a moment of silence, Qin Pingan took a sip of wine and said softly, if I can get 2 seals, of course it'll be better. The seal will be Wanderer's Journey. The white-haired boy clapped his hands and cheered, the seal is excellent. Ancestor Xuanhuan's literary talent is unparalleled. Qin Pingan glanced at him sideways. It's something from the old mister's poem. I'm just copying it. The white-haired boy raised his arms and shouted, Ancestor Xuanhuan's memory is invincible. With one punch he moved a mountain of books, and with one kick he toppled a sea of literature. He's number 1 in the world, and no one dares to claim to be number 2. Because I'm too close to Ancestor Xuanhuan, I can only claim to be number 3. In any case, as long as he had a clear conscience, there was no awkward flattery in the world. Qin Pingan suddenly said, according to Court Chief Wu's prediction, I might make a trip to Middle-earth's Confucian Temple at some point in time. As for when I'll go and how I'll return, it's hard to say. The white-haired boy kept quiet out of fear. He sat back on the bench and wiped the table repeatedly with one hand. Ning Yao said, I'll take care of Pei Qian and Xiaomi. Qin Pingan smiled. Then let's go solve the riddle? Xiaomi jumped down from the bench. Yes, sir. The group of people packed their luggage and left the inn. They followed the clues, and just as Qin Pingan had said, they followed the clues all the way. Just as they had expected, they bought whatever they wanted and chatted whatever they wanted. Finally, in a secret realm of mountains and rivers with thousands of plum blossoms, Qin Pingan used an opportunity that he should have gotten from an immortal plum tree to exchange for 2 seals from the old master, Wang Yuanzhang. Unexpectedly, the old master stroked his beard and smiled. He even gave Qin Pingan 2 plum blossom paintings, one dark plum blossom and the other white plum blossom. The contents of the seals that Qin Pingan had asked for came from the poems inscribed on the paintings. Qin Pingan took the paintings and bowed again to express his gratitude. Thinking of something, Qin Pingan said, I heard that there was a sect master sword immortal in the Tongyi continent. He climbed the mountain in the snow and said something similar to what you wrote in the history books. Everyone in his sect had heard of it. However, the sword immortal added the words most suitable for unsheathing the sword at the end. Hence, this sword immortal must have admired you a lot. The old man smiled. Is it that the heaven and earth are made of white jade, making one's courage clear and wanting to ascend to immortality? Qin Pingan held the scroll and nodded gently. The old man asked, a sword immortal who spoke to the heaven and earth in such a manner in the Tongyi continent. Then he must be dead? Qin Pingan nodded. He died in battle. That sword immortal was the sect master of the Tongyi sect, Fu Lingqing. The old man asked Qin Pingan to wait for a while before giving Qin Pingan 2 seals. They were inscribed with the words wind and snow add to the fun, and arrogant scholar of the world. Qin Pingan scratched his head and blushed. The old man smiled. Although I still don't know who you are, I hope that there will be more young people like you in the vast world today. Pointing elsewhere, the old man said seriously, remember not to learn from Xiao Baoan from Rong Cheng. It's as if he has been a gentleman for many years and is waiting to be a bad person for once. Then he will never turn back. It's such a pity. After leaving the mystic realm, Qin Pingan used the music score written by the white-haired boy to exchange for 3 city passes. Usually, exchanging 2 city passes for a certain piece of knowledge was the limit. It was obvious that the night sailing ship valued the Guangling rest stop music score very much. At first, the white-haired boy was still proud of himself. He walked very lightly outside the shop. However, after knowing that there were 12 cities on the night sailing ship, he immediately started cursing. Xiaomi hurriedly hugged this short, white-haired boy. The white-haired boy was still cursing and flying towards the shop. Xiaomi leaned back and swayed. It took her a lot of effort to ensure that the two of them did not fall. After the white-haired boy finished cursing, his feet landed on the ground. He turned around and patted Xiaomi's shoulder. "Your loyalty is exemplary. You have done well to protect the emperor. When we return, I will reward you with some good things." Xiaomi did not take his words seriously. At the same time, a voice sounded in Qin Pingan's mind. "Can you come to the Confucian temple?" Qin Pingan asked tentatively, "Is it the Sage of Rites?" After receiving an affirmative answer, Qin Pingan bowed. "Thank you, Sage of Rites." After Alliance left the square of the Confucian temple, he seemed to be traveling, but in fact, he secretly went to a restriction in the Forest of Merits. He talked to the sage who accompanied him and was not refused entry. However, in the end he still had to exchange some merits for it. Only then did he meet the bearded ranger. It was said to be a forbidden area. There were no formations or restrictions and no one was watching over it. It was just a fragmented secret realm with beautiful scenery. Lu Cha was squatting by the water, fishing with a pole. Alliance came to Lu Cha's side and remained silent. Lu Cha didn't say anything either. Alliance sighed and shook his head. He walked to Lu Cha's back and kicked the sword cultivator's butt. He used so much strength that Lu Cha almost fell forward. However, he still held the pole with one hand and supported himself with the other, so he didn't fall flat on his face. He squatted down again. His expression didn't change at all. Alliance stood on one leg. He crossed one leg and rubbed the back of his foot. He complained that there was no such thing as an iron pole in the world. He hopped over to Lu Cha's side and sat down cross-legged. He picked up a blade of grass and brushed the dirt off it. Then he held it in his mouth and slowly chewed on the grass. He mumbled, "Brother Lu, what did the Confucian temple say?" Lu Cha said, "Sage of Rites just asked me to stay here. That's all." He was able to pass the sword to Bai Yi. That's impressive. A defeated general dares not speak of bravery. In the Jinjia continent there was only one painting. It was the scene where Lu Cha killed Bai Yi with his sword. It was copied by some busybodies with magic arts. Therefore, every time the painting was opened and the bearded swordsman showed up, the onlookers would exclaim his name before he passed the sword. Lu Cha. As time passed, the name Lu Cha gradually evolved into a saying filled with awe. It was like a catchphrase. 2 words, one saying, but they could encompass many meanings. As for Lu Cha's swordsmanship, especially his poems, they were not as well known as his name. In the central divine continent, Lu Cha's name was known by everyone. Alliance hugged his head and leaned back. He said softly, "If I knew this would happen, I would have killed you at the Great Wall of Sword Qi." It was not that Lu Cha killed Bai Yi. It was that he was stopped by Xuanhuan at the ultimate. As for the mellow Xuanhuan, he got along well with a Liang. Of course, it was only Alliance who thought that they hit it off. Lu Cha said, "Don't make it sound so nice. Fighting with a Liang was more or less the same as exchanging one's life." Alliance crossed his legs and swung them gently. "In this life I have 3 good brothers. They are all in the same boat. One is an old xianxia. They are all talented and can't make a name for themselves. One is Qin Pingan. One stands on the city wall, one lies at the foot of the mountain. We can only look at each other from afar. We are in the same boat. Then it's you. Both of us fell from the 14th level." Lu Cha said, "Are you done?" Alliance said, "Why do you care?" Lu Cha said no more and continued fishing. Alliance took a nap before getting up. He said that he would come here to drink when he was free. The man spread out his hands and spun away. He still used the jianghu's cloud ladder to jump up and down. Lu Cha glanced at him, feeling very curious. Could it be that this fellow was also like this when he was in the secondary Saint Manor? In a sect of the Central Plains, a certain jade unpolished realm cultivator who had been half dead by Qi Tingji had just finished recuperating in seclusion. He came out of seclusion for a few days with great difficulty to attend a meeting in the ancestral hall. There was a masked man who only revealed a pair of shifty eyes. In broad daylight, he broke through the sect's formation and landed on the square outside the ancestral hall. He made a gesture of gathering qi in his dantian. Then he put his hands on his forehead and smoothed his hair back. He called out the name of the jade unpolished realm cultivator several times and loudly asked where he was. Everything happened so suddenly that a young and promising consecrator of the ancestral hall didn't notice the strange looks on everyone's faces, as if they wanted to say something but were fiercely suppressing it. He stepped forward bravely and crossed the threshold of the ancestral hall. He angrily rebuked the masked man. "Which scoundrel dares to trespass here?" The masked man's eyes darted around as he winked at a fairy who was hovering in the air in the distance. The short masked man raised his fist and waved it behind him. The jade, unpolished realm cultivator at the entrance of the ancestral hall seemed to have been hit in the head by a heavy hammer. He fainted on the spot and fell to the ground. His waist leaned against the threshold and his body arched like a bridge. Inside the ancestral hall, from the sect master to the minister of justice to the consecrators, everyone was holding their breaths. Most of them didn't even get up. There were a few unkind ones who turned around and chatted with their friends to prove their innocence. That guy had been here before. It wasn't the first time. After that, the jade, unpolished realm ancestral hall consecrator met with a pitiful end. Central Plains, Xuanmi Dynasty. A rich man was admiring a game of chess in a pavilion. Suddenly, a man appeared behind him and strangled him. The rich man coughed and couldn't speak. He slapped the man's arm with all his strength. The old man's round face turned purple and then white. There were signs of him rolling his eyes. Only then did the man let go of his hand. Yupanshui gasped for breath. He knew who was here. No one in the world could do such a wicked thing. Unexpectedly, the man strangled the old man's neck again and scolded, "Fatty you, what's wrong with you? You didn't even smile when you saw your good brother. You didn't even greet him." "What? I knew it. There must be someone in my hometown who secretly made a scarecrow every day and cursed me to not be able to return home. Good Lord, it's you?" After saying that, he lifted his arm. The old man could only stand on his tiptoes like a ghost. It wasn't that the old man was pretending to be pitiful, but the son of Ab** Tish behind him was really ruthless. Yupanshui had to force his Yin spirit out of his body. He stood beside the man, stomped his feet hard, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Oh, it's Brother Alliance. I haven't seen you for a few years and your muscles are so strong. Tsk. You're worthy of experiencing the glory of a 14th realm sword cultivator. But realms don't mean much. To Brother Alliance it's your manliness. The last time we met you had already reached the peak. Unexpectedly you can still go one step further. Admirable, admirable. I'm drooling. Only then did Alliance let go of his hand. He pushed the Yin spirit's head and let it return to its real body. Sitting on a bench in the pavilion, he spread his hands on the railing and crossed his legs. He let out a long breath and threw a glance at Yupanshui. Yupanshui understood tacitly. Immediately, a wisp of green smoke swept out from the pavilion and floated over. Finally, it condensed into a beautiful woman. She curtsied and smiled sweetly at the man. "Greetings, mister." Alliance jumped up and reached out to wipe his hair. "I'm so distant. Call me little brother Alliance." Yupanshui regretted eating and drinking too much today. Alliance waved his hand and said, "Fatty you, wipe your own shit." Yupanshui played dumb. Alliance smiled and said, "You can call yourself Alliance." In the Xianmi dynasty, there was a famous mountain elder of the academy at the foot of the mountain. He was known as the boldest scholar in the central divine continent by many scholars. When Yupanshui returned, Alliance left in a hurry and said, "Yupanshui, you have dog guts. How dare you hit me?" Yupanshui sighed. After Alliance left, he found an old immortal, an old acquaintance. The old immortal sneered and said, "Is it against the law to say a few words? You can scold me, you can hit me. If I fight back, it's my loss." He met a shameless old scoundrel. Alliance shouted angrily and said with grief and indignation, Good. Bullying me because my cultivation is low, you want to fight with me? You can kill me but you can't humiliate me. Even if I'm beaten to death by you, I won't take this kind of humiliation today." His voice was so loud that it spread up and down the peaks of the sect. Then Alliance grabbed the guy's hair, put his head under his armpit, and punched his head again and again. Finally, he withdrew his fist and made a gesture of chi sinking into his dantian. He felt refreshed. Another victory. 782. A cross-continent ferry was traveling to the central divine continent. This ferry belonged to the Elephant Dragon Sword sect, which had only been established a few years ago in the South Saw continent. Sect Master Qi Tingji was an old sword immortal who had once carved words on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was said that Lu Ji, the chief consecrator, was also temporarily the Minister of Justice. She was also one of the top 10 sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Other than that, there was also Xiao Yunyan, the sword immortal of Inverted Hanging Mountain Spring Banner House, and Madame Royan of the Plum Blossom Garden. Other than that, Qi Tingji had taken in 18 disciples in less than 10 years. They were all potential sword immortals from the Central Plains and the Southern Swirl continent. He was known as the 18 Swordmasters. Rumor had it that the Elephant Dragon Sword sect had business dealings with the Lu family of the White Mountain continent and the Yu family of the Central Plains. Their relationship with the Qin family of the South Swirling Continent was even more unusual. This was because it was Qi Tingji who had first escorted Qin Xuanhuan out to sea. It was also Qi Tingji who had challenged Qin Xuanhuan's sword. In the vast 9 continents, Qi Tingji appeared on the battlefield of the 3 continents one after another. The Fuyao continent's native ascendant realm great cultivator was called Lu Tua. If Qi Tingji hadn't blocked a sovereign stage great demon with his sword, his name would probably have been engraved on the city wall like Xuanhuan of the Tongyi continent. After Lu Tu's cultivation level dropped to that of an immortal, he went into seclusion to recuperate in the white porcelain grotto heaven of the Liuxia continent's lower sect for a few years. It was said that he would come out of seclusion to participate in the meeting. Lu Tu was grateful to Qi Tingji and admired him even more. There were rumors on the mountain that Lu Tu came out of seclusion this time to discuss matters in the Confucian temple and also to request to be the guest elder of the Elephant Dragon Sword sect. The Fuyao continent was a small continent, its territory was only slightly bigger than the Aquarius continent. When Lu Tue had ascended to the Ascendant Realm, he was hailed as the Heaven Wasteland Solution. If Lu Tue really became a sect leader of a high-ranking sect, and became a guest elder of another sect, it would be the first time in the world. The ferry was extremely close to an immortal crossing called the Wenjin Ferry near the Confucian Temple. Qi Tingji, who was admiring the scenery at the bow of the ferry, suddenly ordered the ferry to slow down as a gesture of respect to the Confucian Temple. Although Qi Tingji was fully deserving of the title of Old Sword Immortal, he had an extremely handsome and youthful appearance. Luckily, the Confucian Temple had yet to lift the ban on the mountain and water bulletin. Otherwise, Qi Tingji's magnanimity alone would have attracted a lot of admirers. Qi Tingji, Wu Qingpei, Sun Jiyuan, and me, you were once known as the 4 most handsome men of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Later on there was a 5th person, but it was self-proclaimed by that person. At this moment there was someone standing next to Qi Tingji. It was a woman with a tall and slender figure. She had a slightly skinny face. In the eyes of ordinary people, there were only 3 words that could be used to describe her standing beside Qi Tingji: mismatched. She was none other than the great sword fairy of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Lu Ji. Qi Tingji smiled and said, "A trip to Luopa Mountain to watch the ceremony has allowed our sect to have 2 more upper realm foreign dignitaries. I have to thank our hidden official. I wonder if he's here for this meeting." Apart from the Confucian sages, the cultivators who participated in the meeting in the Confucian temple were arranged in 4 places around the Confucian temple. Outside the Wenjin ferry, the Confucian temple temporarily opened 3 immortal ferries to welcome the guests from the Hauran 9 continents. The cultivators from the South Pasua continent, Fuyao continent, and Tongya continent would dock at the Wenjin ferry in the south. Then they would rest in a small county town called Panshui County. It was a very ordinary county town. The only unusual thing about it was that it was close to the Confucian temple. If nothing unexpected happened, Qin Pingan would most likely appear at the temporary ferries in the east if he came for the meeting. The people who represented the Aquarius continent in the meeting were Song Jiangkyung, who replaced Emperor Dali Song He, Heavenly Lord Qi Zhen of the Divine Advice sect, and the master of the Jiang family of Cloud Forest. Apart from Song Jiangkyung, who was alone, the Divine Wisdom sect and the Jiang family of Cloud Forest each brought a group of disciples like the Elephant Dragon Sword sect. Although they couldn't participate in the meeting and could only travel around the Confucian temple, the area within 1,000 miles of the Confucian temple was heavily guarded. It was a great honor for ordinary cultivators to be able to stay in a place with the fairies. Lu Ji said straightforwardly, "I know you 2 have been plotting against each other, but I hope you don't forget that Qin Pingan's plans are for the good of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He's not selfish. He's not targeting you and he won't target Qi Shou. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suggested Xiao Yunyan to be the Elephant Dragon Sword sect's guest elder. I don't wish for the Elephant Dragon Sword sect and the Luopa Mountain to work together and form an alliance. Besides, I don't know about the taboos here. You're the ones who are good at these things." Lu Ji had a similar temper when she was at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She had always been straightforward. Either you had the ability to make her say nice things, or you didn't have the ability to make her say nasty things. Qi Tingji smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, don't worry. I'm not that petty and I won't make things difficult for my own guest elder." Lu Ji had a rare smile on her face. She leaned against the railing and looked into the distance. She said slowly, "You're all very good at doing as the Romans do. I can't do that." Qin Pingan was at the Great Wall of Sword Qi and Qi Tingji was at the vast world. Qi Tingji was a little helpless. He reached out and patted the railing. He thought to himself, "Among the disciples, one of the 2 that I think the most highly of actually admires Qin Pingan. She even begged me, her master, to help her ask the hidden official for a copy of the Song Sword Immortal manual once she enters the Jindan stage. Don't you think it's annoying? This was the guest elder Xiaoyunyan's fault. He had nothing better to do. He described the young hidden official as a rare figure in the world. The key was that he was young and handsome, but he was also devoted. How could the little girl not be moved after hearing this? A man's infatuation was actually the greatest romantic. After all, in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were too many exciting stories about the deputy manager to tell. Xiaoyunyan had bad intentions. He picked the good ones to talk about. Lu Ji said, "Don't worry. That girl is too beautiful. If she really meets Qin Pingan, she'll be so nervous that she won't be able to speak. Qin Pingan won't say much either. When the time comes, they'll be speechless and embarrassed to the point that they'll regret meeting." Qi Tingji laughed. Qi Tingji turned to look at Lu Ji and suddenly teased, "Mr. Lu, I'm very curious. What kind of hero can catch your eye?" Lu Ji shook her head and changed the topic. "Is Lu Tu really going to be the guest elder of the sword sect?" Qi Tingji nodded and said, "I don't even know how to turn him down. It's annoying." Lu Ji smiled and said, "This kind of trouble is rare." Qi Tingji leaned against the railing and sighed softly. "He's settling down in a foreign land just like that." Lu Ji was silent. Her thoughts drifted far away. When she returned to her hometown, she thought of many old people and things. On the wall of a wine shop, there was once an ensign nameplate that said, "Lu Ji is actually not good looking, but her legs are long. I've liked her for many years. I can't get enough of her." Although the nameplate did not have a name, the handwriting was clear. Perhaps the swordsman did not intend to deliberately hide his identity. Some distant liking could not help but let others know. Only then would he be satisfied. However, before Lu Ji could argue with that old pervert, the swordsman who liked to squat by the side of the road every time he drank died in battle outside the city. Other than that nameplate, the swordsman had not spoken much to Lu Ji in his life. Therefore, no one in the world knew if he liked her too much or not that much. In the last few years of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, everyone left in a hurry. There was once a young shopkeeper who freeloaded on wine. Occasionally, when he drank too much, his eyes became brighter and brighter. He said that when he returned to his hometown in the future, he would open a wine shop to sell wine, xianxia noodles, hot pot, and stinky tofu. People from the Great Wall of Sword Qi could go there and make an exception. They could get discounts and credit. Someone asked if they could not pay back the money. It was meaningless to buy on credit. The young man smiled and said, "Let's talk about it after you go drink." Someone asked if they could hire a few more wine girls. They were so beautiful that water could be squeezed out of them. The young second shopkeeper laughed and scolded. There was no such wine shop in the world. The shopkeeper had to risk his life to earn such a small amount of hard-earned money. The crowd burst into laughter. In the foreign land that had yet to become their hometown, the wine shop in Ascension City was still there. However, the young shopkeeper was no longer there. Most of the swordsmen from the past were also gone. Xiaoyunyan, Madame Xianyan, and a few of Qi Tingji's direct disciples came over. Facing the man who was both the sect leader and their master, these young men and women were very respectful. Instead, they were closer to Lu Ji. After the group of people bowed to Qi Tingji, a young man asked, "Mr. Lu, can you meet Alliance, Zuozua, Ning Yao, and the hidden official?" Ning Yao had ascended with a sword. The young swordsmen of the Dragon Elephant Sword sect all knew about it. Lu Ji shook her head and said, "I'm not sure." The young man asked, "When did the hidden official get drunk? Did he really say that Ning Yao liked him because of his looks and his talent?" Xiaoyunyan smiled and said, "Of course not. Someone tricked him." Madame Xianyan smiled sweetly and said, "That's hard to say. Wine makes people brave." The hidden official didn't dare to say anything and didn't dare to do anything. When two armies faced each other, one person stood in front of the formation with a sword pointed at all the sovereigns. Xiaoyunyan smiled and said, "Are you praising or insulting him? Why don't I repeat it to him?" She sneered and said, "Up to you." After attending the ceremony at Luapa Mountain, Madame Xianyan had gained a lot of courage. Now, according to the hidden official's decree, she and Xiaoyunyan had both become elders of the Dragon Elephant Sword sect. Every time Madame Xianyan talked about the hidden official, she became calmer and more composed. Another young man said, "The hidden official only has a high position. I still admire Mr. Zhuo more. His swordsmanship is the best in the world." Someone disagreed and said, "Of course Mr. Zhuo is powerful, but I think Alliance is fiercer. After all, he is a true 14th realm swordsman." Qi Tingji left with a smile. He didn't want to listen to these childish discussions. Xianxia of the vast world, Luji. Qin of the fifth world ascension city. Ningyao. Nalan Xiaowei who traveled far and wide. Old Deaf who returned to the wilderness. In addition to Alliance, Zhuozhua and Qin Pingan. If you counted Xie Songhua, Li Kai, Lu Jinglong, Pu He and Song Pin, these vast sword immortals. It was as if there was still a great wall of sword chi between heaven and earth, standing tall and strong. The current vast world still didn't understand the relationship between the two swordsmen who had once fought side by side on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The former Great Wall of Sword Chi was like the world's purest place for cultivation. Local swordsmen were waiting for death, while foreign swordsmen were courting death. When someone from both sides survived, if they could meet again they would be close friends, friends who would live and die together. Wu Shuang descended and the interrogation official in Rongrong City. The two outsiders on the ferry had a real fight between immortals, which involved the entire night boat. Wu Shuang suppressed his realm to the Ascension realm and fought against the interrogation official, Q-sword. Taibai, Taoist scripture, Wanfa and naivety. 4 immortal swords imitated a sword and cut the entire ferry into 2, 4, 8 and 16. A middle-aged scholar and a monk with closed eyes appeared together. Court Chief Wu, can you put away your swords? The originally fragmented night boat instantly gathered back into one without any abnormalities. There wasn't even the slightest loss of spiritual chi. It was similar to the Great Wall of Sword Chi that had been split into 2 by the wilderness grand ancestor. Wu Shuang smiled and said, Teacher Zhang, are you teaching me how to behave? The 4 imitated swords hovered around, their tips pointing in all directions. Bai Luo, the guardian of the year, appeared. The interrogation official held a sword in one hand. 2 halos, 1 golden and 1 silver, appeared behind him. They were like the sun and moon hanging in the sky, like a pair of eyes of a deity, piercing through the void and looking down on the mortal world. They were the 2 natal flying swords of the interrogation official. There was a sword wound on the interrogation official's face and chest, dripping with blood. However, his injuries weren't serious and didn't hinder him from using his sword. However, in this Q-sword battle, the interrogation official, who was a sword cultivator, was at a disadvantage against Wu Shuang, who wasn't a sword cultivator and was suppressing his realm. This was a fact. The monk opened his eyes and chanted. He raised his hand and a string of prayer beads appeared. If one didn't count the beads used for counting, there was a total of 108 beads. All of them were snow white and flawless. The monk twirled the beads gently. It was as if every time he twirled the beads, his troubles would be reduced slightly. Wu Shuang smiled and flicked his sleeve. A string of snow-white brilliance that was as bright as the Milky Way came out from his sleeve. It was also a string of beads. Each of them was more than 3 zhang long and surrounded Wu Shuang. However, each of the Taoist beads was as big as a Polonia tree. Each bead contained a vast Taoist intent and was as round as the full moon. There were 365 beads. They rotated slowly and the stars moved. The cycle of the great Tao was boundless. The middle-aged scholar smiled and said, Court Head Wu, not only did you help your Taoist companion return the sword, you also learned a superior sword technique and unlocked the boat's restriction. You killed 3 birds with 1 stone. That should be enough, right? Wu Shuang was one of the 10 of the Qingming Tian. He was a military scholar and an unparalleled general. The root of the great Tao was that of a military cultivator. It was just that Wu Shuangjiang was a master of whatever he learned, which made his identity as a weapon cultivator less conspicuous. There were only a few cultivators in the Qingming Tian. There weren't more than 100 people in the Qingming Tian, which didn't match the Qingming Tian's position. Other than the high requirements and strict requirements for accepting disciples, the most important reason was that Wu Shuang had accomplished 2 great feats. When he was still in the immortal realm, he defended the sect and destroyed the sect. After the 2 battles, a first-rate sect in the Qingming Tian was destroyed. It wasn't a huge blow to its vitality. The sect protecting formation, the ancestral hall, and a few vassal forces were all destroyed. This meant that the Qingming Tian didn't need to care about numbers. It was enough to have Wu Shuang overseeing the mountain alone. He was good at killing and wasn't afraid of being surrounded. On the path of cultivation he had killed more than once. He was proficient in concealment and escape techniques. His divination was even more brilliant. His thoughts were meticulous and his attacks were precise. Moreover, he was especially vengeful. He was fine when he didn't attack, but when he did, he was like a lion hunting a rabbit. He had to kill in a single strike, uprooting the weeds. After all, he was a cultivator that even Sun Huaizhong, the head of the great Shen dynasty, described as haunting. He was such an extremely difficult existence to deal with. Now that he had even reached the 14th realm, even the night sailing ship wouldn't be willing to become enemies with him. The middle-aged scholar smiled. Court head Wu, the ferry has already reached the southern sea's ruins of Sinkhole. Wu Shuang smiled and kept the 4 imitation swords and a string of flowing pearls into his sleeve. He then dispelled the ability of the sparrow in the cage and left the night sailing ship with Bai Luo. He wanted to pass through the ruins of Sinkhole and head straight for the wilderness. In a pavilion by a lotus pond in Chuang City, the disciplinary officer put away his sword and 2 life-bound flying swords and landed in the pavilion. The monk vanished in a flash, leaving only the middle-aged scholar standing beside the disciplinary officer. The middle-aged scholar smiled. Still all right. The disciplinary officer muttered to himself, if the 14th realm is already like this, then what about the 15th realm? The middle-aged scholar said, unimaginable. Wu Shuang and Bai Luo hovered side by side in the air. Beneath their feet was the ruins of Sinkhole that had been opened by the great ancestor of the wilderness. The door was difficult to open and even harder to open. Wu Shuang lowered his head and looked over. The ruins of Sinkhole was in the shape of a huge ravine. In ancient times, it was said that the water of the 9 continents in the world and even the water of the stars in the heavens would flow majestically into the 4 ruins of Sinkhole. It was also said that within the ruins of Sinkhole, there was a huge turtle. Its back carried the territory of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. In the ruins of Sinkhole, it was still as small as a bonsai. There were also 4 dragon gates erected within. It was once the opportunity for all the flood dragons in the world to transform into a dragon. Wu Shuang pointed and smiled. Our luck isn't bad. It seems to be 2 turtle fishes. Bai Luo followed his gaze and looked over. In the depths of the ruins of Sinkhole, there were 2 turtle fishes with the head of a dragon and the body of a fish. They were tens of thousands of feet long and were swaying their heads and wagging their tails leisurely. One of them was a male fish with the tail of a golden gourd, while the other was a female fish with the tail of a silver hibiscus. They were extraordinary and mystical. Although the 2 turtle fishes were huge, in the depths of the ruins of Sinkhole, they were like 2 slender fish in the river. They were completely negligible. Bai Luo said helplessly, you want to fight with others for this? You're already at the 14th realm. When you're outside, you should at least act like an immortal master. How was it good luck? It was clearly someone fishing for turtle fishes in the sea of clouds in the sky. Even ordinary fishermen in the mountains and rivers would have to spend money to set up their nests and lure the fishes if they wanted to catch something big from the great rivers and lakes. Now, these 2 rare turtle fishes were clearly lured over by the skinny old man with long eyebrows in the sky. They swayed their tails and floated up, slowly approaching a dragon pearl. The dragon pearl flickered in the ruins of Sinkhole's Xianming water. Every time it lit up, it shone brightly. The dragon pearl was only the size of a fist, but its light illuminated a radius of hundreds of feet. Wu Shuang raised his head and looked over. In the gap in the sea of clouds in the sky, a white-haired old man was fishing with his legs crossed. He held a verdant bamboo fishing rod in his hand and used a breath of pure martial arts as the fishing line, sinking into the depths of the ruins of Sinkhole. The old man with long eyebrows was giving Wu Shuang a look, probably telling him not to scare the 2 turtle fishes. Wu Shuang thought for a moment and retracted his aura, merging with the heavens and earth. Bai Luo also used a concealment technique to not disturb the old fisherman's fishing. She said telepathically to Wu Shuangjiang, this person is called Zhang Xiaoxia, nicknamed Dragon Count. He's a 10th realm martial artist and has reached the pinnacle. Apart from martial arts, he's only obsessed with fishing. He's indifferent and stands aloof from worldly affairs. Only when he has no money to set up a nest would he run to the central divine continent to earn some fishing money. When the ruins of Sinkhole first opened, Zhang Xiaoxia was close to it, so he was the first person in the world to come here. He then waited here for the prey, picking up the bigger ones that slipped through the net. He successfully stopped several great demons that tried to escape back to the wilderness. Wu Shuangjiang nodded. He's indeed a god, but it's a pity that he's just a god. The two turtle fishes were still very cautious. They chased after the dragon pearl for a long time, but they never took the bait. The old man with long eyebrows suddenly raised his chi, and the dragon pearl that was pulled by pure chi suddenly rose up, as if it was trying to escape. One of the silver-scaled hibiscus tails no longer hesitated. It stirred up a huge wave, leaping up high and biting down on the dragon pearl. The skinny old man laughed loudly. He stood up and pulled back. The fishing line was pulled taut, and a huge arc appeared. However, he did not pull it to death. Instead, he began to walk the turtle fish. Without a few hours of struggle, it was impossible to pull such a female turtle fish out of the water. Wu Shuangjiang narrowed his eyes and watched for a moment. He stepped to the shore of the Sea of Clouds and stood beside the old man. He smiled and asked, "Old senior, if you catch this turtle fish, will you sell it? How much?" The old man called xianxia held the fishing rod to his abdomen and ran around the edge of the Sea of Clouds. The strength of a 10,000-foot-long turtle fish was not small. The old man laughed as he ran. "Sorry, I've always let go of my fish. Especially this pair of Taoist companion turtle fish. Once one of them is caught, the other will be alone forever. Isn't that pitiful? The joy of fishing is never about filling one's stomach." Wu Shuangjiang nodded lightly to express his agreement. He smiled and said, "What a fisherman." Bai Luo heaved a sigh of relief. If she was not careful, this dragon count would be brought along by Wu Shuangjiang on a trip to the wasteland. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly asked, "That female martial god from the Great Duan dynasty is called Pei Wan, right? Did you fight with her?" Zhang Xiaoxia still held the fishing rod with both hands and focused on fighting the turtle fish. He laughed heartily and said, "When I could beat her, I didn't want to bully a little girl. In the end, it seemed that after a few days I realized that I couldn't beat her. Who can I reason with? There's no other way. I'll just catch my fish." Zhang Xiaoxia suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He held his breath for a moment and sighed. He actually took the initiative to break the fishing line, allowing the turtle fish to swallow the priceless dragon pearl into its stomach. The two turtle fish crazily fled into the depths of the ultimate. In this way, unless Zhang Xiaoxia could change the bait to something like dragon pearls and dragon eyes, they would not be able to take the bait for at least 100 years. Wu Shuangjiang asked, "Senior Dragon Count, are you going to the Confucian Temple of Middle-earth to discuss matters?" Zhang Xiaoxia nodded and said, "The Grand Chancellor of the Rites Learning Palace invited me. I have to go." Zhang Xiaoxia would be playing with his life if he said that he did not guard against these two uninvited guests who suddenly appeared beside the ultimate. Although he could not see through the depths of the two people, he could tell from their expressions that they were at least two immortals. Zhang Xiaoxia thought for a while and could not find a righteous cultivator who fit his image. However, the long-browed elder felt that he had been wandering around the sea for a long time and could be said to be ignorant of the matters on the mountain. It was normal that he did not know them. Just like the sword immortal Su Ku from the Jinjia continent that he met earlier, he had never even heard of him before, let alone seen him. However, Zhang Xiaoxia did not have any enemies on the mountain, so he just treated it as a chance encounter with the two people. After living for a long time, he was not surprised. However, if he really had to fight a brainless fight, Zhang Xiaoxia did not mind stretching his muscles and bones. The 10 realms of martial artists were not just for show. Wu Shuangjiang gave a fist salute and smiled, "Farewell." Zhang Xiaoxia returned the salute with a fist salute, "We'll meet again if fate wills it." Wu Shuangjiang looked towards the depths of the ultimate and raised his hand. He formed a seal with 2 fingers and said, "Imperial edict to all the water descendants of the world." The 2 AO fish that had already traveled thousands of miles away shook their heads and wagged their tails as if they had received an imperial edict. They obeyed the edict and changed their direction, swimming towards Wu Shuangjiang rapidly. Finally, they raised a huge wave and leaped out of the water. The 2 huge creatures with dragon heads and fish bodies were extremely docile and obedient. They hovered below the Sea of Clouds as if waiting for Wu Shuangjiang to board the ferry and travel to the ultimate. Wu Shuangjiang brought Bai Luo and landed on the AO fish's back. They entered the ultimate and traveled far away. Zhang Xiaoxia thought for a while. Fortunately, they did not fight. Indeed, one had to be kind to others when one was outside. A 10 realms peak martial artist kept the green bamboo fishing rod and turned into a rainbow, heading towards the central divine continent. In the ravine of the ultimate, Bai Luo and Wu Shuangjiang each rode a AO fish. Bai Luo smiled and asked, "Palace Master, I heard that there is a saying of big and little Wu in the Qingming world? Wu Shuangjiang nodded. That kid's fortune is just like mine. In other aspects we are not that similar. The one who is truly like me is the young man that Lu Qin spoke of. Fortunately he is not a cultivator of the same realm. Otherwise I would have thought that he was defeated by some kind of pressure from the heavenly Tao of the 14th realm. For example, the struggle between the azure and the blue. The azure surpasses the blue and the azure surpasses the blue. Bai Luo said, so Palace Master's killing intent in the City of Entries, how much of it was real and how much of it was fake? Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, Qin Pingan could not accept that Tao querying. Even if it was fake it could still be fake. Even if it was fake it could still be fake. Bai Luo frowned slightly. Wu Shuangjiang said, that kid is able to let go. He will not hold any grudges. Moreover he understands my thoughts very well. A person's knowledge was secondary. One's greatest fear was not being able to grasp things clearly. Bai Luo said, an immortal touched his head and bestowed him with the longevity scroll. She was referring to that tavern. Before Wu Shuangjiang left, he seemed to have casually patted the little water monster's head. It was not very beneficial to one's cultivation, but it was a genuine life-saving talisman. Perhaps Wu Shuangjiang had a deeper meaning so Bai Luo could not be bothered to get to the bottom of it. Wu Shuangjiang smiled knowingly. Lu Qin has some plans. He is open and aboveboard. I will fulfill his wish. Bai Luo did not chat about the Beko Keikyung building's third sect master. Wu Shuangjiang asked, do you know what Qin Pingan's greatest gain is this time? Bai Luo shook her head. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, finally, someone can prove that the path he has taken is correct. Not only is it not a winding path, but it is also a path to the summit that someone has already taken before. It's just that the path is slightly more winding. Wu Shuangjiang said something that sounded like a prophecy. So just wait. In the next 100 years, Qin Pingan's cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds in all aspects. You think so highly of Qin Pingan? I only think highly of every Wu Shuangjiang. Wu Shuangjiang suddenly laughed as if he had thought of something fun. Bai Luo was a little confused. It was the Grand Chancellor of the Academy who invited Zhang Xiaoxia. Guess who invited Qin Pingan? One of the 3 Confucian Temple's cult masters, 1 principal and 2 vice principals? Could it be that teacher Dong who is the closest to the sage of literature? Wu Shuangjiang shook his head and did not give an answer. This great cultivator of the 14th realm rode a turtle fish and traveled the world. What he saw now was what his Tao partner would see in the future. Wu Shuangjiang put his hands behind his back and closed his eyes to rest. He laughed in his heart. As the saying goes, the devil rises 10. North Continent, Lying Ground Peak. Zhang Xuanfeng had finally reached the sea-viewing realm and was about to break through. This young Taoist still needed a few more hours to stabilize his realm. His master was guarding outside the immortal cave. He murmured softly, the dragon hibernation technique first sleeps the heart, then the eyes and then the spirit. Sleep is the major return to the root, while breathing is the minor return to the root. During the breathing, the mind can be concentrated into a mustard seed, which is also returning to the root. This is the multitude of things returning to their roots. Immortal Fire Dragon who was at the peak of the Ascendant Realm, White Cloud Mountain, Peach Mountain, Shen Peak, Yuanling Hall. These senior brothers, together with the new mountain master of the Taixia Mountain, were all guarding a cultivator of the cave-dwelling realm outside the cave. They had already set up a big table with wine, dishes, and a big pot of celestial fruits and vegetables. They were waiting for the good news. The senior brother of the Peach Mountain said seriously, little junior brother's breakthrough is impressive. It's very impressive. It's worthy of celebration. But in fact, Zhang Xuanfeng's breakthrough was nothing impressive. He had really reached the sea-viewing realm with just a few bumps and bruises. The old perfected master smiled while stroking his beard. Your little junior brother's appearance and bearing are better than Qin Pingan. There's nothing to deny. The senior brother of the White Cloud sect complained, Master, this is an obvious fact. It's meaningless to say it out loud. There's no need to say it. Yuanling Hall wanted to agree with his master, but the senior brother beat him to it. After thinking about it, he felt that the senior brother's words were better. The old perfected master nodded gently. That's true. It's not easy for little junior brother to be able to fight steadily on the path of cultivation and always have a clear Tao heart. The old perfected master smiled and nodded. Yuanling Hall wanted to say that it was his master who taught him well. Unexpectedly, another senior brother said, in fact, little junior brother's greatest ability is to pick the master's eye. Master, forgive me for saying something disrespectful, but it's because of your good luck that you can take Xuanhuan as your disciple. Xuanhuan was suddenly speechless. The old perfected master sighed with emotion. It's true. That guy picked up the empty wine cup. Offending master, I must punish myself with a cup. The old perfected master pushed a jar of green god wine in front of him over. 1 cup is not enough. Punish yourself with 3 cups. Xuanhuan was like an outsider who came to make up the numbers. He could not get a word in. If he had known earlier, he would have humbly asked Qin Pingan for advice at Luapa Mountain. The atmosphere at Luapa Mountain was not inferior to that of Crouching Ground Peak. From the mountain lord to the disciples to the guests, each one was better at talking than the other. Venerable Fiery Dragon suddenly stood up and said, I have to go to the Confucian Temple immediately. This time I won't bring Xuanhuan along. There are too many acquaintances and it's easy to be exposed. The few of you remember to protect him. The few of them stood up and respectfully sent their master off to the Central Plains. Venerable Fiery Dragon glanced at Xuanhuan, who seemed to be mute. I'm talking to you. Xuanhuan was speechless. The old perfected master disappeared in a flash, traveling across continents. He had no choice. The mountain was poor and could not afford a cross-continent ferry. He could only rely on this insignificant Tao technique. Central Plains Divine Continent, a saint's residence. One of the descendants of the saints had lived here for generations. This secondary saint's residence covered an area of more than 180 mu and had more than 400 rooms. It was adjacent to a temple. Next to the residence was the secondary saint's temple, which was filled with incense. No one knew why Alliance would get along with the lineage of the scholarly sage. Why did he become a sword cultivator who called himself a swordsman? Why did he like to roam the world so much? Why did he go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the Green Netherworld? Alliance patted his knees lightly and hummed a small tune. He was preparing to change into a scholarly robe and go to the Confucian Temple in Middle-earth to look for acquaintances. There was one good thing about having friends all over the world: drinking didn't cost anything. Outside the entrance of the secondary saint's residence, there was a travel-worn young Confucian scholar. Beside him was a yellow-robed old man who had a jade tablet issued by the Confucian Temple hanging on his waist. It was Li Huai and his retainer. Now the old man had changed his Taoist name to Taoist Nun. Li Huai looked at the majestic entrance of the secondary saint's residence from afar and swallowed his saliva. He didn't dare to get close. He didn't have the guts to knock on the door. He felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone to the Confucian Temple in Middle-earth with the old blind man who was more than half his master. Otherwise, everything would be fine once he found Li Baoping and Mao Fuzi. The young Ascendant Realm Taoist nun was even more nervous than Li Huai. He said softly, "Young master, I think that Alliance is definitely not at home. It would be good if that B*TCH wasn't at home. Then he wouldn't have to deal with him later." Li Huai carried the bamboo box on his back and held the mountain walking stick in his hand. He asked tentatively, "Then should we go directly to the Confucian Temple and wait?" The young Taoist nun rubbed his hands and nodded. "That's a good idea." Unexpectedly, a man wearing a scholarly robe walked out quickly from the entrance. He actually looked a little like a human. When the man saw Li Huai and the Ascendant Realm Taoist nun, he laughed and said, "Oh, isn't this Master Li Huai? You're not as handsome as when you were young. You were so good back then." Li Huai waved his hand. Alliance walked on the street while Li Huai strode forward. Suddenly, he handed the mountain walking stick in his hand to the young Taoist nun who was walking behind him with heavy steps. Almost at the same time, Li Huai and Alliance stopped 5 or 6 steps away from each other. The two of them got into a boxing stance and started to circle around each other. Alliance jumped and changed his left fist to his right palm. Li Huai jumped and twisted his waist. He looked serious and didn't punch out. The young Taoist nun almost wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. Are these two idiots? I don't know either of them. The two of them shouted softly and stepped forward at the same time. They started to fight back and forth. Their movements were extremely slow, but their fists were as fast as thunder and had the momentum to break bricks. The young Taoist nun couldn't stand it anymore. He turned around and looked at the shops on the side of the street. The two of them suddenly hugged each other. Li Huai laughed and said, "Brother Alliance." Alliance laughed and said, "Brother Li Huai." They both took a step back. Alliance lowered his voice and asked, "Now that I'm your brother-in-law, do you still have a chance?" Li Huai rolled his eyes and said, "No chance. My sister is married. He's a scholar and is taller than you." Alliance said angrily, "You didn't stop your sister?" Are you just going to watch your sister miss out on a good husband? Li Huai laughed and said, Alliance, you seem to be shorter. Alliance touched his head and sighed. Li Huai said, It's okay. You can go home and put more cotton in your boots. Alliance's eyes lit up. Brother Li Huai, you're a genius. Alliance felt that this was feasible and was in a good mood. He turned to look at the young Taoist nun with a face full of surprise. He wiped his mouth hard. Hey, isn't this brother touting? That Ascendant Realm dog felt that he was in danger. Li Huai, this kid still had some conscience, but this damn Alliance in front of him would really eat dog meat hot pot. Great Duan Dynasty on a city wall in the capital city. A man in a dragon robe with white hair. Beside him was an extremely tall woman with a long sword in a bamboo sheath hanging from her waist. Female martial god Pei Wan. There was also a young man in white xianxia. Pei Wan had a total of 4 direct disciples. So, in addition to the eldest senior brother who was stuck at the peak, xianxia also had 2 senior sisters who were both in their 50s. They were both in the remote travel state and had a good foundation. There was no doubt that they would reach the peak. Moreover, this seemingly ordinary evaluation of not bad was relative to Chao Ci's junior brother. The martial arts fate of the Great Duan Dynasty was indeed shocking. In the words of the people of the Central Plains, the Great Duan Dynasty was the owner of the martial arts shop. His Majesty, who had once traveled to the inverted hanging mountain with Pei Bei, was already an old man past his prime. He looked at Pei Wan and said self-mockingly, Miss Pei, you still look the same. I'm actually much younger than you, but I'm already so old. Pei Wan smiled. He said, Then I won't disturb you and Chao Ci from going to the Confucian temple. Pei Wan nodded. He suddenly said, I've never touched Miss Pei's hand in my life. Chao Ci left silently. Pei Wan patted the old man's arm and said, I'm glad to meet your majesty. The old man patted the back of the woman's hand and said with a smile, Okay. The emperor suddenly felt a little regretful and asked, If that young secluded official is also going to the Confucian temple, then our Chao Ci won't be the youngest person to go to the Confucian temple, right? Pei Wan nodded with a smile. Actually, she didn't think it was a big deal. The old man turned to the seemingly flawless young man in white and asked, Chao Ci, why don't I help you change your age? After all, it doesn't matter if you're 1 year older or 1 year younger in the Great Duan Dynasty. Chao Ci stood in the distance and cupped her fists with the childish old man. She said with a smile, Your Majesty, let's forget about it. The old man was a little disappointed. At the temporary ferry to the north of the Confucian temple, the largest snowflake ferry in the world couldn't even reach the shore. It could only continue to consume spirit chi and eat immortal coins while floating in the air. The owner of the ferry didn't care about this little consumption. Between the ferry and the ferry, a 1,000-foot-long azure cloud bridge appeared. It was another money-consuming method. A group of people walked down slowly. A woman dressed elegantly was talking to the young man next to her. She said that he should take this opportunity to meet that fairy sister. That girl was a woman from the mountains. She was around 100 years old, so she wasn't considered old. A family of 3. The god of wealth of the Snow Mountain continent, Lu Jubao and his wife, and their son Lu Yuzhou. Other people cultivated hard, but Lu Yuzhou was busy with only one thing. His parents forced him to go on blind dates. After the blind dates, Lu Yuzhou had a lot of excuses for his failures. That girl's cultivation level is too high. She's already in the unpolished jade realm at such a young age. Why would she like a good-for-nothing cultivator like me? She's only here for my money. She's too beautiful. She's like a goddess who walked out of a painting. I'm not good enough for her, so I can only look at her from afar. She thinks my painting skills are mediocre. We're not the same type of person, so we can't talk to each other. Cultivators have long lives. They sleep on the same bed every day and have different dreams. Accidents are bound to happen. Therefore, his father was anxious and his mother was even more anxious. Lu Jubao thought that Lu Yuzhou, the only seedling, should help the family to spread its branches. However, Lu Yuzhou's mother's thoughts were a bit unusual. She always felt that she had given birth to such a handsome and promising son. If she didn't show him off, she would feel uncomfortable chatting with those coquettish female cultivator friends. And this Mrs. Lu was famous for spending a lot of money on Haran Mountain. Any rare robes, beautiful hairpins and jewelry, expensive rouge and face powder, dressing table, letter paper, eyebrow pencil, painting of court ladies. As long as she bought it, the price would at least double. Therefore, every time the forces on the mountain that did business with women had a new style of goods, they would take the initiative to send it to Mrs. Lu of the Snow Peak continent. If she didn't like it, she would return it. If she liked it, she would buy it at a high price. For free? Who are you looking down on? One of the biggest interests of the woman and her friends was to comment on the great cultivators on the mountain, or the young and handsome Taoist companions. That woman was bewitching. At first glance, one could tell that she wasn't a decent woman. The uglier a village girl was, the more she liked to wear flowers. The flowers were fancy and she wore money on her body when she had no money in her pocket. Don't be fooled by her appearance. Her cheekbones were high, and she killed her husband without using a knife. A scorpion carrying a wasp, this man and woman were really a perfect match. Don't be fooled by the two of them being intimately attached to each other. Just wait, in fact they couldn't be tied to the same groove. Lu Jubao didn't care about his wife's private gossip. Anyway, a dozen old women would find a reason to gather together and chatter. The content of their conversation couldn't be spread outside. The woman took her son's hand and said softly, "Son, do you know what kind of wife a rich family should look for?" Lu Yuzhou was a little absent-minded and said perfunctorily, "How would I know?" The woman said to herself, "A woman who is too beautiful is either a femme fatale or a femme fatale. Don't look for her. First of all, she really likes you. Secondly, she has filial piety. She can treat her parents-in-law as her own parents. Finally, she has to have money in her eyes, but not to the extent of falling into the eyes of money. Otherwise, she is a prodigal woman. Of course, no matter how extravagant a daughter-in-law is, our family can't continue to be a prodigal. But the problem is, there are so many gossipy women on the mountain. They love to gossip behind people's backs. I can talk about others, but others can't talk about me. If you look for the wrong person, a disaster can suppress 100 riches. No matter how big the family business is, it can't be protected. But as long as you find the right person, you can suppress 100 misfortunes with one blessing." Lu Yuzhou could ignore it, but the god of wealth of the Baijin continent could only patiently listen to the woman's nagging. He didn't have the right to speak. The key point was that it couldn't go in one ear and out the other. From time to time there would be a test. What was the third sentence? If he wasn't careful, the woman would cry and complain that his heart was too wild. Once he went out, he was absent-minded. He didn't have her, this old woman, in his heart. The flowers at home were not as fragrant as the wild flowers. In the end, the woman restrained her expression and said softly, "Yuzhou, when you marry a daughter-in-law, you must marry a kind-hearted girl. That's a true blessing. It's the best way to attract wealth." Lu Yuzhou nodded. Although mother didn't study, she's still very honest. The woman patted the back of her son's hand. "Our Yuzhou is so good at talking. Why can't we find a daughter-in-law? There's no justice." Lu Jubao nodded in agreement. The woman remembered something and urged, "Why do you want to go to Tongya continent? Don't go. It's a foul place. It's not interesting." Lu Yuzhou said helplessly, "Mother, can you stop nagging?" The woman took out a handkerchief and wiped the corners of her eyes. Lu Yuzhou could only comfort her. He tried his best to persuade her so that she wouldn't cry. Lu Yuzhou suddenly thought of a girl he met at Leigong Temple. A ferry shuttled through the clouds to the west of the Confucian Temple. It was about a few thousand miles away. Compared to Jade Peak Continent's Lu family's ferry, it was very shabby. However, wherever this ferry from the Fuyao continent passed, regardless of whether it was wind-riding cultivators or other ferries, not to mention greeting them if they saw them from afar, they would take the initiative to take a detour, afraid that they would not be able to avoid them. The reason was simple. White Emperor City. White Emperor City's city lord Zheng Juzhong was on this ferry. There was also Lu Qiqing, who had returned to Glass Pavilion. He wore a pink Taoist robe. There was also Lu Qiqing's bad-tempered senior sister, Han Xiaoxia. This senior sister was recognized as the cultivator with the best aptitude in White Emperor City after the city lord. She had once vowed to learn 12 kinds of spells of the Great Path, but she had only learned 10. The problem was that the last 2 were especially difficult. Zheng Juzhong only brought 2 direct disciples with him when he left Fuyao continent and returned to the Central Plains. His eldest disciple was Fu Jing, a sword cultivator. His flying sword was Autumn's cicada. A blade-strengthening gourd hung at his waist. Fu Jing and his master wore snow-white robes. His youngest disciple was Gu Kan. He wore a green robe and had a gentle look on his face. His aunt-master, Han Xiaoxia, was currently standing next to Gu Kan. She was talking to Gu Kan in a low voice about the eccentrics on Mount Vast Expanse. She was talking about who had good relations with White Emperor City, and who had bad blood with them. Han Xiaoxia's only good temper seemed to have been given to her martial nephew, Gu Kan. Previously, Gu Kan had found the ruins of an ancient shattered grotto heaven in Fuyao continent, and she had been secretly protecting him. However, she had not had the chance to do anything from the beginning to the end. On the ferry there was also Chai Bofu, who was trembling in fear and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Thanks to Little Devil Gu, he had gone through a lot of hardships to reach White Emperor City. Although he had not been able to become a direct disciple of the White Emperor City's Hall of Ancestral Masters, he had become a registered disciple. Chai Bofu's gratitude was from the bottom of his heart. After all the cultivators in the world regarded White Emperor City of Colored Clouds as a holy land, just like the Confucian Temple in the eyes of scholars. Lu Qiqing brought Chai Bofu to Gu Kan's room. Just because he did not knock on the door, Han Xiaosa, who was on the observation deck, rewarded him with a spell. Lu Qiqing was fine, but Chai Bofu had already fallen to the ground, lying in a pool of blood in the corridor. After struggling to sit up, he did not even need Lu Qiqing to comfort him. He got up alone and returned to his room to recuperate. It was not easy to reach the heavens on the path of cultivation. How could one succeed without suffering? It was fine as long as one got used to it. After obediently knocking on the door, Lu Qiqing swayed his sleeves and walked into the room. He came to the observation deck and leaned on the railing. He turned his head and smiled. "Senior sister, we might be able to meet that celestial algae of drifting cloud continent this time." Han Xiaosa sneered, "Bullshit immortal." He didn't even dare to fart when he saw Alliance. "What kind of dog is that?" Lu Qiqing asked with a smile. "Senior sister, why don't I pull Guken along and meet that celestial algae together? If something really happened, senior brother would take care of it. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, that celestial algae was just a paper immortal. She only had a cultivation level but no real ability. Otherwise, how could celestial algae not have made any contributions in the southern battlefield of drifting cloud continent? It was more like a sightseeing tour. Compared to her junior sister, Immortal Zhongxi, who was good at killing on the battlefield, she was much weaker. Even a sect master was not qualified to participate in the discussion. Han Xiaosa's eyes turned cold. Lu Qiqing immediately raised his hands. Okay. Junior brother promises not to drag Guken into trouble. In White Emperor City, Han Xiaosa and Lu Qiqing were of high seniority. Zheng Juzhong had accepted them as disciples on behalf of his master. That so-called master had never appeared in White Emperor City. Therefore, to cultivators like Lu Qiqing, Zheng Juzhong was half a master and half a senior brother. He was a senior brother in name but a master in reality. The White Emperor City of the Central Divine Continent was very similar to the Time Palace of the Qingming world. When Wu Shuang issued a decree, everyone was willing to die. But in White Emperor City the result was the same. The reason for not daring to die was slightly different. Zheng Juzhong's ability to manipulate people's hearts had reached the peak. As the undisputed number one figure of the demonic Tao, Zheng Juzhong's actions on the battlefield of the Fuyao continent were hailed as one man conquering the mountains and rivers of a continent. Therefore there was a saying on the mountain peak. It was better to seek the sword with Lu Cha than seek the sword with Zheng Juzhong. Guken had a deep understanding of this. A few years ago he had returned to the book-slipped lake. He had been forced to change his identity again and again. It was Palace Willow Island's Lu Laoqing, Azure Gorge Island's Lu Jimao, his senior sister Lord Tianhu, a bookstore manager in Cloud Above City, and that youth Zheng Yi. Lu Qiqing lay on the ground yawning. He turned his head, his cheek pressed against the railing, and smiled at Guken White Emperor City, fanatic, Gu Kan. But in Lu Qiqing's eyes, this junior brother was an extremely outstanding young Confucian scholar. His figure was slender, his face was like jade, and he exuded a scholarly aura. Although he had the nickname fanatic, anyone who saw this young man with their own eyes, whether it was his expression or words, did not have the arrogance of a fanatic. After Guken left the book-slipped lake, Zheng Juzhong personally bestowed a seal to this direct disciple. The seal had the words "Wanderer of the Five Mountains, King of the South with 100 cities," engraved on the seal. The seal had the words, "My heart is rebellious," written on the seal. Lu Qiqing exclaimed, "Which immortal is so bold as to take the initiative to approach our ferry?" Guken raised his eyes and looked into the distance. It was an immortal ferry that was rich in water and built with carved beams and jade pillars. It was extremely exquisite. As an immortal realm cultivator, Han Xiaosa's eyesight was better than Gu Kan's. She laughed softly and said, "It's that fat woman from Lushui Pit." She suddenly became arrogant after gaining a high position. Madame Qingzhong of Lushui Pit was a great demon that lived in a remote corner of the world. She rose quickly and was now nominally in charge of the land and water of the vast 9 continents. Moreover, it was an identity that was appointed by sagely. From the Confucian temple to the mountain, there were no objections. It was strange that except for the major Confucian lineages and the ancestors of the 100 schools of thought, sagely almost never talked about right or wrong or rules with the top cultivators of the vast 9 continents. He really didn't care. Therefore, Madame Qingzhong now felt like she was in a dream. Every day she felt like she was in another world. How did she suddenly become the master of land and water of the vast 9 continents? She was indeed grateful to Zheng Zhuzhong. It seemed that if it wasn't for the governor of White Emperor City, she wouldn't have met that seemingly weak girl and missed that great battle. She might have even stood on the wrong side. If she wasn't careful, she might have been slapped half to death by that old bastard fire dragon immortal. Every time she thought of the difference between the two worlds, she felt more grateful to Zheng Zhuzhong. The half-dead Lu Qiqing suddenly stood up straight and clicked his tongue in wonder. What a coincidence. There's even the flower mistress of 100 Flowers' blessed land on the ferry. The 4 fated masters and flower deities are all there. The 5 immortal sisters are extremely beautiful and each has their own merits. It's a feast for the eyes. I wonder if I'll have the chance to have a good luck with women? Han Xiaosa sneered and said, "It's easy to have a good luck with women. You just have to crash into them. You won't be able to break through the restrictions on the ferry. I can help you." Lu Qiqing really had such thoughts. The ferry gradually approached. Guqin cupped his fists and bowed from afar. He didn't care if Madame Qingzhong and the 5 immortal sisters of 100 Flowers' blessed land could see them or care about them. Han Xiaosa smiled slightly. As such, Lu Qiqing didn't have the face to greet them. Zheng Zhuzhong didn't show up, but his eldest disciple Fu Jing did. One of the fated masters, flower deities, had a complicated expression as she looked at Sword Immortal Fu, who was once regarded as the little white emperor by the vast 9 continents. As for the flower deity of the blessed land, she was beautiful and elegant. She wore a beautiful robe embroidered with hundreds of flowers. She looked at the young cultivator, Gu Kan, who had risen to fame, with great interest. He was gentle, cultured, and had a scholarly aura. How could he be a fanatic? The meeting at Xinjiang Mountain's ancestral hall had never been so frequent in the past 1,000 years. After the meeting ended, a female ancestral master left the ancestral mountain with the wind and returned to her own mountain after the sword flashes lit up one after another. She didn't even have a companion. During this time she passed by the big and small lone mountains known as Couple Peak. They had been idle and never opened because Xinjiang Mountain hadn't had a pair of sword cultivator Dao companions who could ascend to the earth immortal realm together for a long time. Fairy Su Jia, who was once famous in the continent, had the highest chance of cultivating Dao here. Unfortunately, the great Dao was unpredictable. After 30 years, many young disciples who had just entered the sect would be at a loss when they heard this name again. Then she bypassed the immortal swordback peak. Earlier she purposely stopped. She wasn't a sword cultivator, but she abided by the rules of her ancestors. She made a sword gesture with one hand and bowed her head to salute from afar. However, when she lowered her head, the female cultivator named Xuanhuan sneered. When she looked up again, she had a solemn expression. This peak was second only to the ancestral mountain in height. There was a long sword left behind by Xinjiang Mountain's ancestral master on the peak. It wasn't a high grade and wasn't a half-immortal weapon, but it was significant. The ancestral master set an iron rule. Only when the sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain became sword immortals could they take the long sword away and put it back in the ancestral hall. He had put a lot of thought into this. Therefore this place was also called Sword Mountain. The guardian consecrator of Xinjiang Mountain, the white ape Yuanxia, cultivated on Swordback Peak all year round. As a descendant of the mountain-moving ancestor, Yuanxia had a good name which meant peak. As Xinjiang Mountain succeeded in becoming a sect, the white ape's status also rose. Therefore, every time Yuanxia occasionally appeared on other peaks, the disciples of the sect would call him Ancestor Mountain Moving Ancestor in a deafening manner. Especially when rumors began to spread on the mountain. The moving mountain's forefather actually quickly reached the shocking Upper 5 Realms cultivation base. Therefore, many young cultivators simply called him the moving mountain's great sage. The first Upper 5 Realms Lord of 5 Mountains in Aquarius continent was Wei Pai of Cloud Pinning Mountain. Then, this guardian consecrator would be the first Upper 5 Realms cultivator born as a demon. The hearts of the people of Xinjiang Mountain had never been so united. The spirit of the cultivators had never been so agitated and high-spirited. Even if it was an outer sect disciple who had just entered the mountain, even if it was an ignorant boy or girl, they began to feel that the once vast and boundless Aquarius continent seemed to have suddenly become very small. Their vision and thoughts would drift to their ally, the North Continent, which was full of sword cultivators, and to the Tongyi continent in the south, which was like a broken basket filled with ruins. When the clouds parted to see the moon, it meant that Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden had died. When it was like the sun in the sky, it meant that Jingyang Mountain had not only become a sect, but was also building a subsect. Although it seemed a little bumpy, no one doubted that Jingyang Mountain would have a proper subsect. In the entire Aquarius continent, even the Divine Grandeur sect, which was the leader of the mountain, did not have a subsect. Nowadays, the busybodies of Jingyang Mountain loved to comment on the influential people of the continent. More and more young cultivators on the mountain sincerely felt that Li Tuanjing was lucky to have died early. Otherwise, he would have been easily defeated by a young sword immortal of Jingyang Mountain. Tianhuan returned to Zhuyu Peak. Her cultivation place was very simple. It was located in an elegant and quiet courtyard in the valley of the mountain. It was not even at a high point in the mountain with a wide view. She was Tianhuan of Jingyang Mountain's ancestral hall, a female ancestral master who sat at the back. She was in charge of the Mountain View Bulletin and the Mirror Flower Water Moon of Jingyang Mountain's Yamen. Nominally, Tianhuan was also in charge of intelligence, but she had long been taken over by the Ancestral Hall's discipline branch. She did not have the qualifications to interfere in this matter. She could only be brought out when there was a mistake. Therefore, Tianhuan was the member of the Ancestral Hall with the least sense of presence in Jingyang Mountain. In the Ancestral Hall, there were not many with or without her. She did not teach any proud disciple with outstanding sword skills, nor did she have the right to speak. She only guarded Zhuyu Peak with few visitors. It was said that the height of a mountain did not matter as long as there was an immortal. Poor Zhuyu Peak. Because of Tianhuan, it was said that birds do not stand. However, she was also the junior sister of that, speaking of heavenly affairs, Zhou Zi. She was also one of the 20 people who held a secret meeting in the Mountain View secret realm that did not require cultivators to personally visit. The sect master of the Three Mountains Blessed Land's Myriad Jade sect, the immortal cultivator Han Yushu, was inexperienced. His seat was second to last, only slightly better than the sect master of Qianglin sect who was at the bottom. During every meeting these two could not speak at all. They could only follow orders and it was difficult for them to bargain with anyone. In recent decades they had also recruited a group of young people. The selection process was extremely strict. Even if someone was only a candidate, they would need a recommendation from someone present, and at least half of the people nodding their heads in approval. If there was any mistake, there would be an extremely serious liability. For example, North Continent Su Xian, the only disciple of the great sword immortal Bai Shang. He was recommended by the sect master of Qianglin sect. There was also Drifting Dawn Continent's dreamy traveler, the city lord of Beauty City who used the alias of Xiao Baoan on a night boat. He was recommended by the Inquisitor. In a sense, he was the first person to open the curtains to the Great War. This person came from Tongya Continent. He was the one who unintentionally exposed the hidden danger of Fuyao sect. After that, a single mistake triggered the entire situation, leading to the change in Peace Mountain. The gentleman Zhong Kuei died and became a ghost. The old sword-bearing ape was heavily injured by the old heavenly lord of Peace Mountain. There was also a young Taoist whose identity was hidden deeply and had some unclear relationship with Madame Huan Sha. In the end, these two great demons were unfortunately found by the old head of the monastery. The latter's body and soul were split into two and thrown into Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. However, these young people were still candidates. For the time being, they were unable to participate in the meeting. They were also unaware of the identities of the 20 people present. Tianhuan activated the mountain water restriction of the residence and stepped in. After burning incense in the main room, she sat on a cushion and took out a bamboo stick from her sleeve. With a solemn expression, she shook it gently and threw out a bamboo stick. She picked it up and sighed in relief. Although it was not a good lot, it was neither good nor bad. She was very content with it. The result of the previous draw almost caused her to lose control of her Tao heart. It was a bad lot. Tianhuan had to rely on a protective talisman left behind by her senior brother to change her luck. As expected, her luck changed and there was a chance of survival. Although it was still dangerous, she had a plan to deal with it. Tianhuan kept the bamboo stick in her sleeve and smashed the bamboo stick. Then she closed her eyes and subconsciously reached out to pinch the red thread on her wrist. After a moment, she suddenly stood up and her figure instantly dissipated. Zhuyu Peak was empty. Jingyang Mountain no longer had Patriarch Tianhuan. An old woman was sitting on a ferry heading to Old Dragon City. A young girl boarded a ferry to Xuanhuan Mountains ferry. Life was everywhere. There were traces of it, but it did not stay for long. That was Xuanhuan's principle of cultivation. There was also an average-looking woman. She first formed a cloud the size of an umbrella at Jianghu Peak. Using a formation to shrink the mountains and rivers, she appeared in a rain cloud in the middle of the Aquarius continent. Together with the torrential rain, the raindrops condensed into a human shape. She quietly came to a small vassal state's county city of the old Zhuang dynasty. She found the bookstore Sujia, who had changed his name to Heji. As Sujia's mountaineering guide and his earliest teacher, Xuanhuan seemed to want to come here to bid farewell to Sujia. Because of the heavy rain, the sky was gray and it was difficult to walk with an umbrella. The bookstore's business was much quieter than before. Xuanhuan kept the oil paper umbrella. Heji suddenly looked up with a face full of surprise. Xuanhuan sighed faintly in her heart. She turned her head and saw a slender man in a green robe and cloth shoes. He had a young face but his hair was white. He held an umbrella and stood outside the shop. He smiled and said, "Sister Tian Fairy Su." Xuanhuan finally understood why the previous divination was the worst one. It was Tongyi Continent's Jiang Shangzhen who had his eyes on her. Jiang Shangzhen stood on the doorstep and kept the umbrella. He gently shook the rain outside the door. He looked up and smiled. "I am Zhou Fei Luopa Mountain's consecrator, chief consecrator." Jiang Shangzhen didn't look at Xuanhuan anymore. He looked past the woman and stared blankly at Su Jia. "Fairy Su, have you heard of the 1-foot spear and the jade-faced young master from the illusionary flower water moon? The two of them had argued about who was the number one fairy of the Aquarius continent between you and He Xiaoyang from the Divine Grandeur sect. Although 1-foot spear thinks that He Xiaoyang is better, he also admires Fairy Su very much. Back then he traveled far away and originally planned to go to Xingyang Mountain to look for you. Unfortunately he didn't get to see Fairy Su. Old Sun took it as a pity." Jiang Shangzhen leaned against the door. "In my opinion, Fairy He is already at the top of the mountain and is becoming more and more ethereal. Fairy Su, on the other hand, is untainted by the mud. Both of them are equally good." He was like a lecher flirting with her. Su Jia was confused. She did not know who the man in front of her was, and why was he speaking so strangely. Xuanhuan suddenly laughed. "Old sect leader Jiang, do you think that victory is in your hands?" Jiang Shangzhen was dumbstruck. He pointed his umbrella at the woman and said with a trembling voice, You. Xuanhuan felt that something was amiss. On a ferry, the old woman turned to look at the door. A white-robed young man knocked on the door with a fan and said softly, "A 1,000 miles of marriage is linked by a thread." On the other ferry to Old Dragon City, a Jiang Shangzhen leaned against the railing. He stood beside the young lady who was admiring the scenery. "I only envy mandarin ducks, not immortals." Over at the bookstore, Xuanhuan suddenly laughed. Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan working together is only SOSO. Jiang Shangzhen shook his head. His eyes were filled with bitterness. "Big sister Tian, you can look down on me, but you cannot look down on my brother Cui." Aquarius continent, Eastern Ocean, near the Qifeng estuary. In the wilderness, a woodcutter was walking slowly. On a tree, a young man in white was sitting on a branch. He held the back of his head with both hands and said lazily, "When the leaves fall and the wind blows in the west, people and mountains become thinner. Longheng, this body is not mine." In the western ocean of Aquarius continent, a man with a sword on his back was swimming. He turned and looked into the distance, his face full of smiles. "Why not take pity on the person in front of me?" The woman in the bookstore was stunned speechless. She did not dare to gamble with her life. Jiang Shangzhen laughed. "That's probably what they mean by, it's hard to meet and hard to part?" The woman took a deep breath. "How are you going to deal with me?" Jiang Shangzhen consoled her. "Don't worry, my mountain lord is the most protective of women." At the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River, the round-faced lady sat on a bamboo chair under the eaves. She looked straight ahead at the Dragon Whisker River. She softly said "Hey" as a greeting. Lu Xianyang, who was eating melon seeds at the side, immediately turned his head. He smiled brightly. "What's the matter?" "As long as Miss Yu says the word, I will definitely go through water and tread on fire without hesitation." The cotton-clothed lady with the pseudonym Yu Chengyue casually asked, "Do you know what it means?" Lu Xianyang half squatted, carried the bamboo chair with his hand and moved over to Koyu. He did not push his luck too far so as not to offend the beauty. He laughed and said, "It's talking about the top scorer in the imperial examinations. Miss Yu, I'm not bragging. On that little bastard Chinpingan's mountain, there's a scholar called Chao Qinglang. He's not old and is very serious. In his hometown's blessed land a few years ago he was only a teenager, but he consecutively won 3 prizes. Over here he's still very powerful. A few years ago, Chao Qinglang went to the capital to take the imperial examinations and became the 2nd place. The 2nd place of the Dali dynasty. He's almost the 2nd place of the imperial examinations in our Aquarius continent. This wait tsk. Kuiyu patiently listened to Lu Xianyang's nonsense for a long time. Finally she could not help but wonder, why are you telling me this? It doesn't sound like it has anything to do with you. What are you bragging about? However, there was one good thing about chatting with Lu Xianyang. This guy dared to scold the mountain master of Luapa Mountain the most. Lu Xianyang smiled and glanced at Miss Yu, then blinked. Seeing that Miss Yu really did not seem to understand, Lu Xianyang coughed and began to explain the reason. To be honest, I don't dare to say too much about Chao Qinglang's imperial examination skills, but at least half of it is due to me. Because every time I go to Luapa Mountain, I have to talk with this child about my knowledge. Miss Yu, in terms of traveling thousands of miles, I'm only slightly inferior to that little bastard. But in terms of reading thousands of books, I'm this and Chinpingan is this. When Lu Xianyang said this, he stretched out his thumb and pointed to himself. Then he raised his little finger and pointed in the direction of Luapa Mountain. Back then, when the 3 of us went to steal melons, the little slug was in charge of scouting. I moved the melons and Chinpingan was on the lookout. After stealing the melons, we found a place to hide and split the loot. Guess what? Chinpingan, that fellow, didn't eat the melons every time. He just watched Gukan and I eat the melons. No matter how much we persuaded him, he wouldn't eat them. He stole the melons but didn't eat them. Instead, he was willing to be on the lookout. What do you think he wanted? One time, the owner of the melon field saw us. Gukan and I immediately ran away. When we looked back, that fellow just stood there and didn't run. Kuiyu said, he's too different from that hidden official. Lu Xianyang asked, different? Isn't it too different? Kuiyu was silent for a moment. He was so young and grew up in the countryside. So, Chinpingan's actions were very inhumane. It's better to say it in another way. It doesn't conform to human nature. Lu Xianyang wasn't afraid of Chinpingan, but she was very afraid of that young hidden official. Moreover, the more Lu Xianyang talked about these old things, the more afraid Kuiyu was. Kuiyu, who was the reincarnation of one of the 12 high gods, was even more afraid of someone who seemed to have some human nature at such a young age. That's why I said he was a strange person. Lu Xianyang said with a smile, the reason why we were friends was because Gukan was young. She felt that with Chinpingan by her side, she didn't need to be afraid of anything. As for me, I was just certain of one thing. No matter what Chinpingan thought, he never harmed anyone. At that time, I was certain that no matter if I only had a few copper coins on me or if I learned the craft from old man Yao and became the best kiln master and then made a fortune with a few thousand taels of silver in my hands, I didn't even dare to sleep in the middle of the night. So, if I called Chinpingan to be my neighbor, this guy would definitely be like a fool and help me keep a lookout and guard the silver. Kuiyu was slightly relieved and said, now that you mention it, it does seem quite silly. Lu Xianyang said with a smile, Chinpingan is a person who doesn't need anyone to push him forward. However, he seems to need someone in his heart. No matter if it's walking in front or standing in the distance, as long as he can see it, he will know what to do. He's not afraid of taking the long road. He's just afraid that he'll take the wrong path. After seeing how Lu Xianyang lived, Chinpingan felt that he knew how to live a good life and had something to look forward to. I don't know why, but since he was young, he understood a principle. It seems that some things, if missed once, will hurt his heart and hurt his lungs for a long time. Compared to starving and freezing, suffering, these hardships are more difficult to endure. At that time, I just felt that Chinpingan didn't have a reason to live such a hard life. To be honest, back then I thought that Chinpingan was stubborn and wouldn't be able to make a living. He didn't have the life to make a lot of money. I reckoned that before he got married and started a family, he could only follow behind me as a little follower. The little slug would be his burden, his follower. In his heart, the little slug in Mud Bottle Alley and the ant who used to feed him were his other family. He absolutely couldn't lose them again. He had to protect this small place with all his might. Because Gukan's mother was his elder, his relative. The little slug was his younger brother. Who in the world likes to suffer hardships when they're born? A child who didn't study at all and whose parents died young. To put it bluntly, was it because of his upbringing? At such a young age, with a nominal age of 5, How much can he remember even if he remembers the good things about his parents? Therefore, Qin Pingan didn't become a good person for the sake of being a good person. Of course he had a request and it was nothing more than that. He wanted to make a deal with God. He heard the old sayings of the old people under the old locust tree. They said that good people will be rewarded, and that if he did more good deeds, he would be reincarnated as a human in his next life. Therefore he wanted to be a good person for the rest of his life, including his parents. If he did 100 good deeds, then as long as God didn't always take a nap and saw a few good deeds, he would have profited. Therefore when Qin Pingan was young he was not afraid of death, and he was most afraid of death. He wasn't afraid of death because he felt that living was just the same. He was most afraid of death because he didn't do enough good deeds. The heart is fuqian and words and deeds are feng shui. Therefore he must know how to cherish his good fortune and be able to hide the wind and gather the water. It was only at this moment that Kuyu realized something. Although Lu Xianyang was usually sloppy when he spoke seriously, he really did look like a scholar. Lu Xianyang had taken out a pot of wine at some point. He bent over, drank the wine and looked into the distance. Kuyu asked, "Have you ever thought that things would become like today?" Lu Xianyang smiled and said, "Me, Qin Pingan Gukin, never thought that things would become like today." Kuyu nodded. "It's all about the same. As we walked along the road, things became like this." The light rain was hazy and soft. A graceful woman holding an umbrella walked leisurely along the riverside. It was as if she had entered a painting. She only passed by the blacksmith shop and walked toward the arch bridge. Lu Xianyang's expression became strange. Kuyu looked in that direction and asked, "She's GQ from Clay Bottle Alley, right?" Lu Xianyang nodded. Kuyu asked, "You're so familiar with each other. Why don't you say hello?" Lu Xianyang smiled and said nothing. For some reason Wang Zhu returned to his hometown alone. He walked past the Dragon Whisker River Water God Temple without a statue. The incense there was very ordinary because the water god of the Chefu River not far away was the highest-ranking river god in the Dali dynasty. A little further, after Chiduan Mountain and Red Candle Town, were the three temples of Xihua River, Yuyo River and Chongdan River. All of them were higher officials than the river god temple. After crossing the arch bridge, she walked into the small town and strolled casually. The supervision office, the county office, the Yang family's shop, an abandoned school, and the Yuan family's ancestral house in Erlang Alley. She walked past them one by one. Then, she held an umbrella and stood under the stairs of Dragon Riding Alley. Not far away were the neighboring Sway Sway shop and straw shop. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The day was as dark as night. (783). The four immortal fairies around the Confucian Temple were the resting places for cultivators. They were Panshui County, Yuanyangzhu, Turtlehead Mountain, and Parrot Continent. An old man with long eyebrows, who had just arrived from the southern sea, was already fishing at Yuanyangzhu. Two immortal fairies stopped at the ferry near Turtlehead Mountain at almost the same time. They were from the Xuanmi dynasty and the Xiaoyuan dynasty. The Xuanmi dynasty and the Xiaoyuan dynasty were both ranked among the 10 great dynasties of the Central Divine Continent. A black-clothed youth walked down from one of the ferries. The dynasty was blessed by the water virtue, and everyone worshipped the black-clothed youth. A plump old man was rubbing a piece of jade against his face. One was the new emperor of the Xuanmi dynasty who was only 16 years old. The other was the current emperor, the previous emperor, the head of the Yu family, Yu Panshui. Beside the old man were Yu Bifu and Yu Qingqing. The Xiaoyuan dynasty had more people. Other than the emperor in his prime, there was also the imperial tutor, Chao Pu. He wore a wide laurel belt, had a scholarly appearance and held a snow-white sword tail in his hand. His proud disciple Lin Junbai. There was also Mr. Shi Lu Jiang Longxiang who wrote the Pleasure Pavilion chess manual. The Xiaoyuan dynasty's patriarch Yin had a plump servant girl by his side. Her eyes were naturally charming, and there was a beauty mark beside her mouth. Together with Lin Junbai, Jin Mingzhen, Zhu Mei Yen LV, and Jiang Guanqing, the 5 potential sword immortals, had once traveled the Great Wall of Sword Qi with sword immortal Kuxia. Jiang Guanqing was the direct disciple of sword immortal Kuxia. 2 elders in his family were once gentlemen of the academy, and they came from the lineage of the secondary saints. They were once because they had died on the battlefield of the South Hassa continent. As for sword immortal Kuxia's martial uncle, he was once one of the 10 great masters of the Central Divine Continent, the old sword immortal Zhou Xinji. Kuxia and Zhou Xinji, 2 sword cultivators, had both died in battle. One died on the Great Wall of Sword Qi while the other died on the Fuyao continent. Yan Lv was the great-grandson of the patriarch. Jumei was no longer a young girl. She had already grown into a graceful woman. One of her granduncles was the mountain lord of the academy in the Liuxia continent. It was also rumored that when Zhu Mei was young she had sleepwalked to the Yanji mountain and signed a secret contract with the great mountain lord, a woman of high status. It could be said that she was extremely lucky. Soon 2 Go games were set up on the side of AO2 mountain. One was Go and the other was Chinese. The 2 main defenders were young people who had been forced by their elders to do things beyond their abilities. They were Lin Junbai from the Xiaoyuan dynasty and Su Bai, one of the 10 young substitutes. Jiang Longxiang and Lin Junbai went first. There were many spectators including Yu Zhuanfu and Yu Qingqing. It was said that this Mr. Shilu had followed the imperial tutor, Chao Pu, to this place to visit White Emperor city's Zhengzhuzhong. However, the bystanders were very certain that Jiang Longxiang absolutely didn't have the qualifications to meet that overlord of the Devil Dao. It was extremely likely that even Fu Jing wouldn't be able to invite him. It was rumored that the little White Emperor Fu Jing's chess skills had been passed down by his master. He had personally created a seal. He was the 4th in the world. If nothing unexpected happened, the first was Zheng Zhuzhong, the second was Cui Shi the embroidered tiger who had published the Kaiyin manual in White Emperor City, and the 4th was Fu Jing. As for who the 3rd was, it had become an unsolved case that was neither too big nor too small. Su Bai's side was also crowded. His opponent was an expert from the school of vertical and horizontal. Among the spectators, there was Chun Qing from the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven. She had once traveled the Aquarius continent with this Su Xian. Actually, just Su Bai and Chun Qing were like a pair of immortals. It was already a beautiful scene. Outside of the 4th, there were a few relatively secret places where the Shi Daobing sect and the 100 schools of thought were placed. There were also the 100 schools of thought and the highest-ranking mountain deities in the world. The heavenly monarch of the North Continent, Xia Shi, the heavenly monarch of the Aquarius continent, Qi Zhen, and a few other heavenly monarchs from the Bek-O Kekyung building were gathered together. Other than that, there was also the female sect leader of the Qingliang sect, He Xiaoyang senior apprentice brother Chao Rong, and the nameless senior apprentice brother Xianxia. This person's alias was even more famous, Gu Qingsong. The Aquarius continent's divine grandeur sect was actually a subsidiary sect of the Qing Xian sect of the Central Plains. The Qing Xian sect's descending true flying Yuan was the best in the world. He Xiaoyang rushed here this time to visit the former uncle master of the divine grandeur sect, and the current head of the Qing Xian sect, Zhou Li. However, this uncle master of the past was currently nowhere to be found. He Xiaoyang only saw the heavenly monarch Qi Zhen and Gao Jianfu, who used to be from the same sect. She and this person were recognized as a golden couple in the Aquarius continent, a match made in heaven. Unexpectedly, after so many years when they met again, things had changed. One was only a direct descendant of the sect in the nascent soul state, while the other was already a sect leader in the celestial state. Qi Zhen did not hold any grudges against He Xiaoyang, who left the divine grandeur sect. He was even more pleased that He Xiaoyang was able to establish a sect in the North Continent. Therefore, during this meeting, Qi Zhen even teased He Xiaoyang, asking if she had seen Su Xian. At the lakeside of the Parrot Continent, the Taoist of the Qing Xian sect, Zhou Li, was walking side by side with the Confucian scholar Li Shixing. Behind Li Shixing was the young porcelain man Cui Si. Li Shixing smiled and said, "Both of you are among the top 10 young people." Zhou Li smiled and said, "Shall we go to Panshui County and play chess with Zheng Zhuzhong?" Li Shixing shook his head and said, "No hurry." An old Taoist in purple who was not in a hurry to go to the ferry said to a child in a market at the foot of a mountain, "Little kid, your potential is not bad. You are a good seedling for cultivation. Your bones are comparable to that of an immortal. You will start from the lower corpse state and have a chance to reach the upper corpse state. If your luck is better, your future will be immeasurable." Fu Jing, who liked to walk around in white, was the eldest disciple of Zheng Zhuzhong of the White Emperor City. Fu Jing had a blade-strengthening gourd that was passed down by their ancestors. This blade-strengthening gourd had a strange name. It only had one word, 3. Flying swords that were nurtured were the toughest. Of course, the most important thing was that Fu Jing was good-looking. As for what the intrinsic flying sword was, and what the blade-strengthening gourd was, they were just icing on the cake. Qi Tingji came from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was said that he was extremely handsome. All the women who had seen him said that he was not old at all. As for his sword skills, there was no need to say more. As for Chao Ci, She was the youngest, but her fist was already as powerful as a god. The Lu family of the Snow Mountain continent had opened a bet for xianxia. It was called the no-loss bet. Within 500 years, as long as xianxia lost to any pure martial artist, the Lu family would pay 10 to 1. In the Lu family, whose businesses were spread all over the world, anyone could place a bet. There was no limit to the amount of immortal money. It was scattered and messed around. Most of it was snow or summer money. It was just a waste of money. Hence, there were a few extremely large bets of immortal money that were very eye-catching. Yupon water, 300 grains of grain rain money. It was said that venerable fiery dragon of the ground-lying peak had taken out 500 grains of grain rain money. There was a guy named Zhou Guangshan from the Tongya continent who did not treat money as money. He had lost his mind and bet 1,000 grains of grain rain money. There were also male cultivators who spent a lot of money to hire a master painter to travel with them. They were there for the legendary fairies and beauties. If they saw them, they would leave a painting scroll. The Lady of the Azure Immortal Mountain, the Flower Lord of the 100 Flowers Blessed Land, the 4 Fated Masters, the 10-tailed celestial fox from the celestial master residence of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, and Lady Huansha. There was also Lady Ruoyan from the Elephant Dragon Sword sect. There were many bookstores in Panshui County. A cultured and elegant young man in a green robe walked into a bookstore to pick out some books. The store was not big, but there were many books. There were not enough bookshelves, so a small mountain of books was piled up in the corner. The shopkeeper of the bookstore smiled and asked, "Young man, are you here to accompany your master?" The old man was just an ordinary teacher. However, he was not afraid of these immortal masters whose appearance did not match their age. The young man raised his head and nodded with a smile. The old man hesitated and asked tentatively, "Could it be that you can participate in the Confucian Temple's meeting?" The old man smiled to himself. "If that's the case, just pick the books. You can take them for free. You can even fill a sack with them. However, remember to leave a calligraphy piece. How about that?" The young scholar shook his head and said, "I'm not qualified to participate in the meeting." The old man was a little disappointed. He was a talkative person. He asked, "Aren't there more immortal treasures in the stores at Wenjin Ferry? It's just that the prices are a little expensive. However, for immortal masters like you, it shouldn't be much." The young man said, "Actually, there are very few books sold at the Wenjin Ferry." The old man smiled. "Indeed, no matter how expensive the books are, no matter how rare they are, there's a limit. It's really hard to make a lot of money." The old shopkeeper asked, "Are you a disciple of the mellow scholar Qin family?" The fairies of the South Hassa continent, Fuyao continent, and Tongya continent mostly stopped at Wenjin Ferry. The young man smiled and shook his head. After buying the books, he paid the bill and left. He didn't return to his residence directly in a secluded place. Instead, he walked on foot, wanting to pass through more streets and alleys. At the corner of a street near a house, the young scholar walking in the alley saw a young girl from afar. She had a bag slung over her shoulder and wore a xianhuan dragon lady dress that didn't particularly fit her. She wore a pearl in her palm, refined from a string of dragon beads on her wrist. She would often subconsciously touch the beads as if she was worried that she would lose them. She stood on her tiptoes and looked over, holding a bronze mirror in her hand. Guken glanced at it. It was the style of the translucent mirror on the mountain because there was a circle of inscriptions: immortal cultivation, immortal legacy, seeing the light of the sun, seeing the splendor of the moon, the world is bright. However, the dress, beads, and mirror were all fake. It was like the imitation of an official in porcelain. It wasn't that valuable, but it was still valuable. If it was elsewhere, his first thought would be an assassin. Here there was no need for that. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. There was nothing wrong with being cautious. Guken restrained his aura and slowly walked towards the young girl. There were more than 10 houses in Panshui County, and it was clear who lived there. This was because the people who came to the Confucian Temple to discuss matters rarely used concealment techniques after they appeared at Wenjin Ferry. Firstly, there was no need for it. Secondly, it could be a form of distant respect for the Sage of Rites. Almost all of the fairies were rushing towards Fujing. The men, on the other hand, were here for the flower goddesses of 100 Flowers Blessed Land. Guken carried a stack of books and walked through the alley. He stopped and asked with a smile, "Miss, are you looking for Fujing of White Emperor City?" The young girl shook her head. She was too embarrassed to admit it. Guken walked out of the alley and walked towards the main street. He turned around and saw the young girl wiping the sweat on her forehead with the back of her hand. They did not mention it at all. It was as if she would be nervous if she talked to someone. Had caught the attention of the experts of other continents. How could a fairy like her rely on the mirror image to earn money? Not do such a thing. What was there to be embarrassed about? The cultivators of Aquarius continent would think that they were one head shorter than Dwarf Tree continent and two heads shorter than North continent, and asked, which was filled with sword cultivators. Do you know about xianxia? As for Central Plains divine continent, they could forget about it. In the past, the mountain and river bulletin of Aquarius continent did not mention much about the strange people of other continents. Lu Qiqing spoke up. For example, there was an occasional mention of Mountain Master Saber Room hanging upside down. He should be fishing at because of the bounty on Song Jiang's head. Let's work together and beat him up. To the cultivators of Aquarius continent was about to turn cold. It was a matter of pride, so all the mountain and river bulletins wrote about it. Carefully followed behind him. He mustered up his courage and asked, "Why is there a conflict of Dao?" Lu Qiqing said, "He has a nickname called Dragon Count, can you bear it?" Chai Bofu said anxiously, "Of course. Why can't I bear it? It was fine if he caused trouble elsewhere, but how could he do it now?" Lu Qiqing sneered, "You are an earth immortal of golden core now, what are you afraid of?" Chai Bofu asked carefully, "What is Zhang Tiaxia's realm?" Lu Qiqing shook his head, "Neither of them are chi cultivators of the middle 5 realms." Chai Bofu's heart tightened and he immediately asked, "Yupu? Immortal? Ascended?" He almost asked if Zhang Tiexia was at the 14th realm. Lu Qiqing shook his head, "Neither." Chai Bofu was puzzled. Lu Qiqing said, "Oh, he is just a martial artist of the 10th realm. Before Pei Bei appeared, he was the leader of the pure martial artists in the world, but he was delayed by fishing. After he reached the end realm, he almost never fought with others, so he was not famous." Chai Bofu stood still. Lu Qiqing reached out and took Brother Dragon Count's arm. Chai Bofu gritted his teeth and directly ran his spiritual chi to knock himself out. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and he fainted on the spot. Lu Qiqing was a little regretful. He really wanted to find Zhang Tiexia but not to start a fight because they had a good relationship and Lu Qiqing went to catch up. "Then let Brother Dragon Count lie down and don't disturb his sleep." Lu Qiqing was about to go out for a walk. All of a sudden someone shouted from outside the door, "Idiot Fu, get your ass out here." Lu Qiqing was stunned. The voice sounded a little familiar. It was just that he had been locked up in the Aquarius continent for more than 1,000 years, and he was a little rusty. On second thought he thought, "Damn, it's Gu Qingsong. This old man who seems to be rushing to the gate of hell every day hasn't been killed yet?" Lu Qiqing had never seen such a suicidal person in his entire life. In the end he was still alive. Lu Qiqing asked, "Little Fu, do you need martial uncle's help?" Fu Jing just sat quietly in his room, concentrating on nourishing his sword intent. He ignored both Gu Qingsong and his martial uncle Lu Qiqing. The nearby fairies were all in high spirits. They were secretly criticizing the old man for daring to call Mr. Fu an idiot, but they were also sincerely grateful. If Mr. Fu showed up because of this, they would thank the old man for throwing a brick to attract jade. Gu Qingsong sneered and said, "Little Fu, you wear white all year round. Are you going to a funeral?" Lu Qiqing rubbed his chin. "Well, he even scolded my senior brother?" Gu Qingsong was still as elegant as before. Originally, Han Xiaosa was lying on a mat in the room, counting her belongings. There were bottles and jars of various colors of rouge and face powder on the mountain. That Mrs. Lu from the White Snow continent had good taste. She got up and stepped out of the house, arriving at the gate. But before she could speak, Gu Qingsong waved his hand and said, "Men fight, women move aside." Lu Qiqing quickly appeared beside his senior sister, but Gu Qingsong spat and said with a face full of disdain, "Wearing a pink Taoist robe in broad daylight, disgusting as a ghost. Why don't you wear a pair of embroidered shoes?" With just a few words he had already provoked Zheng Juzhong, Fu Jing, Han Xiaosa and Lu Qiqing. This was probably the so-called moving clouds and flowing water, which was done in one breath. It was Gu Qingsong's innate divine ability. Han Xiaosa, who was about to attack the old man, glanced at Lu Qiqing and suddenly laughed. She was not angry at all. That was a good scolding. Maybe this was Gu Qingsong's other innate divine ability. Gu Qin turned to the girl and said with a smile, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why don't you use your catoptric deflection?" Some of the fairies across the street had already gained a lot. With Gu Qingsong's words they had won a lot of money from the spectators. The girl was flustered and hurriedly raised the mirror in her hand. Gu Qin had already returned to the corner with the book. The girl held the mirror in one hand and wiped the sweat from her forehead with the other. She didn't want to spend money on a piece of snow. The mountain was too small. Gu Qin asked, Miss, if I want to see your catoptric deflection in the future, what do I need to buy from the mountain? Is it expensive? The girl's eyes lit up and she patted the bag on her body. Just buy a mirror made by our family. It's not expensive. 10 pieces of snow will cost you money. Gukin smiled and said, 10 pieces of snow will cost you money. It's not cheap. The girl's pretty face turned slightly red. 6 pieces of snow will cost me money to sell to you. Gukin asked, are you selling 5? It's a good time to open the door. The girl hesitated for a moment and nodded. She opened the bag and took out a dressing mirror. The inscription was very elegant. The clouds were like clothes, the flowers were like faces, and the mirror reflected the spring breeze. Gukin took out 5 pieces of snow from her sleeve and handed them to the girl. One hand for the money, the other for the goods. The girl's gaze lowered. Ha, a small profit for a piece of snow. Don't laugh, don't laugh. Gukin put away the dressing mirror, leaned against the wall and looked at the street. Gu Qingsong, whose real name was xianxia, was a cultivator in the pure jade realm. He was the unnamed eldest disciple of the third chief of the Baek Okekyung building, Lu Chen. He was a guest of the Lu family of the Yinyang school. He hid his name and served the Fan family in Old Dragon City. It was said that he loved Madame Gue very much. He had a close relationship with the patriarch of the Qingxian sect in the Central Plains. He was famous all over the world. Although he had never won a fight, he had never lost a quarrel. Gukin thought for a moment and took a step back to the house. He sat quietly in the house and flipped through the book. As for the dressing mirror, it was already broken in his sleeve. Gukin didn't care about the life and death of his own martial uncle Lu Qiqing, martial brother Fu Jing, and even martial aunt Han Xiao, let alone Gu Qingsong. The only person who could make Gukin care about was not here yet. Gukin wasn't sure if he would come to see him even if he came. He suddenly put down the book and walked out of the house to the pond. He looked down and saw Gukin in the water. On a steep and narrow mountain path, 3 horses were riding slowly. A man wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a bamboo blade was riding on the same horse. It was a young Confucian scholar who carried a bamboo box and held a green bamboo cane in one hand. Behind the 2 horses was an old man who had the temperament of an immortal. He wore yellow clothes and held the reins in one hand. He held a cloud that was shaped like a rui. The wood was painted red and had the inscription of a lion's roar. The old man whispered about everything in the mountain and the white clouds on the ridge. This old immortal was riding a horse in the mountain and looking around proudly. The young Confucian scholar asked, Alliance, is it really okay for us to go there like this? We can't delay you from attending the meeting. On the wrong path on the mountain path, the man seemed to be hurt by the jolting of the horse. He lifted his butt and touched his crotch. He smiled and said, there are still 6 days before the meeting. It's only 400 to 500 miles. Not to mention riding a horse, I can even ride a dog. The 3 tall horses looked extraordinary, but in fact they were all bamboo horse talismans on the mountain. The young man complained, what are you talking about? The old senior is an ascendant realm cultivator. He's in the same realm as you. Show some respect. It was Alliance, Li Huai and the young ascendant realm Taoist. They followed the decree and escorted their young master Li Huai all the way. The young Taoist enjoyed it and didn't complain at all. He followed Uncle Li and had food and drinks. As long as he didn't have to worry about being struck by lightning or being hit by a sword, he was already living a happy life. In the past he wouldn't have dared to walk around Alliance. The young Taoist was about to become a skinny Taoist. Liang turned to look at the ancestor of the mountain dog. In the history of the wildlands, there had been hundreds of mountain gods who had been chased around by this dog until they had no home to return to. As long as it revealed its true form, it could crush mountain peaks like snowballs under its paw. The mountain formation and the mountain lord's supernatural powers were like paper. Furthermore, this ascendant's ability to catch and kill opponents was actually quite impressive. In the wildlands it was ranked among the top. Back in the day, Old Man Dong had traveled the wildlands alone and returned to the Great Wall of Swordchi alive, but this guy had chased him all the way. If it wasn't imprisoned in the 100,000 mountains by the old blind man, given the current situation of the desolate land, it would have piled up a mountain taller than the moon-supporting mountain. When the young Taoist saw Liang's kind gaze, which was like a father looking at his son, he immediately lowered his head and bowed. He couldn't wait to sit on the horse's back on the ground. He smiled flatteringly and said, I'm not an ascendant realm cultivator. In front of Liang, who has experienced the glory of the 14th realm, my realm is at least halved. Alliance lamented, it's fortunate that the Confucian temple didn't lift the ban on the mountain bulletin. Otherwise, It would be difficult for you to find a latrine pit on our way to Wenjin Ferry. At night you'll be swaying like a lantern. Some news about the Confucian Temple's meeting was leaked. Moreover, the Confucian Temple didn't restrict the news too much. They would probably reopen the mountain bulletin after the meeting. Li Huai asked, Alliance, why aren't you wearing your Confucian robe? Alliance rolled his eyes and said, do you think that old man you would wear a talisman when he goes out? Li Huai was puzzled. What's the reason? Alliance took a big gulp of wine. The reason is that too much is as bad as too little. That's why I have to restrain my valiance. It's the same reason why your martial uncles will has to restrain his sword aura. The only difference is that it's easier for him to restrain his sword aura. It's more difficult for me to hide it. Li Huai sneered, you're bragging again? A leopard can't change its spots. Li Huai suddenly felt guilty. He turned his head and the young Taoist immediately said with a straight face, it's my honor to be able to eat the same thing as Alliance. Alliance didn't want to waste his breath. He raised his fist and without exerting any force, the yellow-clothed old man was sent flying from his horse. The Rui scepter flew out of his hand and was caught by Alliance. He skillfully kept it in his sleeve. The young Taoist rolled and stood up. He shook his shoulders and his clothes, scattering the dust. He made a profit. If he could scold Alliance by giving away a Rui scepter, the young Taoist could give Alliance a basket full of Rui scepters. Li Huai asked, why do we have to take this mountain path? It's better to take the official road at the bottom. It won't be so bumpy if we ride a horse. Alliance said with a smile, there's an expert living in seclusion here. I'll take you to him so you can see how popular Big Brother Alliance is in the Central Divine Continent. Li Huai said angrily, I took such a long detour with you just to show off how popular you are? Alliance said with a smile, later, when you get to drink some good wine and see a beautiful sister, it won't be too late to thank me. Li Huai was skeptical. There must be immortals in the high mountains, monsters in the deep mountains, and turtles in the deep waters. But this mountain looked ordinary. About an hour later, riding up the mountain became going down the mountain. Li Huai sneered. Alliance, who was pretending to be calm, could only shout in his mind, there's a friend here. Give me some face. Open the door and give me a cup of tea. We'll leave after drinking. The immortal on the mountain replied straightforwardly, I'm not here. Alliance was anxious, don't say that. It doesn't matter if Brother Yeho is here or not. It's fine as long as Sister Xuanhuan is here. That person seemed to have lost his patience. Scram. Alliance could only use his trump card. If you continue like this, don't blame me for letting my dog scratch your house. The person beside me doesn't know how to control his strength. Don't blame me for not being strict. That person only remained silent. Aliang threatened, I'm a person who cares about face the most. In the jianghu, people respect me and I respect others. If you don't give me face today, don't blame me for making a name for you when I get to Panshui County. In an immortal mystic realm with many restrictions, mountains and rivers intersected. There was a winding dragon neck stream that flowed into a lake that was as green as a mirror. It was like a dragon entering the water. Not far away there was a famous mirror peak that was as sharp as a knife. There were cliffs on both sides and a thin ridge. There was only a small path and at the widest part of the peak, there was a small house. Every time the light of the sun and moon shone through the peak, the golden light would pierce into the lake like a sword. There were 5 lakes in the world, and the water god of the 5 lakes was ranked on the same level as Sui Mountain, Jiui Mountain, Jushu Mountain, Yanji Mountain, and the other great blasphemy water gods. This was the secret underwater residence of the water god of Moon Lake, Lieho. Unlike the other great mountain gods, the water god of Moon Lake's identity had changed many times. Compared to the other 4 lakes, the water god of Moon Lake's temple had the least number of people. Hence, the water god of Mirage Lake had always wanted to replace it, but he had never succeeded. A man with an elegant bearing was reclining in the bamboo corridor of a waterside pavilion. He wore a mask and wore a white robe with large sleeves. He leaned against a snow-white porcelain pillow and held an old yellowed cattail leaf fan in his hand. He was gently fanning himself. The white porcelain pillow was the immortal treasure, the traveling immortal pillow. When one fell asleep on it, they would dream of all the lakes and seas. In front of the man was a guqin and a stack of ancient books. On the left was the guqin and on the right was the book. There were many inscriptions in the guqin. Together with the small red seals and the 9 layers of inscriptions, one could see that this item was passed down in an orderly manner. On the Dragon Lake there were inscriptions on the Yuluan robe and on the side there were inscriptions such as lingering forever, leading the world, sunset green pine, waning moon golden pivot. I don't know where the water comes from, but it jumps like lightning. If there were no immortals in the mountains, there would be demons. If there were no dragons in the deep lake, there would be water immortals. A short and strong man was practicing his martial arts on the lake as if he was walking on flat ground. In the middle of the lake there was a pavilion. A woman in colorful clothes was dancing gracefully on the stage. Her figure was graceful and graceful. Under the eaves there was a row of ancient wooden bell racks. There was a set of 9 bronze chimes. There was a girl in green and a boy in red who gently rang the bells. The sound was beautiful like the sound of nature. Behind the man, there was a signboard with the words Book Warehouse. A pair of couplets, 30,000 toothpicks on the racks, 2,000 bamboo slips on the racks. On the other side of the mountain road, Li Huai had no choice but to remind him, Liang, if we continue on like this, we'll reach the foot of the mountain. What's wrong? Did the immortal master friend on the mountain doze off, or did he coincidentally go out to travel? Liang adjusted his bamboo hat and dismissed it with a smile. He put his hand on the handle of the bamboo blade at his waist. Damn it, this Liyeho wants to do things the hard way. Don't blame me for not caring about our old friendship. On the road ahead, ripples were like water ripples, as if an invisible mirror had been erected on the road out of thin air. Liang laughed loudly and urged his horse to gallop forward. 1 man and 1 horse rushed into the immortal mansion's secret realm. Li Huai and Taoist nun followed. In an instant, Li Huai found himself on a road beside a lake, only a few steps away from a waterside pavilion. They put away their charms. Li Huai was a bit nervous as he followed Alliance. Taoist nun was busy looking around to see if there was a chance to take advantage of Alliance. Where did he get his wealth? It couldn't have fallen from the sky. He had to dig for it. Before entering the waterside pavilion, Alliance sat down on the steps. He kicked off his boots, frowned and quickly put them back on. Li Huai didn't know what was going on, so he followed suit and put on his boots again. Alliance took off his bamboo hat and put it under his armpit. He leaned against the pillar and looked at the graceful woman on the lake stage. His eyes were full of resentment as he muttered to himself, every time the wind blows in the bamboo yard, the moon shines on the banana window. Looking at the scenery, I'm infatuated. He suddenly started counting with a smile. 3, 2, 1. Li Huai was confused. When Liang counted to 1, the woman in colorful clothes on the stage at the center of the lake suddenly stopped and looked towards the waterside pavilion. Die, you bastard. Alliance smiled. Li Huai, what do you think? Li Huai asked, what do you mean, what do you think? Alliance clicked his tongue. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Beating is affection, scolding is love. Don't you understand? The colorful woman floated over and a long sword appeared in her hand. The tip of the sword went straight for the bastard's head. Alliance closed his eyes and looked like he was waiting for death. The woman was stunned. She didn't expect that Alliance wouldn't even try to dodge. She hesitated for a moment but still stabbed with her sword. The tip of the sword only slightly touched the man's forehead. It only left a small wound and she withdrew her sword. She didn't expect that the man would fall to the ground with a thump. He then held his head with both hands and rolled on the ground. He even shouted as if he was trying to encourage himself, a real man bleeds but not tears. Alliance, you have to be strong. You can't lose your heroic spirit in front of Sister Xuanhuan. Li Huai sighed in amazement. Taoist nun was full of admiration. The lake lord Li Yeho stood up. He took off his mask and put it in his sleeve, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. He didn't look old but his eyes were deep and experienced. This white-clothed lake lord, who lived in seclusion, had an extraordinary bearing. Although his attitude was slightly depressed, it was not to the extent of making people feel that he was dispirited. Li Huai glanced at this immortal master and then looked at Liang, who had rolled all the way to the white porcelain pillow. Liang had taken over the pillow just like that. He leaned against the pillow, crossed his legs, spread his arms and legs and complained that he was floating. Li Yeho didn't even bother to look at Alliance. He nodded to Li Huai and Taoist nun. Li Huai quickly bowed. Cliff Academy Scholar Li Huai. The yellow-clothed old man smiled and introduced himself. Taoist nun, a servant of young Master Li. Li Yeho was a little surprised. Why would a young scholar from Cliff Academy from Aquarius continent have an ascendant realm? Great demon as a servant? The woman in colorful clothes floated down the corridor. She held a long sword and shouted angrily, Alliance, make room for my master. The short man who practiced martial arts on the lake also came to the waterside pavilion. He didn't say anything bad to Alliance. Alliance turned his body, back facing the railing of the waterside pavilion. He assumed the posture of a jade mountain lying down, as if he was angry with the woman. He said with a sad voice, "I won't." As the leader of the Bright Moon Lake's water descendants, she was called xuanhuan on the Golden Jade archive of the Waterlord's residence. She liked to eat moths in her life. As for the water ghost spirit, he was called Xianxia. He was a 10th realm martial artist when he was alive. His current status was equivalent to the head guest of the Bright Moon Lake. Xuanhuan quickly stepped forward and slashed with her sword. Alliance quickly supported himself with one hand on the ground, head facing the ground and legs facing the sky. After dodging the sword, he bent his elbow and used his strength to flip his body. He sat cross-legged and snapped his fingers. Nothing happened. Alliance snapped his fingers again. Still nothing happened. Alliance turned to look at Li Yeho, who was leaning against the railing. He laughed and said, "Brother Yeho, you are half the host. Let me take a look at the scenery around the fourth ferry." Li Yeho waved his sleeves and a painting of mountains and rivers appeared on the lake. The mountains were undulating and there were specks of light. They were as big as lanterns and as small as mustard seeds. The disparity was huge. This was the chi observation technique of the gods of the mountains and rivers. The specks of light were chi cultivators. Alliance leaned forward and rested his chin on one hand. There are not many people from the North Continent. Li Yeho kept silent. This was the arrangement of the Confucian temple. He was just a small lake lord. It was not his place to comment. Alliance asked, "Is old Pei here?" Li Yeho held the yellow fan and fanned himself. He said, "The Confucian temple didn't invite him. Pei Min didn't show up either." Alliance asked again, "Is it Monk Ming Ran from the Shenkong temple?" Li Yeho said, "He's here. The people from the Buddhism and Taoism sects, the patriarchs of the 100 schools of thought, and the gods of the mountains and rivers, including Sui Shan, won't stay near the ports. The Confucian temple has other arrangements and won't forbid them from visiting friends. However, there aren't many people who are willing to visit." Alliance rubbed his chin and said in amazement, "Most of them might not even be able to attend the meeting. They can't even attend the ceremony. Are they destined to come here in vain? Why do I feel that the Confucian temple is a bit hot-tempered this time?" Alliance asked, "Is it Wei Jin from the Wind Snow Temple?" He was the only local immortal sword cultivator in the Aquarius continent. He was also a military cultivator from the Wind Snow Temple. He had been to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and made a name for himself in the Battle of Dali. He should be qualified to attend the meeting. Li Yeho shook his head and said, "He didn't come. The Confucian temple has limited places for military cultivators." Wei Jin gave the opportunity to a young man named Su Bai. Alliance smiled and said, "The kid with the nickname Young Jiang Taigong? Su Xian?" Li Yeho nodded slightly. Alliance rubbed his hands and said, "Good guy. Let me play a few rounds with him. I'm going to win the nickname of Old Jiang Taigong. This match with him will be called the Little Rosy Cloud Game. I'm destined to go down in history." Li Yeho leaned against the railing and waved his fan. He looked at the man who was eager to have a try. The Central Divine Continent was going to be chaotic again. Some of the immortal sects in the Central Divine Continent did not have the slightest bit of integrity in their reports. The cultivators with the best battle records in the world, the top 10 young talents in the Central Divine Continent, and the top 10 cultivators with the most affinity with women in the world, without exception, all of them included Liang. Fortunately, these immortal sects didn't sell well. They probably had a knife to their necks. They had to bite the bullet and deal with this son of AB*TC. Alliance looked at the short man named Sha Qing. The latter had no choice but to throw out a bottle of Bright Moon wine. Alliance said angrily, "Sha Qing, to think that I taught you a few peerless fist techniques. Just a bottle of wine? Has your conscience been eaten by a young Taoist?" Fortunately, there were outsiders here. Otherwise, Li Huai would have strangled Alliance's neck to shut him up. When they were traveling to study, Li Huai was the youngest. He often rode on Alliance's neck and shouted, "Go, go, go, go." He waved his straw sandals and asked Alliance to run faster. The 10th realm martial artist who appeared like a ghost could only throw out 2 more bottles of wine. Black tiger steals heart, moon in the ocean, monkey plucks peach. Hee hee, what a good fist technique. Alliance moved his butt and sat in front of the guqin. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands. He suddenly grabbed the wine bottle and took a sip. Suddenly he shivered. As if he was possessed, he began to play the guqin. His head swayed back and forth. Alliance was intoxicated. The atmosphere in the pavilion became strange. The little monsters who rang the bell covered their ears. Li Huai couldn't take it anymore. More importantly, he saw that the fairy in colorful clothes was pale. The tip of her sword was trembling. She might attack at any time. Li Huai quickly coughed. Alliance pressed his hands on the strings. He turned his head and asked, "What?" Li Huai raised a hand and wiped his neck. "Reminding you is enough. Otherwise, don't blame me for not caring about our brotherhood after we leave this place." Alliance sighed. They were all rough people. They didn't know what he meant. Alliance raised the wine bottle and sniffed. He asked, "Is it from Tongyi continent?" Lieho said, "Jade Gui sect's new sect master Wei Ying and Martial Saint Wu Kuang. Wu Kuang came with South Pasua's Qin clan disciple to Wenjin Crossing." Alliance frowned. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth. Lu Qi also came this time. Alliance was a bit guilty. He said, "I know him but he doesn't know me." That Lu Qi was a bit old. He went to Qingming Tian and stayed in Shiryu blessed land without moving. She said angrily, "Then how did you have the face to call yourself Lu Qi's best friend?" Alliance said angrily, "It was a night of wine and beauty. I couldn't take it. If I got drunk I couldn't take it." She sneered. "I'm looking forward to this meeting. After you met Lu Qi and Suzy, how did you have the face to greet them?" Bright Moon Lake's water official Xuanhuan admired Lu Qi the most. That was why when Alliance first visited the Secret Territory's water mansion, the man said that he was Lu Qi's best friend. She took it seriously. How could she imagine that an immortal master who came as a guest and drank with the host would be so shameless? And she heard that he was a descendant of a saint, the most knowledgeable person in the world. Alliance quickly found a way to make up for his mistake. He said seriously, "Sister Xuanhuan, don't be angry. I know a young man. His character, appearance and talent are not inferior to Lu Qi. He has the reputation of, from afar, he looks like Alliance." Li Huai kicked Alliance. Alliance was confused. "What, brother-in-law, do you want me to introduce you to Sister Xuanhuan?" She had a blank look on her face. She did not know who Aliang was talking about. Li Yiho smiled and explained, "If I'm not wrong, that young man is the last hidden official of Sword Qi Great Wall." She immediately became serious. He was too lazy to care about whether a Liang's mouth could spit out anything decent. Bai also traveled to Fuyao continent. Zhengju of White Emperor City rushed to Fuyao continent. He ended the chess game in one continent. South Pasua continent's Qinshan and intercepted Lu Cha. The situation in Aquarius continent. As well as the earlier battlefield, where Sword Qi Great Wall had been fighting for many years. Now, almost all of the cultivators at the peak of Vast Mountain had analyzed the situation. No matter what entrance they chose, they could not go around Sword Qi Great Wall and Aquarius continent. Everyone had their own opinions about the heroes that had appeared out of nowhere. For example, Xuanhuan admired a young man who was not from his hometown. Not only was he able to gain a foothold in Sword Qi Great City, he was even able to become a hidden official. Not only did he delay the army of savage lands for many years, the key was that the longer the war lasted, the more people survived. In the end, he helped Ascension City leave behind more swordpath seeds. Just this matter alone was enough to make her admire the young hidden official whom she had never met before. Because Vast Mountain had 10 to 20,000 more people, and Ascension City had 10 to 20,000 more people in the Fifth World, they were two completely different concepts. That vigorous man asked curiously, "Back then, when the young hidden official was selected for the world's top 10, he was already a peak realm martial artist?" "I can't help it. I taught that kid fist techniques before." A great teacher produces a great disciple. Aliang put two fingers together and pointed at his own eyes. "This is called having an all-seeing eye." Li Huai coughed. Alliance immediately understood and asked, "Qin Pingan hasn't arrived yet?" Li Yeho shook his head. According to the Confucian temple, Qin Pingan was traveling in North Continent when he mistakenly entered a night boat. Ning Yao used her sword to ascend to Vast Mountain. She used the connection between her sword and Qin Pingan to find the boat. But after that there was no news about her and Qin Pingan. Alliance raised his thumb and wiped the corner of his mouth. His eyes were deep. "This is a bit troublesome. It's easy to miss the meeting." Li Huai was a bit worried. Could it be that he still couldn't see Qin Pingan after running around for so long? Li Huai whispered, "Alliance, is there no other way?" Alliance shook his head. "It's too hard to find. There's nothing else." The boat was good at hiding its tracks. It was extremely difficult to find. Old Master Fu had boarded the night boat twice. He had both positive and negative comments about the boat. The old headmaster used to make a very vivid analogy. Compared to the vast world, the floating of a ferry on the sea was like a mosquito in an ordinary house. As long as the mosquito did not actively buzz, it would be difficult to find it. Someone asked curiously, could it be that even the sage of rites and the sage of sages couldn't find the boat? Old Master Fu laughed and said, I was talking about how the two of them viewed the boat. As for ordinary people, they would try their luck to board the boat and disembark based on their knowledge. Some people were lucky enough to board the boat and disembark. Afterwards, they sighed with emotion. When it comes to storytelling, I hate that I didn't use enough prescriptions. If I knew there was such a boat, I would have flipped through all the books of the 100 schools of thought. On the boat, one paid attention to the exchange of opportunities. Every item was a bridge, a ferry, and the customs documents were the knowledge of passers-by. It was equivalent to holding a sum of money in one's hand to buy passage. Therefore, a night boat was like the manifestation of the world's knowledge. And the most valuable place in the world was this boat. Xuanhuan smiled and introduced the women one by one. Green Immortal Mountains Madam, a female immortal, a flower goddess who is the master of 100 flowers paradise. Alliance turned a deaf ear. If two people had feelings for each other for a long time, why would they be together day and night? Li Huai said in surprise, Alliance, you've pursued so many women? Do you think you're fishing and casting a wide net? Alliance raised his hands and stroked his sparse hair. It's hard to say who's pursuing who. Li Yeho smiled and said, other than the Eastern Ferry there are too few people. The other three places, Panshui County, Mandarin Duck Zhu and Ao2 Mountain, are going to hold 3 gatherings soon. The 3 organizers are the Lu family of the Snow Mountain continent, Yu Panshui, and the master of 100 Flowers Paradise. Yu Panshui mainly pulled in Green Immortal Mountains Madam and Lu Chichao's group, so it's quite a big deal. Li Yeho roughly explained the general direction of the invitations. Lu Jubao's Mandarin Duck Zhu gathering invited the people of Elephant Dragon Sword Sect, North Continent's Fire Dragon Jinren, Sword Immortal Bai Shang, Deyuan Dynasty's Emperor and Imperial Tutor Yang Qingju. Fuyao Continent's Lu Tu, Liuxia Continent's Zhongli and Celestial Algae. Because of Green Immortal Mountains Madam, Yu Panshui invited the Talisman Yu Xian, Dragon Tiger Mountain's Great Heavenly Master Zhao Tianlai, and a large group of nobles from the Heavenly Master residence. There was also a Heavenly Fox and Madame Huansha who used the alias of Junyang. There was also Great Duan Dynasty's Pei Bei and Chao Ci. There was also Aquarius Continent's Yunlin Jiang clan. For the 100 Flowers Paradise's host, other than Lushui Pit's Madame Qingzhong, they also invited Su Zi White Emperor City Lord Jing Juzhong, Huayin Tongyi Continent's Jade Gui Sex Weiying, and Martial Sage Wu Chang. There was naturally no lack of good wine at the banquet. However, it was believed that everyone who attended the banquet was not there for the immortal wine, even if there were Green Immortal Mountain wine, 100 Flowers wine, and cold crisp wine on the table. However, a certain person that Alliance respectfully called Big Dog Yen was probably an exception. So many wine gatherings. Just to welcome me back? Alliance immediately became spirited. He said in high spirits, yes, I'm touched. I didn't think that after not returning home for a few years, my fellow villagers, sisters would think more highly of me, Alliance. Unfortunately, there is only one Alliance. It's best if we don't fight until we bleed. It's best if we don't have 3 wine gatherings. Brother Yiho, hurry and tell them that I'll be there immediately. Li Yiho didn't pay attention to this at all. He only said, nowadays many people think that the sword chi is south of the Great Wall. Alliance stood up and walked around the zither book. He held the wine pot in one hand and patted the railing with the other. He looked at the calm lake and said, each and every one of them wants to climb up to the sky. How can there be such a good thing? Liang finished the wine in the pot and handed it to Hujun. Li Yiho took the pot and Liang took the fan in his hand and fanned himself. Alright, everyone wants to escape from the heat. If you want to work, go ahead. Anyway, Liang won't cause any trouble. My chest is free of ice and charcoal. If there's nothing to do, my body will be light. Alliance patted the railing and said, let's go. Xuanhuan looked at the guy who didn't know what shame was. Sure enough, he wasn't surprised in the slightest. He saw him reach behind him with his palm leaf fan pressed against his back. Then he kept moving. In any case, he was always facing his master, hiding the palm leaf fan. After making half a circle, he bade farewell and ran away. She wanted to chase after him with her sword. Li Yiho waved his hand, don't bother with a half-bald man. The strong man was confused. Why is Alliance without hair? Why does he look taller this time? Li Yiho reminded, boots? Sha Qing had a look of realization as he quietly lowered his head to glance at his boots. The woman in colorful clothes was shocked. Does this guy have any shame? The short man immediately raised his head and said seriously, yes, he has no shame. On the road, Alliance was about to take out the talisman when Li Huai reached out and grabbed his neck. Alliance patted Li Huai's arm and said with grievance, Brother Li Huai, what are you doing? Li Huai increased his strength and laughed mischievously. I've gained face. Today I've gained face. When we arrive at Panshui County, we'll go our separate ways. Don't tell anyone that you know me. Alliance could only stand on his tiptoes and stretched his neck. He patted his chest and promised, no problem. I'll tell everyone that I don't know Li Huai. Li Huai was so angry that he laughed. He leaned back and Alliance's feet almost left the ground. Yu Panshui would probably cry if he saw this scene. That young Taoist's admiration for Li Huai rose spontaneously. His young master was amazing, a dragon among men. He kicked the old blind man and grabbed Alliance's neck. Most importantly, they didn't fight back. Li Huai let go of his hand and asked, are there so many people in the meeting? Alliance hesitated and said in his mind, there are actually two meetings. One with more people and the other with fewer people. There will be very few people. The meeting at the Confucian Temple was 2 days away. At the meritorious forest, the old scholar sat on a stone bench and muttered to himself. Were the people in the Confucian Temple useless? They couldn't even find a single night boat. However, after counting his fingers, he realized that Zuozua and Jun Qian would arrive soon. Bored to death, the old elementary scholar played chess with himself. The restrictive spell suddenly opened and the old scholar turned his head to look. Two familiar figures appeared in front of him. Lu Shoyo's first disciple, the little monster, was temporarily placed somewhere else. After all, the meritorious forest was not an ordinary place. Zuozua and Jun Qian bowed at the same time. Greetings, teacher. The old scholar didn't see the disciple he wanted to see the most. He turned around and stared at the chess game, pretending that he didn't see or hear anything. After a while, the two disciples still bowed. The old scholar suddenly smiled and waved his hand. Why are you standing there? Come, let's play a game. Jun Qian wanted to go behind the teacher but was called junior by Zuozua. She could only sit on the stone bench opposite the teacher. Unexpectedly, the old scholar stood up and gave his seat to Zuozua. He said, it's rare to see you fellow disciples. Let's play a game. The old scholar walked slowly around the table while pointing at the chess game. He patted Zuozua's shoulder and Jun Qian's head. The old man didn't say anything. After a round of chess, the old scholar looked at the chessboard and clasped his hands behind his back. He was very satisfied. Under his guidance, his two disciples had played an exquisite game of chess. At the Confucian Temple, a few restrictions were opened. Then, a rainbow-colored figure appeared and went straight to the meritorious forest. The old scholar suddenly raised his head. He was wearing a green robe and had a jade hairpin on his head. He had a sword on his back. The green-robed swordsman, Qin Pingan, bowed and said, Disciple Qin Pingan greets you, teacher. The old scholar quickly stepped forward and held the arm of his disciple tightly. Zuozua and Jun Qian stood up. The old man said softly, very good, very good. There were only 2 people invited by the Sage of Rites for the meeting at the Confucian Temple. One had been cultivating for more than 20,000 years. The other was only 42 years old. Qin Pingan, the hidden official of the Sage of Rites. 784. The old scholar turned around and complained to the 2 fools, why are you still standing there? Come and meet your little brother. The old scholar was still holding his disciple's arm, unwilling to let go. Zuozua and Lu Shirlu walked quickly to the teacher. Lu Shirlu and the little brother nodded with a smile. They finally met. Qin Pingan immediately bowed and said, Greetings, Senior Jun Qian. This senior brother, whom he met for the first time, helped him earn a large sum of gold and copper coins at Luapa Mountain. Zuozua said with a straight face, You're quite capable. Qin Pingan stood up and looked at the teacher. The old Xiaotsai jumped up and slapped his left and right side of his head. As a senior brother, how can you talk to your junior brother like that? Who taught you to be so sarcastic? Who taught you that? Zuozua didn't move. He hesitated and said, Half of it is the truth. The old scholar found that his disciple was still a bit aggrieved. He immediately shouted to Zuozua, The other half is for you. Spit it out if you can. Say it, the teacher will uphold justice and will not be partial to anyone. Zuozua could only say against his will, then it's the truth. Lu Shirlu had a principle which was to turn a blind eye and turn a deaf ear. It had nothing to do with him. If Zuozua and Qin Pingan really got into a fight, it wouldn't be too late for him to stop them. No one could imagine that among the disciples of the sage of literature, Zuozua had the best temper. Therefore Zuozua was the one who was beaten and scolded the most. Of course, Zuozua wasn't someone who didn't fight back or talk back except for the teacher. Zuozua was a bit better in the sect. As long as he left the sage of literature, Zuozua would be a completely different Zuozua after practicing the sword. The talisman was a direct disciple of the Xianmen sect. The noble Huang Zi of the Celestial Master's residence in Longhu Mountain and the direct disciple of Han Chenxi in White Emperor City all had the potential to become sword immortals. Qin Pingan bowed and said, "Greetings, senior brother Zua." Zuozua frowned slightly. He didn't bicker with Qin Pingan because of the teacher and student. The four of them sat down. Qin Pingan glanced at the chessboard on the table. Teacher must have taught the two senior brothers before. Only then did old Xiao grin from ear to ear. Look, what does it mean to be able to see the big picture from a small clue? What is a proud disciple? This is it. Anger welled up in his heart. Lu Shirlu suddenly understood the source of Luopa Mountain's atmosphere. That was strange. Teacher didn't have much knowledge to impart to youngest junior brother, and the time they spent together was very short. How did youngest junior brother surpass his teacher? The old scholar seemed to only have Qin Pingan in his eyes at this moment. He said, "My teacher is here every day and can't get away. He can't find you." Qin Pingan stood up and bowed again. The old scholar sighed and stood up. He gently patted Qin Pingan's arm and said softly, "Don't be like this, otherwise the teacher will feel even more guilty. Let's sit down and talk." Lu Shirlu glanced left and right and his complexion became better. Lu Shirlu shifted his gaze slightly and looked at the young man in green with a sword on his back. He sat upright with his back straight and his fists clenched on his knees. He had a pair of memorable eyes. They were clear and bright, like the streams in Luopa Mountain. There was no place that he couldn't go. The old scholar said, "Left and right Jun Chen, tell me about you. Don't wait for youngest junior brother to ask you." Lu Shirlu talked about his experiences after returning to the Haoran world. He went to Luopa Mountain and asked the Heavenly Fist. After that, he went south to Old Dragon City and then to Tongyi Continent, where he took in a direct disciple in a blessed land. Finally, he went to the wasteland and arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He met up with senior brother left and right, and they went to the Central Plains Confucian Temple. After about half an hour, Qin Pingan listened attentively. During this time he only asked about two things in detail. The demon-subduing tower in Tongyi Continent and the first disciple of senior brother Jun Qian. When it came to left and right he didn't say much. He just said, after leaving the Haoran world he fought with people in outer space and didn't die. Qin Pingan asked softly, "Where is Xiaochua now?" Left and right said, "He was slashed to the Qingming world." Qin Pingan was speechless. Xiaochua, the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, was a 14th level sword cultivator. Even if Xiaochua's 14th level sword cultivator was not the immortal soul 3rd level that sword cultivators pursued, he was still a true 14th level cultivator. Qin Pingan had just experienced the power of a 14th level cultivator on the night boat. According to senior brother left and right, the fight with a 14th level sword cultivator was like a matter of exchanging swords. They would fight each other until they were killed. For a moment Qin Pingan felt a little regretful. This was because he remembered the process of practicing swordsmanship at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Left and right said, "Chao Qinglang is strict in her studies and has a clear mind. Pei Qian is diligent in practicing martial arts. She didn't waste her talent. Both of them are very respectful to their teachers. The two students and disciples you took in are not bad." In other words, the teacher of the student and the master of the disciple might not be not bad? Qin Pingan took out a jug of wine and passed it to the teacher and senior brothers. The old scholar opened the mud seal and held the jug with both hands. He raised his head and drank a small mouthful. He smiled and nodded lightly. Just a small mouthful of wine and the old man was slightly intoxicated. Young but eager to learn like the rising sun. Strong and eager to learn like the light of the sun. A gentleman's learning is like shedding off, moving quickly. Old but eager to learn like a bright candle. A gentleman does not worry about the decline of his age, but worries about fatigue. The three disciples in front of him all made the teacher feel that his knowledge was shallow and that there was nothing to teach. Each of them was too good. Even the teacher's exhortations to them to take care of themselves seemed unnecessary. When a cultural vein was declining, the people transformed by this culture would definitely feel pain. Left and right swordsmanship was high and their talents were high, but they were limited by their own temperaments. Jun Qian's knowledge was not bad and her temper was good. She was suitable for teaching and dispelling doubts, but in the end she was limited by her identity as an alien. In the end, some of the burden fell on the shoulders of the youngest, Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan suddenly said, "After the teacher left last time, senior brothers did not bring his friends to the wine shop to take care of business. Since the teacher was here, who was afraid of who?" Left and right's faces darkened. Lu Shirlu gave the junior brother a thumbs up. The old scholar said, "Left and right." Left and right immediately said, "I forgot." The old scholar asked again, "Did you forget that you have a junior brother?" Left and right were silent. The old scholar said, "If the teacher remembers correctly, your junior brother is at the Great Wall of Sword Qi and only has you as his senior brother. It is said that a senior brother is half an elder. It seems that the teacher's words are not effective." Left and right could only say, "I taught him swordsmanship. I also paid attention to the matter of learning." The old scholar said, "You sound very wronged." Left and right shook his head. "No. It is my senior brother. It is my duty as a senior brother." Left and right, who had never liked drinking in his life, began to drink. Qin Pingan said, "Teacher, I heard that there is a girl called Yusin in Tongye continent. She seems to have a good relationship with senior brother. This girl is very responsible. Back then, she took a great risk to send a message to the ancestral hall of the Yugui sect." The old scholar beamed with joy. I know. You've seen her before. She's a good girl. Indeed, she's a kind-hearted woman. Your blockhead senior brothers might not be a good match for her." Left and right said, "It is good that he is not a good match." Since they did not dare to refute the teacher, they could only settle for the next best thing. Qin Pingan was about to speak when left and right glanced at him. Qin Pingan could only keep his mouth shut. He did not want to add more flowers to the brocade. The old scholar picked up the wine pot and stood up slowly. He said with a smile, "The teacher is busy. The three of you can have a chat." Before the students arrived, the old man would complain about the urgency of the meeting in the Confucian temple. It was not a big deal to delay it for a few days. When the three students arrived at the Merit Forest, the old man began to complain again. The meeting was such an important matter. It was better to have a few more days to prepare. As for what the old scholar was busy with, of course, it was to have a heart-to-heart talk with his old friends. They talked about how left and right's talent in swordsmanship was mediocre. Didn't they fail to kill the 14th level swordsman in outer space? The blockhead's punches in the Aquarius continent's sky canopy were nothing. There was nothing much to talk about. Of course, they had to ask their old friends if they knew who had come to the Merit Forest previously. They had to open one more restriction than the talisman Yu Xian when he returned to the Confucian temple. They also had to ask what year it was in the Central Plains. They had to change it to the Dali era of the Aquarius continent. Only then would they know how old their last disciple was. The three of them stood up with the old man. Left and right said softly, "Teacher." The old scholar was puzzled. "What are you doing?" Left and right did not say anything. They only felt guilty and sad. The old elementary scholar laughed heartily. The short old man stood on his tiptoes and straightened the collar of his disciple's clothes. He comforted him, "Mister, you are just a teacher, not a person who wants to kill. Cultivation base, fighting ability and so on, what's the big deal? It's not difficult. A gentleman is always around." Left and right nodded. The old scholar suddenly shouted, "Jun Qian?" Lu Shirlu immediately said respectfully, "I'm here." The old scholar looked at the blockhead, shook his head and sighed. Lu Shirlu was puzzled. "Teacher?" The old scholar pointed to left and right and Qin Pingan. He said bitterly, "Jun Qian, look at you. You don't even have to talk about your junior brother. Left and right also have many girls who like him. It's just that he doesn't like anyone else. What about you, huh? What's wrong? Don't you feel guilty? Don't you feel embarrassed?" Lu Shirlu scratched his head. Left and right laughed and said, "Compared to junior brother, I'm far behind. Back in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, many girls went to the wine shop. If this kind of thing is divided into realms, Junqian and I are cultivators of the lower 5 realms. Junior brother is already in the ascendant realm. He's just short of the 14th realm of the mythical path." Lu Shirlu said, "I see. No wonder." Qin Pingan kept smiling. "You two don't know shit." The old scholar patted his last disciple's sleeve and said with admiration, You're a real hero if you can stand firm among the flowers. Qin Pingan said helplessly, It's not as exaggerated as you say. The old scholar said, It is. How can it not be? Qin Pingan insisted. It's true. The old scholar stroked his beard and smiled. Okay. Let's pretend it's not true. Lu Shirlu looked at his junior brother. There was always an illusion that there were two people in one person. Left and right and Lu Shirlu, the two senior brothers, had a tacit understanding. They looked at each other and nodded gently. Since this junior brother was so satisfied with the teacher, he couldn't slack off on his sword and fist training. The old scholar swaggered away, his two sleeves flying in the air. Suishan Guru, go find that blockhead and have a good chat. You really have to have a good chat with him. The fourth generation of Moism, Juzi, seemed to have arrived. Old Master Dong, who didn't have any scholarly achievements, and Old Fu, who didn't have any scholarly achievements, what are you doing? Let's have a good chat. You Xian. Old Xiao felt that he should pay a visit. He couldn't be impolite. After all, he was the boss of this merit forest. He should do his part as a host. As for how to chat, he already had a draft in mind. He would talk to that blockhead about the young man who broke the restriction of Suishan with a sword. You don't even want to meet him? The Moism's debate was amazing. It's a pity that my last disciple is already the last disciple of the sage of literature. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to say that he's more than qualified to be the fifth generation of Moism's Juzi. Of course, I wouldn't mind at all if he could be the second Juzi. The Confucian temple is easy to discuss. Don't you know my relationship with the old man and the sage of rites? There's even more to talk about with that old you. The little girl in Jingjia continent who's only a 9th realm martial artist under the age of 30 is called Jing Qian, right? What a coincidence. She's my grand disciple. Haha, what a coincidence. The young man who broke the restrictions of the Confucian temple is Jing Qian's master, my last disciple. The old man looked back. Left and right. Jun Qian. Qin Pingan. The old man was very proud. However, he quickly turned his head away as if he didn't dare to take another look. The old man felt a little sorry for them. How did they become his students? A 3-story ship sailed on the river. Compared to the celestial ferries at the Wenjin crossing, this ship was not eye-catching. It was not fast either. The ferryman had obviously calculated the time and rushed to the Confucian temple for a meeting. He was very different from Xinfei and Yengu, who had nothing important to do but rushed there early for free food and drinks. The three of them rowed slowly to the shore. Alliance saw the ferryman sailing on the river. Coupled with the familiar aura, he immediately understood. He adjusted his bamboo hat, twisted his hips and stood on the horse's back. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Brother Ding! Brother Ding! Over here! As the ship approached the shore, more than 10 immortals appeared at the bow of the ship. Actually, some of them were not willing to show up, but they did not expect that the bamboo hat man's gaze would wander past them. He took care of all his old friends, so they had no choice but to call their friends and ask them to share the burden. They walked out of the cabin together. The man in the middle was like the moon surrounded by stars. He was a short man with an ordinary appearance. However, there were two beautiful maids standing beside him. Even with light makeup, he was a national beauty. The man had an ordinary autumn water goose feather saber hanging from his waist. He didn't have any aura. He looked like an inconspicuous handyman who swaggered among a group of nobles. Li Huai was not interested in these strange people who sought immortality on the mountain. After all, he couldn't afford to be associated with them. It was meaningless to be treated with kindness. Thus, even more attention was still placed on the ferry. There was actually a white dragon and an inky WRM pulling the boat in the water. The two miraculous beings slowly stretched out their heads, and there was actually not the slightest splash. This scene gave Li Huai a great fright, but he quickly came to an understanding. It was most likely the work of the talisman. Li Huai lowered his head and looked at the horse transformed by the horse talisman under his butt. He then looked at the celestial mansion's grandeur. It was infuriating to compare oneself with others. He was indeed a little shabby when he was with Alliance. If they were not good brothers, he wouldn't have suffered this. According to Li Huai's usual style, it was better to go for broke and travel on foot than to puff oneself up at one's own cost. When he traveled with Qin Pingan to study, he only had a pair of straw sandals on his feet and a few pairs in his book box. He didn't look down on anyone. Alliance said to Li Huai, What are you waiting for? Call me Brother Ding. If he's my good brother, he's your good brother, isn't he? Li Huai was not stupid. He turned sideways and cupped his fists toward the ship. Senior Ding. This time, Li Huai didn't tell him his identity. He didn't want his reputation to be ruined before he even entered the jianghu. The two maids beside the man had strange expressions on their faces. The man with the saber didn't care. This cultivator at the top of the mountain in the central plains was Guo Fuding. His Taoist name was Yu Ming and he was the master of a sect. Only the Confucian temple knew his real name. He only took a few more glances at the yellow-robed old man. Was there such a cultivator at the top of the mountain in the world? Guo Fuding didn't think too much about it. She just thought that the weather was like the awakening of hibernation. There were many old mountain people with different identities. Li Huai was speechless. Oh my, was it the dim radiant ancestor who was known to cut the Yellow Springs Road in half? He was one of the 10 people of the Central Divine Continent and was also an Ascendant Realm demon. Iron Tree Mountain was a great sect. If White Emperor City was the holy land in the hearts of the wild cultivators, then this dim radiant sect master's Iron Tree Mountain was a place that all the spirits of the mountains and lakes yearned for. The young Taoist let out a long sigh. They were both of a different race, but one of them was doing well in the world, establishing a sect and being respected by thousands. The other was lying in the 100,000 mountains, guarding the door every day in a place where even birds did not shit, enduring that vexing vexation. Li Huai came back to his senses and was once again tricked by Alliance. He poked Alliance with his mountain walking staff and said angrily, "Ting, don't call me Ding. Ding your grandpa Ding." Alliance dodged the mountain walking staff while picking his nose. "I can call you whatever I want. Didn't you see that Brother Lotus Ding also agreed? If it were anyone else they wouldn't be able to stop that Lin Li fairy even if they shouted themselves hoarse." Li Huai kept his mountain walking staff and hesitated for a while before saying softly, "I keep feeling that the ferocious aura of that fairy is a little heavy. Alliance, is it just my imagination?" The young Taoist sighed, "It's as if you've opened your heavenly eye. It's as if the gods are helping you." Alliance took out a bottle of bright moon wine and took a big gulp. He laughed, "You're still young. You haven't even heard of many of the grudges on the mountain peaks, much less seen them with your own eyes. Let's not talk about the past 10,000 years. Just in the past 3 to 5,000 years, there have been more than 10 fights on the mountain peaks. However, the Confucian temple has banned all news of the mountains and rivers. There's no problem with word of mouth, but outside the Confucian temple, no words are allowed. One of the fights had something to do with Guo Lotus. The fight caused the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Later on, there was the Iron Tree Mountain that never blossoms and the White Emperor City amidst the colorful clouds. Alliance patted the bamboo blade on his waist. "Don't be fooled by Guo Lotus's harmless appearance. In fact, he has a bad temper. This Lin Li fairy and the saber on his waist are called beheading. They're really stained with blood. This guy is lucky to have a demon-revealing mirror of the ancestors' grade. It used to be an important treasure of a high god in ancient times. After Guo Lotus obtained it, he refined it into his natal item. It took him 1,000 years to refine it. However, if we really compete with saber skills, I'm not afraid at all." On the ancient execution platform, there were the armored sword, mountain-breaking halberd, beheading, and beheading. These were all important weapons refined by gods in the ancient times. Without waiting for the gods to execute them, the flood dragon would probably be scared half to death just by seeing these weapons. Li Huai sighed, "Let's not talk about other things. Just being able to chat with Ancestor Dim Light means that I didn't ride this horse in vain." Taoist none couldn't understand. Li Huai's reverence for Guo Lotus was beyond words. Plus, he was reserved in front of Lord of Lake Li Yeho. "What's going on? Don't you know Alliance's sword skills? Don't you know the old blind man's state? I don't see you flinching at all. You're so unruly." Alliance continued to show off his knowledge. The white dragon that pulled the ship forward came from the painting of the sea on the wall of Anil Temple. The black flood dragon came from the painting of the divine dragon Rain. I've seen the painting of the sea on the temple wall and the painting of the rain with my own eyes. The heroes of the world could reverse the fall of the heavens. They had to be able to mend the fall of the heavens. The 3 gatherings earlier were just for show. The following private gatherings, visits, and secret discussions were the real highlight. For example, at the Parrot Continent, which no one cared about, an immortal wine shop appeared out of thin air. It was the yellow millet shop that was first opened at the inverted mountain. The old shopkeeper was lying on the counter playing with the martial sparrow in the cage. The young shop assistant was worried, because he heard that Alliance was about to arrive. The old shopkeeper's girl was the exact opposite of the young shop assistant. She sat at a table in the corner, busily dressing up. The bottles and jars on the table were piled up like a mountain. The girl was hesitating whether to draw down her pearl-like eyebrows, or to draw out her crescent-like eyebrows. Looking left and right in front of a dressing mirror, she suddenly changed her mind. She felt that she had a pair of red phoenix eyes, and if she drew the lines of her upper eyelids deeper and her lower eyelids lighter, she would be more in line with the so-called beautiful and delightful in those erotic books. But a slight change in one part would affect the whole body. If she changed the makeup of her eyebrows and eyes, she would have to change her face, lipstick, hairpin, and dress. Wouldn't she be worried? At the moment, the guests in the shop were the Wei elder of the military school, Mr. Fan of the Shang clan, a young master of the Yinyang Lu clan, and 2 ancestors of the clan. There was also a swordsman who was used to holding his sword behind his back, the Mahist wanderer Su Ruo. One of Mr. Fan's retainers was drunk and instigated Su Ruo, who was drinking at the same table, to find an opportunity to kill that son of a bitch. In the end, the shopkeeper's daughter slammed the table and scolded him. In a mansion on Turtle Mountain, the 5 mountain lords of the central divine continent gathered for the first time. In the end, 2 groups of guests came to visit together. One group wanted to ask for a few pots of calamus from the 9 Peaks mountain. The other group was a few young sword cultivators from the Xiaoyuan dynasty. Zhu Mei wanted to meet the female mountain lord of Yanji Mountain who had formed an alliance with her. Thus, the 5 mountain lords dispersed, but soon other guests came one after another. In the end, none of the mountain lords were free. In an underwater secret realm above Yuanyangzhu, Li Yeho of Bright Moon Lake and the other 4 lake lords were chatting, but no one invited Lady Tantan of Lushui Pit. Lu Tue, who had fallen from the ascendant realm to immortal, found Qi Tingji together with immortals Tsongyu and Qinzhao. Lu Tue was cursing Wanyan Laojing, that old bastard. Huayin found the god of fortune Lu Jubao. Lu Yuzhou and Huai Qian were old friends. Lu Yuzhou wanted to say something, but stopped because Yu Zhuanfu was also here. However, her marriage with Huai Qian seemed to be unsettled. Lady Huan Sha, who had come with the celestial master residents of Longhu Mountain, took the initiative to find Jade Sect Master Wei Ying and ask about the recent situation of the Great Spring Dynasty. Chao Ci and Yuan Yen walked together on the tree-lined path of Turtle Mountain. 2 people were coming down the mountain. They were Su Xian and Lin Su of the North Continent. There were 2 chess games on Turtle Mountain. Today one was no longer Lin Junbai but Yu Qingqing. The person playing was White Emperor City's Fu Jing. On the other side, Su Bai was playing against a young celestial master of Mount Longhu. The head of the Jiang family of Yunlin left the rest of his descendants and only took Jiang Yun to tour Yuanyangzhu. The 2 outsiders on the boat were the current heads of the 4 great sages' descendants. Panshui County. Venerable Fiery Dragon took the initiative to visit Lady Qingzhong. He congratulated her as soon as he saw her. "Oh, you've been promoted? What a big official." Venerable Fiery Dragon was very familiar with the Lake Lord of Middle Earth Mountain, and this fat lady of Lushui Pit was no exception. Lady Tantan, whose Taoist name was Qingzhong, was really afraid of this old man. He was a skinny old man with a short stature. He was dressed in purple and had white hair. A wine gourd hung at his waist. He had a small setback when he tried to take in a disciple in the marketplace. It was so difficult to take in a disciple. A wooden man wearing straw sandals walked around the world. He was the 4th generation of the Mahist clan Juzi. At Yuanyangzhu, a group of fishermen led by Zhang Xiaoxia, who was nicknamed Dragon Count. This old man with long eyebrows, who seemed to be amiable with everyone, was publicly recognized as the champion of martial arts before Pei Bei's rise. Not far from Zhang Xiaoxia's left was a middle-aged man sitting on a small bamboo stool. He had a small fish basket at his waist. He liked to wander the ruins of ancient battlefields and capture heroic spirits and malicious ghosts. There were 3 people on her right. They were the master and disciple of Lei Gong Temple from Snow Mountain Continent, Peiaxiang, and Lu Suiyu. There was also an old boor from North Continent, Wang Dengi, who had just arrived at the water's edge. He sat between Zhang Qiaoxia and Peiaxiang and smiled. "Isn't this Sister Xiang?" Wang Dengi was now a consecrator of the great Yuan dynasty's Lu family. He came here purely because he was bored and wanted to take a breather. Peiaxiang ignored him. Zhang Qiaoxia smiled and asked, "How's Li Er's martial arts?" Wang Dingy sneered. "It's a so-so. His fists aren't heavy and his legs aren't fast. If you didn't ask, I wouldn't even bother to talk about it." Zhang Qiaoxia nodded slightly. She didn't really believe him. In his early years, when Wang Fui was trying to ascend to the level of God's arrival, he suffered from qi deviancy derangement. The mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas within the small world of his human body evaporated, as if the mountains and the land had sunk. The atmosphere was in chaos. Wu Fu's pure genuine qi was restrained by several sword immortals working together. Lu Suiyu smiled and asked, "How so?" Wang Dengi replied without hesitation, "Li Er used all his strength and couldn't kill me with 3 punches. How strong can he be?" The martial saint of Tongyi continent, Wu Chang, laughed. Now that the world was vast, there were still sectarian views. However, there was a huge change. Middle Plains Divine Continent. Of course it was unique. Next was the North Continent and the Eastern Aquarius Continent. Apart from that, Southwest Fuyao Continent, South Swirling Continent, West Gold Armor Continent, Northwest Dawn Continent, and Snow Mountain Continent were all similar. Southeast Tongyi Continent. Unique was just at the bottom. Therefore, Wu Kuang and the sect master of the Jade Tablet sect, Wei Ying, had actually been rather silent during the elegant banquet. As for the martial artist Wu Chang and sword immortal Wei Ying, even though they were from the same place, there wasn't much to talk about. They knew each other and nodded their heads. Fishing by the shore, martial artists gathered. If it wasn't Realm 10, then it was Realm 9. There was no number 1 in literature and no number 2 in martial arts. Wang Dingy smiled. Pei Wan didn't come, Song Jiangkyung didn't come either. Why are they looking down on Senior Dragon Count, the head of the underworld? Zhang Tiaoxia smiled. Don't give random nicknames. What underworld, what head of the underworld? If word gets out, it will cause trouble. Pei Wan's cultivation level had always been a huge mystery. Did she reach Realm 11? As for Song Jiangkyung, in Treasure Bottle Continent, he used the formation to gather the martial fate of a continent. He forced back King Realm Demon Yuan Shou with 1 punch and killed 2 immortals with 1 punch. Similarly, did Song Jiangkyung reach Realm 11? Or did he cross that threshold and when the formation collapsed he fell back to Realm 10? Then, at the 11th level, when one ascended to the peak of martial arts, what kind of scene would the painting of mountains and rivers be like? In the war, Pei Wan mostly used the identity of Great Duan Dynasty's imperial tutor to be in charge of mobilizing troops. Her chances of fighting were far less than her disciple Chao Ci. Chao Ci fought many times in Fuyao Continent and Jinjia Continent. Her achievements were huge. Whether a young person had a future or not, it depended on the person's master. The less people mentioned, the more promising they were. For example, White Emperor City's Zheng Juzhong, what was his master like? Why did he have Han Xiaosa, Glass Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Waterfall Guardian and several other junior sisters and junior brothers? Who was their teacher who taught them the Tao? No one bothered to find out. The Flower Lord of 100 Flower Blessed Land was holding a banquet to welcome Lu Qilong. There were 4 seasons and 12 months in a year, there were 4 flower gods and 12 flower gods. As for the December flower deities, they would invite a man to be their only guest. Therefore they had the reputation of being the male flower deities. They were usually scholars and immortals who could recite poems and poems that could be said to be divine. Appearance, bearing, cultivation realm, literary talent, none of these could be missing. But above all of these, there was the nominal title of grand guest, such as Bai Yi and Peony. This time, apart from the Blessed Land's Flower Lord and 4 flower gods, there was also a phoenix fairy flower god with a young girl's face. Her talent in 100 Flower Blessed Land was shallow, and her position was low. She was nicknamed Rui Feng. She managed to reach Realm 7-3 life with great difficulty and had the reputation of feather guest. But the saying of chrysanthemum servant made her sad and it spread more and more. And the first person to mention this sad saying was one of Su Zi's favorite disciples. In addition, in the past 100 years, there had not been a single popular poem that had been passed down. The next time Mr. Baishan, Zhang Yi and Zhou fucking held the Blessed Land selection together, it was very likely that she would directly fall to the 9th level. Over at the Wenjin crossing, a man with a bamboo hat under his armpit would go wherever the ferry's catoptric deflection was. He would poke his head out and look around. He would jump a few times here and there, waving a few times there. Otherwise, he would stand on the spot and raise 2 fingers, smiling brightly. The fairies who were more reserved would look at the man with sad eyes and remind him, "Get out of the way." The less good-tempered ones would tell him, "Get out of the way." The young girls nowadays were unromantic. The man was speechless. Didn't he just leave vast heaven for 100 years? He was a little hurt. What was wrong with the world? Li Huai learned his lesson and brought Taoist none far away. Alliance ran to Li Huai's side and asked, "What do we do next? Do we find a place to stay or go directly to Merit Forest to find Chen Pingon?" If we want to see him we have to hurry because the meeting will start soon. Li Huai asked, "Who are you?" Alliance said helplessly, "Uncle Li, be honest." Li Huai said sullenly, "It's more like Qin Pingan to see me." Alliance sighed. He didn't find it strange. Back then when they were traveling, Li Huai was the closest to Qin Pingan, and Qin Pingan was the most distant. Alliance suddenly slapped his forehead. "I'm convinced." Not far from Wenjin Ferry, a man in a green robe with a sword on his back slowly walked over with a smile on his face. The route he chose was very particular and he just happened to avoid the ferries. When Taoist Nun saw that person, his heartstrings tightened. Li Huai had a brilliant smile on his face as he dashed over. Suddenly he stopped and gave Qin Pingan a high five. Alliance and Taoist Nun stood at the side. Alliance smiled and said, "You're half as handsome as me." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare." In an instant, everyone who was qualified to participate in the meeting heard a gentle voice in their minds. "Let's start the meeting." Qin Pingan and Li Huai said, "I'll find you later." The green-robed swordsman and the man in the bamboo hat disappeared into thin air on Wenjin Ferry. At this moment, the spectators at the ferry were talking among themselves because someone received the message from the flying sword. They realized that those two were the people who participated in the meeting of the Confucian Temple. On the square of the Confucian Temple, the sky and earth were clear. There was no hierarchy in the seats. Everyone sat in a big circle. The sages of the Confucian Temple, the 3 sect masters of the Confucian Temple, the 3 chancellors of the 3 academies, and the headmasters of the 72 academies. The ancestors of the 100 schools of thought. The sect masters, ascendants and immortals. The warrior of the limitless realm. The emperor of the dynasty. The mountain lord and the water lord of the 5 lakes. The owner of the blessed enclave. In the vast world, heroes and sages gathered here. They looked around and sized each other up. The holy master didn't show up. The sage of ceremony, who was the first to attend the meeting, didn't rush to speak either. 5 of them stood together in an interesting position. Tingji, Luji, Alliance, left and right. Alliance didn't stand next to the quasi-sage. Left and right didn't stand next to the sage of literature either. Between Tingji, Luji, Alliance and left and right, there was a slender young man standing in the middle. He was Qin Pingan, the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In an instant, it was as if the whole world was looking at the same person. He commanded sword cultivators and mobilized sword cultivators. He was an outstanding strategist. One of the 2 military ancestors, Grandmaster Wei, had extremely high standards. However, he had a high evaluation of this young man who he had never met before. He was not stingy with his praise and said a few words that carried a lot of weight. In the beginning, the hidden official mobilized 100,000 sword cultivators to guard a city. In the end, Xiao who controlled the Dali cavalry to defend half of the continent's mountains and rivers. The young hidden official could be said to be a Confucian general. In the Jiusu mountain, which had the densest martial fate in the world, the great mountain lord Hualien had said that if the Great Wall of Sword Qi fought for a few more years, it would be equivalent to the vast world fighting for a few less years. For the sake of the vast world, countless lives were saved. Hualien, who had the nickname of Abacus, commented that this person was relatively mature and prudent. He said that the hidden official overseeing the Great Wall of Sword Qi's summer palace was more of a matter of taking advantage of the situation. The merit did not belong to Qin alone. However, the person who contributed the most was undoubtedly Qin. Zheng Juzhong, who had always looked down on everyone in the world, had also joked that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a game of life and death that had not been seen in 10,000 years. The winner was that the chess player on the defensive side placed his chess pieces coldly and mercilessly. He viewed both sides, the demon race, the sword cultivators and even Qin himself, as a dead chess piece. Therefore he was able to find a way out of death and exploit the vitality of the wilderness. Qin Pingan's title as the last disciple of the sage of literature was not particularly eye-catching in the eyes of the heroes and sages who were qualified to take a seat in the meeting today. It might even be inferior to the identity of Ning Yao's Taoist companion. He was only in his early 40s and was already a sword cultivator of the Jade Primitive Realm. He was also a martial artist of the Ultimate Realm. This young swordsman who had entered the site of the Haotian mountain peak for the first time had a calm expression in front of everyone. The great deity of Mount Sui was tall and sturdy. He wore golden armor and held his sword with both hands. His pair of golden eyes were sizing up Qin Pingan. In the early years, it was this kid who had inexplicably split open the Mount Sway's restriction with a single sword. This had caused a lot of exclamations and criticism and was even speculated by the busybodies on the mountain peak. Venerable Fiery Dragon stroked his beard and smiled. Good kid. After not seeing him for a few years, his bearing and magnanimity had almost caught up to the mountain peak. The white-haired, purple-robed old immortal Yuxian scratched his ears. Previously, he was pulled by the sleeves of his Taoist robe by the old scholar and was nagged so much that his ears almost grew calluses. He was really scared. However, the old scholar's saliva splattered everywhere. There was a reason that was considered fair. Just like Yuxian's Taoist lineage, the upper beam was straight and the lower beam would not be crooked. Then Qin Pingan and Pei Qian, this pair of master and disciple, was even more so. Yuxian carefully thought about the Battle of the Golden Armor Continent. The actions of the little girl with her hair tied into a bun could not be picked out at all. Yuxian could not help but think highly of the newly built Luopa mountain in the Aquarius continent. He planned to pass down a decree before returning to the outer heavens galaxy, allowing his disciples and his own blessed land to do some small business with that mountain. After all, that Jing Qian had said that her master admired him, the talisman Yuxian. It seemed that this Qin Pingan, although he was young, had a shrewd eye. No wonder he could be a hidden official. Lady Tantan in the Lushui pit thought of the white-clothed youth who claimed to be this person's proud student. When it came to business, he was really an expert. Her family's treasury was completely emptied. She could completely predict that in the future, whether it was the Xiangjun Dragon Lady dress or the pearl bracelet, Luopa Mountain did not dare to say that they would monopolize the market, but at least they would be able to monopolize half of the Xiangjun Dragon Lady dress and the pearl bracelet. The old man Fu Sheng had actually met this youth long ago. It was at the Lu Lion Garden in the Aquarius continent's Xuanhuan country. His Taoist lineage had a deep understanding of the 3 graves and 5 classics. Among the few Taoist lineages of the Confucian school, it could be considered as an ancient school. However, there were not many branches and leaves. The key was that the inheritance of the Taoist lineage was relatively loose. Among the 3 great academies and 72 schools, only 3 of them had Fu Sheng as their leader. However, in general, Fu Sheng could be considered as the founder of the Confucian school in exegesis, music and calligraphy. However, this identity had never been recognized by the orthodox Confucian school. For example, the #1 scholar in calligraphy and calligraphy, Lord Zhaoling, was only a good friend of Fu Sheng. The 2 of them did not have a teacher. And this Su Zhaoling was Su Bai's teacher in the true sense. However, it was not until this meeting that Su Bai found out that the teacher from his hometown who had come to watch the game, the teacher who stood next to the new family head of the Qin family in the South Hassa continent, was actually the famous Lord Zhaoling. Beside Fu Sheng was the current Jixia Academy Si Yi, a middle-aged Confucian sage who was once the abbot of the Hongdu Gate School. He had just been transferred to the position of Si Yi for a few years. Fu Sheng turned to him and smiled. "Did you not expect this day to come?" The Si Yi nodded. "I did not expect it." The Madam of the Green Immortal Mountain looked at the young man with a gentle gaze. Although her smile was faint, it was not easy. She had found out about this person through several channels. Her disciple, Chunqing, had returned from her travels and had mentioned that Cui Dongshan was that person's student. There was also Ma Kuxuan from the Aquarius continent. Ma Kuxuan especially was one of the 10 substitutes. He was extremely arrogant and had defeated Jianyu, Chunqing and Su Bai. For some reason Ma Kuxuan had said something about Qin Pingan to Chunqing. "Little girl, why are you learning martial arts? You are not even fit to carry the shoes of that Qin guy. You should cultivate well." Then there was the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven. Now, everyone knew that there was a young man nicknamed Second Shopkeeper, who sold wine from the Green Immortal Mountain at the Great Wall of Sword Chi with a few bamboo leaves. The sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Chi liked this. They liked to squat by the street and drink wine. In the entire world, only that small wine shop would sell wine from the Green Immortal Mountain with a plate of pickled vegetables. They were both scholars at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, but there was a world of difference. The current generation of Moism, Juzi, did not doubt the old scholar's words. His last disciple had paid attention to the 3 different Moism. He had also researched about debaters and the 10 different things. However, there were other things. For example, that disciple of mine at such a young age was extremely respectful of the school of Moism. He had deep attainments in it. What he said was true what he said. His understanding was unique, and he did not lose to any of the 3 branches of the school of Moism. Especially with regards to the flying bird's shadow, he almost made contact with it from afar. He showed signs of enlightenment by observing the water. Therefore, the school of Moism had contributed a lot to one of my disciples' flying swords. Therefore, when you return, you should go to my disciple's side. One to thank the other, and the other to accept his gratitude. This could be considered a good story. After all, you can call each other brothers. You don't have to be so particular about seniority. Juzi, with regards to the old scholar's drunken ramblings, it was fine. Pei Wan turned to Chao Ci and smiled. What do you think? Chao Ci said, we can decide the victor with a single round of will-seeking fist. The premise is that Qin Pingan is willing to do so. In fact, there was no need for will-seeking fist to compare the fist techniques of two people of the same age. Chao Ci was already at the peak of the returning state, while Qin Pingan was only at the completion of the flourishing state of Qi. However, Chao Ci said that the will-seeking fist was needed to determine the victor. Between the two pure martial artists who were at the same level of fist techniques, there was almost no pleasantries. They did not pay attention to the etiquette of a gentleman's friendship, and there was no hypocritical harmony. To be able to use all of one's strength in the will-seeking fist and the other's strength in receiving it was the greatest respect for both sides. Other than that, their words were at most half good and half bad. For example, when Wang Pingan mentioned Li Er, he shamelessly said that he was not good enough, but he also admitted that his skills were not as good as others. Earlier, when Cui Ching was on the second floor of the bamboo building, he said that the fist intent of the Hanshan repertoire was extremely high, but he also said that the Xianxia fist technique was too unsophisticated. Pei Wan said, there is not much suspense to decide the victor with a fist. Chao Ci suddenly sighed. Looking at the bamboo sheath of her master's sword, she said, if nothing goes wrong, senior brother will be hit by the will-seeking fist. Pei Wan smiled and said, if you owe money you must pay money. If you owe a fist you must pay a fist. Song Jiangkyung's expression was indifferent. He only remembered that in the small town back then, the youth who was still wearing straw sandals once came to him with 3 bags of gold and copper coins, begging him, Sir Song, to help him give justice. At that time, the youth wearing straw sandals in the mud bottle alley had to beg for justice, and he even had to give money. However, the kiln worker apprentice at that time was very calm when discussing business with others. He dared to risk his life and would not act on impulse. After that, the youth carried a bow and joined forces with Ning Yao to fight the moving mountain ancestor of Xinjiang Mountain. Song Jiangkyung actually saw it from beginning to end. However, Song Jiangkyung did not expect Qin Pingan to be able to reach his current position step by step. Huai Yin, one of the 10 from the Central Plains, had a strange expression on his face. When he saw the young hidden official, he quickly pinched his fingers and did some mental calculations. Why did he feel that this young hidden official overlapped with the North Continent's fellow cultivator Qin, that Huai Qian had mentioned? Could it be that he was the cunning thief hiding beside Sun Huaizhong of the Deshiendu Temple? According to Huai Qian, this person's background was unknown. He was very shrewd and was good at avoiding danger. His life-saving skills were all superb. The imperial tutor of the Xiaoyuan dynasty, Chao Pu, finally met the hidden official that his student, Lin Junbai, had been thinking about for the first time. Back then, Qin Pingan had also used Lin Junbai to pass a message to the imperial tutor of the Xiaoyuan dynasty, who was from the quasi-sage lineage. It was a principle that human nature did not talk about good and evil first, but only talked about good people and kindness. He said that the light of human kindness was everywhere in the world, and it only depended on whether others were willing to open their eyes and see it. The female immortal from the Liuxia continent, Song Yi, felt that the hidden official looked very familiar. Not his appearance but his eyes. After thinking about it, she suddenly widened her eyes. It was the man on the sea near Luhua Island. He was a guy who claimed to be the guest of Yugui sect, Chao Mo at the entrance of the Cave of Fortune. However, when Song Yi met him, there was an extra ferry with 9 children on it. That's right, only the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi could bring 9 young cultivators with him in the sea around Luhua Island of the Rain Dragon sect. At that time, Song Yi even chatted with him for a while. This guy said that he knew Jiang Shangzhen, but that playboy didn't know him. At that time the other party's eyes were quite sincere. Thinking back, this Qin Pingan must have recognized her identity as the master of the pine mist blessed land of the Liuxia continent, senior sister Celine Zhao, by the sachet she hung on her waist. Well, he really knows how to pretend. As expected of the hidden official. No wonder he would stand on Alliance's side. On the way here, Alliance wore a scholarly robe for the first time in a flash. It was clean and tidy without the slightest bit of sloppiness. At this moment, standing between Qin Pingan and Zuoyu, He was probably defeated by the pressure of the great path, by the scholarly robe. He finally lost some face. He knew that he had to first turn his head, then he spat, smoothed his hair, and carefully rubbed his palms against his temples. He whispered to Zuoyu, "So many people are staring at me. It's very embarrassing." Zuoyu nodded and said, "Among them is the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain." Alliance, who still had a bamboo blade made of the green immortal mountain hanging on his waist, looked straight ahead and stopped. Lu Ji began to close her eyes and rest. Before participating in the meeting in the Merit and Virtue Forest, Zuoyu asked Qin Pingan how he would treat the upcoming meeting. Qin Pingan's answer was very simple. He knew who he was, what he had done, and what he hadn't done. When the time came to participate in the meeting, he would watch more and speak less. If he could not speak, he would definitely shut up and be a mute. Su Bai stood among the numerous people of the 100 schools of thought's old ancestors. In fact, it was not easy for him. The youngest cultivator participating in the meeting was actually not Qin Pingan, but Su Bai, who had the reputation of young Jiang Taigong. He was only 30 years old now. This young candidate of the 10 was younger than the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the martial artist of the Great Duan Dynasty Chao Ci, and the scholar of the quasi-sage lineage Yuan Li. However, Su Bai only felt extremely awkward at this moment. If old ancestor Jiang did not forcefully drag him along, Su Bai would never show his face even if he was beaten to death. He, Yuan Li, and the others used to be the strategists of a secret military camp set up by the Confucian Temple. There were more than 30 people from the Confucian Temple, the School of the Military, the School of Yin and Yang, and the School of Xuanhuan. They were the most outstanding young talents among the 100 schools of thought and the top aristocratic families. They had influenced the direction of certain battles in the 5 continents to varying degrees. However, the Confucian Temple had never publicized this matter. Therefore, the reputation of these young people was far inferior to the summer palace of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Among them, there was one person with an extremely special identity. He was Lin Junbai of the Xiaoyuan dynasty. He was the only young man who was both a sword cultivator of the hidden official's lineage and a strategist of the Confucian Temple. However, Lin Junbai was still unable to participate in the Confucian Temple's meeting. Since Su Bai was the youngest, his name would definitely go down in history. In fact, he was the son of Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple, the great sword immortal of the Aquarius continent. That was why he was able to participate in the meeting. The facts proved that Su Bai's thoughts were not unfounded. This was because there were indeed many seniors at the summit who did not conceal their indifference, sarcasm, and contempt in their eyes. It was not obvious and they all hid their strengths well. However, Su Bai could vaguely sense it with his talent. The most terrifying thing was that a few great cultivators at the summit who had a good relationship with the military school seemed to be smiling at him at some point, but their hearts were cold. Su Bai did not care about these condescending gazes. He could not care less about them. He just followed the others and looked at the young hidden official. He was calm and composed, but he did not have the arrogant and wild demeanor that Su Bai had imagined. Instead, he had a gentle and elegant demeanor. In Su Bai's original imagination, the person who could establish himself at the Great Wall of Sword Qi and become a hidden official as a wandering outsider was a pure martial grandmaster who had no shortcuts on the path of martial arts. He must be a young man who showed off his abilities. Of course, one could not judge a book by its cover. It was still hard to tell what the hidden official's true temperament was. Beside the Sage of Rites stood a quasi-sage and an old xianxia. However, the old xianxia was still not the sage of literature. The old xianxia looked at his last disciple and said in his mind, "Don't feel guilty and don't have stage fright. It's only right and proper." The old xianxia was immediately worried. However, in this way, won't many narrow-minded old immortals find it an eyesore and uncomfortable? This kind of arrangement is not appropriate. This time, the quasi-sage did not think that the old xianxia was pretending to be innocent. There was no end to learning, but one only asked about the hard work and not the harvest. There were many people on the mountain who had a high realm, but it did not mean that they had a profound cultivation heart. They still liked to only see the harvest and not the hard work. These people looked at the unfamiliar young man who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere and how he became a hidden official at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After integrating with the Great Wall of Sword Qi, it was almost as if he had died once. He had to face the meticulous schemes of the Jiazi camp and the Sea of Literature. He also had to confront the sword cultivator Dragon Monarch every day. They would pretend to ignore these past events. Every time they turned a blind eye to these events, it would be a dangerous accident if they met each other on the mountain. The Sage of Rights said indifferently, "If you like to feel uncomfortable, then feel uncomfortable. If anyone feels that it's inappropriate, ask him to come and find me." The quasi-sage smiled and nodded. Qin Pingan's actions are only natural. It's not that he's young and impetuous, but it's for the sake of all the sword cultivators who died in battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As a hidden official, he has to stand tall and stand here. If the old immortals who don't understand this principle find it an eyesore and uncomfortable, then they should bear with it obediently. Sage of Literature, if anyone doesn't hide their traces well today, you can record it and get someone to settle it later. I won't stop you this time. After Qin Pingan became a hidden official, he once found an Ascendant Realm great demon who had hidden very deeply in the vast world at the Inverted Mountain. He joined forces with Xuanhuan and killed the demon on a boat on the sea. The young man was not greedy for credit. Later on, when he was on his way back to his hometown, he passed by the Tongyi continent and found a well-hidden old bookworm's book collection seal. He immediately asked someone to hand it over to the Confucian temple. He was experienced and cautious, and he followed the rules strictly. Therefore, even though Qin Pingan came from the lineage of the Sage of Literature, the quasi-sage still admired this young man. He was not like embroidered tiger Chui Dong, who deviated from the orthodoxy and acted alone. He was not like Zhuozhuo, who was all alone in the world and could only reason with his sword. He was also not like Lu Shirlu, who was all alone in the clouds and wild cranes. In short, the last disciple of the Sage of Literature was very willing to reason with others patiently. He was a wine shop owner who was willing to tell stories to children on the streets and alleys of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He was a scholar who was not afraid of being ostracized by the sword cultivators. He was also a scholar who spoke impartially and honestly for the vast world. In fact, this was a trivial matter that Qin Pingan did not think much about. However, it won Qin Pingan a lot of favor from the 3 big learning palaces and the 72 academies in the Confucian temple. Almost all the headmasters of the major academies in the vast 9 continents had heard about this matter. Many sages nodded and smiled knowingly. He did not even pay a visit to the scholarly sage who was in charge of the sky screen. Even though he was in a foreign land, he did not complain about the quasi-sage's lineage. He did not even mention it at the most unrestrained table in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. On the path of life, it seemed that all the words and actions of a person would cause plants to grow and flowers to bear fruit. It could be long or short, wither or bloom with each passing year. It could be big or small, or it could be a cluster of flowers and lush trees. The old scholar nodded vigorously and said, "Good, very good." It seemed that this quasi-sage was quite hot-tempered. The old scholar knew the reason. Half of it was because of Qin Xuanhuan's situation. As for the Sage of Rights, he had shown an unusual rule during the internal meeting of the Confucian temple. For example, the filling of the vacancies of the headmasters of the 72 academies was decided by the Sage of Rights alone. The quasi-sage, the old scholar, the 3 hierarchs of the Confucian temple, and the elders like Fu Sheng could only listen and act according to the rules. Not only that, the other matters that would be brought to the meeting of the Confucian temple were also decided by the Sage of Rights. The headmasters of the Confucian temple would not have any objections today. They would not even have any doubts. It was a pity that the people who were in the meeting today could not hear the conversation between the 3 of them. Otherwise, they would be able to chew on the aftertaste of knowledge. The old scholar suddenly said, "Actually, Xuanhuan is quite a good kid." The quasi-sage was silent. The Sage of Rights said softly, "We can begin." The quasi-sage nodded and said, "First, let me introduce the headmasters of the 72 academies, the chancellor of the Confucian temple, and the minister of education. The headmasters of the academies in the Tongya continent, the South Hassa continent, the Fuyao continent, and the Jinjia continent had all died in battle. Other than that, there would be more gentlemen, sages, and Confucians who died in battle. The South Stream Academy, the Xiang Academy, the Hengku Academy, the Goose Lake Academy, the Xiangshan Academy, the Huiteng Academy, the Jiakang Academy, the Luo Academy, the Jianhu Academy, the Lianxi Academy, the Guanhu Academy, the Cliff Academy, the Yufu Academy. After the headmasters of the academies were called by the quasi-sage, they would bow to the crowd with their hands folded. One of them was the new headmaster of the Hengku Academy, Yuan Zhen. He was the youngest headmaster in the history of the Confucian temple. The 3 chancellors of the Confucian temple were still familiar faces. However, Mao Xiaodong, the vice-headmaster of the Cliff Academy, was one of the ministers of education. However, he had transferred from the Sage of Literature to the Sage of Rights. When Mao Xiaodong bowed, he faced the old scholar. The old scholar nodded and smiled. It did not matter if he was in his own garden or not. When he turned around he would still be able to see the beautiful scenery. Moreover, Mao Xiaodong's innate love and knowledge were more suitable for the Sage of Rites. For example, the suzerains of the sects that had close ties with the dynasties at the foot of the mountain, no matter how they usually cultivated at the top of the mountain or how they looked at the people at the foot of the mountain, every suzerain was clear about one thing. In fact, the dynasties at the foot of the mountain and the ordinary teachers were the living water that flowed to the top of the mountain. The Hall of Ancestral Masters needed to be passed down to the Mountain Lake Kingdom. The Golden Jade archives of every family in the Mountain Lake Kingdom needed to be flipped to the last page to fill in the names. Within a sect there were many mountains. The Grand Cultivators also needed disciples to inherit their Dharma branches so that they would not die out. This was especially true for the 1,000-year-old tycoons who were deeply rooted in the Mountain Lake Kingdom. They had the most opinions on this matter, but none of them dared to speak up. The Sage of Rites smiled slowly and said, "Don't be shy. You can stand or sit as you wish. Ascendant Realm cultivators don't need to suppress their cultivation aura. Martial artists don't need to restrain their aura. It's the same for sword cultivators and gods of the mountains and rivers." The venue of the meeting was the square of the Confucian Temple. In fact, everyone was in the Sage of Rites world. The talisman Yu Xian was the first to cast a spell. He sat down cross-legged and quietly removed the camouflage spell. He wore a loose purple Taoist robe with a black and white pattern of yin and yang fish on the back. The wine gourd hanging on his waist started to emit dazzling starlight as if it had refined the entire Milky Way. The fire dragon Immortal followed closely behind. He sat in the air and placed his hands on his abdomen. He started to take a nap. The two fire dragons on the sleeves of his Taoist robe started to swim slowly. The current Great Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Mansion of the Dragon Tiger Mountain carried a peachwood sword instead of the 10,000 Arts Immortal sword. He also sat down slowly. A cushion appeared and Zhao Tianlai started to breathe. The Iron Tree Mountain's Guokuding, who seemed to be heavily injured for some reason, did not treat herself as an outsider. She took out an ancient mirror and started to heal her injuries. Although the mirror was refined into a natal item by this Taoist named Yu Ming, it was still as big as a mountain compared to its owner's body. Under the shade of the Flying Fairy Palace, someone sat on a small couch. The Fuyao continent's grand cultivator Lu Tu, who looked like a young vulture, sat on the ground. There was a table and an incense burner in front of him. Purple smoke was rising in spirals. Some who wanted to follow his example and be more casual hesitated when they saw the scene on Guokuding's side. They still chose to stand. This was because after Guokuding took out the famous demon-revealing mirror, the mirror became as big as a cushion. However, Guokuding was already as small as a mustard seed. It was not that Guokuding deliberately used any supernatural power to salute the Sage of Rites. The Sage of Rites did not deliberately target this Ascendant Realm demon cultivator. The Sage world was governed by the rules. Zheng Juzhong of the White Emperor City placed his hands behind his back and casually looked at the people on both sides. After looking at the Taoist masters who had their own Taoist chi anomalies, he looked at the Buddhist monks with great virtue. Zheng Juzhong had his own eyesight and saw some unusual Taoist Dharma forms and eminent monks. Apart from the Xiankong Temple's monk, Ming Ran, who was holding a leaf in one hand and looking down. He was still thinking about how to turn the leaf in his hand into the leaf on the tree. There was also a monk. Beside him was a thin stream that resembled the river of time. It seemed to have been severed by the monk using the Buddhist Dharma. It flowed slowly around the area, and there were 3 golden characters on it: Gu, Jian, and Yi. Behind the monk there was a blurry figure, but it was the Dharma form of the monarch of the mortal world. There was another monk with a Dharma form behind him. It was a majestic general. He held a staff in one hand and a long sword in the other. There was a lion beside his feet. There was another monk with his head lowered. He put his palms together, and the Dharma form behind him appeared. It was an old farmer who seemed to be walking on the ridges of the fields. Every step he took was dense. There was also an old monk who looked haggard. Due to the 3 questions of Dharma in his heart, the words turned into 3 strings of Buddhist prayer beads. They were like 3 word passes. The Buddhist forest in the world regarded them as the 3 passes of the yellow dragon. The Confucian Temple's hierarch Old Master Dong said slowly, "The second thing. The sage of literature has reconstructed the statue. The position of the Confucian Temple's sacrificial offerings remains unchanged." On his left and right, Lu Shirlu and Qin Pingan, the 3 direct disciples of the one lineage, bowed to their teacher almost at the same time. The Sage of Rites, the second sage, the 3 Confucian temples hierarch, all the Confucian sages, and all the people who were in the meeting also bowed to the old xianxia. The old xianxia looked solemn and accepted the bow. To be honest, the old xianxia had seen all kinds of big events and experienced all kinds of storms. He won 2 debates between the 3 sects, had countless meetings in the Confucian temple, had lectures in the Learning Palace, and had a fight between the top 3 and the bottom 3. The statues were moved out of the Confucian temple and destroyed. The disciples were scattered everywhere. The old xianxia merged with the mountains and rivers of the 3 continents. He pulled the sleeves of the most holy master and argued with the Sage of Rites until his face turned red. He stepped on a mountain in the central plains and stretched his neck in the sky screen to ask the second brother to chop him. However, the old man looked especially serious today, perhaps because his 3 disciples were present. In the end, the old xianxia bowed to everyone. It was rare to see such an old xianxia. Back then, when he was still the sage of literature, he was a learned man who was at the peak of his power. Back then, he could only think about how to lose less when he discussed Tao with the old xianxia. Alliance chuckled and said, "Congratulations. The old xianxia finally has someone to rely on. I'll have more confidence when I quarrel with people in the Confucian temple. If I join forces with the old xianxia, we'll be invincible." As long as the old xianxia was present, he could take on a large group of people. If Alliance got into trouble, he could sit on a bench and watch the show. The intrigue on the mountain was a skill that had been accumulated for thousands of years. Any sect with a long history would not be unfamiliar with it. Each of them was better than the other. As for the booklet compiled by the Confucian Temple, it proposed a compensation plan for the reconstruction of the mountains and rivers. It seemed clear, but it did not mean much because it only gave a general direction. Moreover, in terms of the actual situation, the sects on the mountain and the dynasties at the foot of the mountain would be the ones to connect the 2 parties. Jing Juzhong, Lu Jubao, and Yu Panshui were all suspicious. Lu Tue of the Fuyao continent was once an ascendant realm cultivator. His sect once controlled 3 dynasties, and his dynasty had more than 20 vassal states. The Great Sword Celestial of the North Continent, Bai Shang, tried to locate a base in the Tongye continent. The Great Sword Celestial of the North Continent, Bai Shang, and the Dayuan dynasty, who secretly invested manpower and resources in the Tongye continent, could not speak. However, the imperial tutor Yang Qing had to speak. Song Jianghu of the Dali dynasty, which still controlled half of the Aquarius continent, was no exception. Old Master Han answered all the questions one by one. Some of the answers were clearly not satisfactory. However, other than the mayor of the White Emperor City and Song Jianghu, no one else dared to bargain with the deputy leader of the Confucian Temple. As for the leader of the Jade sect, Wei Ying, she remained silent. On the other hand, the martial sage Wu Chang took the initiative to stand against the other sections. He hoped that the rules set by the Confucian Temple would be stricter. Chen Pingon had finished reading the booklet. He flipped through it again. For the peak cultivators who only had a rough impression of the hidden official, they might think that Chen Pingon was pretending to be serious. However, every sword cultivator in the summer resort palace knew very well that the hidden official's favorite thing was to read a book from thick to thin. Chen Pingon had read almost all of the secret records and files in the summer resort palace, and he had to read them one by one. Then he would divide each book into several or dozens of notes so that the sword cultivators of the hidden official's branch could check them as soon as possible. Apart from reading the booklet, Chen Pingon was also carefully observing the people who were talking. Perhaps one of them, or even a few of them, was on the same path as Han Yushu of the Myriad Jade sect. If he was not careful, even Tianhuan of the Xinjiang mountain was on the same path. However, he did not know if Cui Dongshan and First Seat Zhou had succeeded. The third matter took a lot of time. Fortunately, except for the 9 emperors, everyone in the Confucian Temple was a peak cultivator. Moreover, the emperors at the foot of the mountain, even the young emperor of the Xuanmi dynasty, had a tough physique. They were stronger than ordinary people. More and more people spoke up to discuss the matter. A family head known as Zhuolu Songzi, a family head of a prestigious clan named Xinho of Fufeng Maoling, as well as the Fan family of the Central Plains Xuanyu all participated in the discussion. Some matters were put on hold because of the strong objections. Lu Ji opened her eyes occasionally. She found it interesting because some old cultivators who were good at cultivation but not good at speaking had a trembling voice when they spoke. A middle-aged emperor blushed. His trembling voice was even more obvious. He clenched his fists and his palms were sweaty. Lu Ji did not find it interesting. Qin Pingan was flipping through the booklet while listening attentively. Occasionally he would raise his head to look at the people who were talking. He was secretly distracted and memorized the content of their words, clothes, accents, expressions, eyes, and habits. Qi Tingji suddenly smiled and said telepathically, "Come visit the Elephant Sword sect when you're free." Qin Pingan nodded and replied, "No problem. After the discussion, I might have to go to the North Continent immediately. The next time I come to the Central Plains, I will go to the South Whirlpool Continent first." Qi Tingji said, "Then it's settled." In fact, Qin Pingan thought that it was fine for the Luapa Mountain and the Elephant Sword sect to form an alliance. It would be beneficial for both sides. As long as Qi Tingji gave up on the fifth heavenly ascension city and did not stop Qin Shi from becoming the city lord, everything would be fine. If Qi Tingji had gone against his promise with the sword immortal and went to the fifth heavenly ascension, he would have been the undisputed #1 in the world. He would have gathered destiny and a series of accidents would have happened. This ambitious old sword immortal would have turned the heavenly ascension city into a stepping stone. It would have become a path to the 14th realm. With Qi Tingji's ambitious nature and his foundation in the way of the sword, he would have reached the top smoothly. Fortunately, for whatever reason, Qi Tingji did not do so in the end. As for the young secluded official's selfishness, both local sword cultivators and foreign sword immortals were well aware of it. After all, Qin Pingan had exchanged his own life for this result. Ning Yao did not disappoint him or the Ascension City. She broke through in the fifth heavenly ascension, Jade Pu, Immortal, and Ascension. She was unstoppable. An Ascension realm sword cultivator who broke the rules of the Confucian Temple and barged into the heavenly Ascension City without permission would attract the hostility of the other factions. Furthermore, the Qingming world and the Buddhist kingdom of the West would definitely criticize this. When that happened, the entire world would be in chaos. The fight for the Ascension City would no longer be justified. Within the Ascension City, Qin Shi, Qi Tingji, Ning Yao, and the entire secluded official lineage would have a huge disagreement with Qi Tingji. However, no matter what, Qi Tingji was willing to stubbornly choose to establish a sect in the vast world. He was very bold. Qin Pingan suddenly said, "The Luapa Mountain won't fight with the Elephant Sword sect for the traveling sword immortals who are currently in the desolate world. Moreover, this is the respect that you deserve. I can't compete with you for it." Those traveling sword immortals who had given up on concealing their identities had received secret instructions from their eldest sword immortal and did not participate in the battle. Currently, not all of them were willing to come to the vast world that they disliked. Perhaps many sword immortals had already returned to the desolate world after the battle. However, there would definitely be a small number of sword immortals who did not mind being a guest elder in the Elephant Sword sect or the Luapa Mountain. Qin Pingan guessed that Qi Tingji had secretly contacted them. He was just waiting for a suitable opportunity to reveal the truth. Therefore, Qin Pingan's words were not only beautiful but also sincere. This was because the Elephant Sword sect in the South Hassa continent was like the Great Wall of Sword Qi back then. Qi Tingji smiled knowingly and said, "If anyone is willing to go to the Luapa Mountain to settle down, whether it's as a consecrator or a guest elder, I'm happy to see it happen. Anyway, I won't let the fertile water flow into the fields of outsiders. They're all half of my family." This was called reciprocity. As Qin Pingan expected, Qi Tingji had indeed secretly contacted that group of sword immortals. 3 of them were indeed willing to be guest elders of the sword sect. 2 of them were more interested in the Luapa Mountain. However, they had not heard the exact news of the young secluded official's return, so they did not set off on the journey. After the heart-to-heart talk with the young secluded official today, Qi Tingji returned to the South Hassa continent and secretly sent a flying sword message to the 2 sword immortals. As for why he did not immediately inform Qin Pingan of this matter, it was too obvious. Grudges were grudges and schemes were schemes. However, Qi Tingji and Qin Pingan were sword cultivators. They were both sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Just as Qi Tingji and Lu Ji had said, he was not so narrow-minded that he promised not to make things difficult for Mr. Lu. In fact, Qin Pingan had already shown a very friendly alliance when he persuaded Xianhuan of the Spring Banner sect to be a guest elder of the Elephant Sword sect. Xianhuan being a guest elder had a profound meaning. It was not because the Elephant Sword sect urgently needed a guest elder of the pure Jade realm, but because Xianhuan had been in the Spring Banner sect on the Inverted Mountain for many years. In addition to the many blade-strengthening gourds from the gourd vine, his relationship with the sect at the peak of Howran Mountain was quite good. In fact, when Xianhuan went to Luopa Mountain, Qi Tingji was mentally prepared that this sword immortal would not return. Only Madame Huanyan returned to the sect. He did not expect Qin Pingan to give him a big surprise. In private, Xiaoyunyan even agreed to temporarily be the god of wealth of the sect for 100 years. When Qi Tingji found a suitable candidate, Xiaoyunyan would step down from this position. Qin Pingan asked, "The Luopa mountain sect has chosen the Tongyi continent. Senior, are you preparing to choose the central divine continent or the pure jade continent?" Qi Tingji said, "It is a bit difficult. Firstly, there are too few people in the sect. Secondly, the connection between the sect and the lower sect is too fast. It is easy to attract jealousy. These two continents are very different from the Tongyi sect that you chose." Both sides were chatting and plotting. In fact, it involved the foundation of the next 100 or 1,000 years. Qin Pingan hesitated. Qi Tingji smiled. "Hidden official, if you have something to say, say it." Qin Pingan said frankly, "The lower sect choosing the pure jade continent will be very smooth. But in this way, the elephant dragon sword sect will find it very difficult to become the #1 sword sect in the world." Lu Ji, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened her eyes and said, "Actually, the lower sect is choosing the Fuyao continent." Qi Tingji was a little helpless. "Mr. Lu, as the chief consecrator, you're siding with outsiders." Lu Ji said doubtfully, "You can't say this?" Qin Pingan smiled. "If you ask, I can say it even if I can't." Qi Tingji smiled and nodded. "Indeed." Lu Ji said, "Then you can continue to chat. I will definitely not speak." The matters discussed next could be big or small. How to treat the native demon race of the world, and how to search for those demon race that had not retreated to the wilderness in time and were hiding in the vast seas and continents. In an instant, the 5 sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi became the center of attention again. Guokuding of the Iron Tree Mountain also attracted a lot of attention. In the end, Qi Tingji was the only one who spoke at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He did not say anything heroic, but only said that the Elephant Dragon Sword sect was located near the sea. So, including Qi Tingji, the Chief Reverend Mr. Lu, the guest sword immortal Xiaoyunyan, and the 18 new sword cultivators of the sword sect were all willing to go out to sea to kill the hidden demon race. Qi Tingji's words were neither hot nor cold, but it still gave people a feeling of sharpness and murderousness. Qi Tingji's sword skills were excellent, but he could not kill a jade unpolished cultivator of Middle Earth. But when it came to killing demons, this young and handsome old sword immortal would not hesitate to do so. The young hidden official still did not say a word. The new head of the Mellow Qin family, xuanhuan, agreed with Qi Tingji. Among the martial arts grandmasters, xianxia, Wang Doxiu and wuxia were all willing to listen to the orders of the Confucian Temple and go out to sea to kill demons. Lu Tue and the Confucian Temple promised that he would temporarily stop cultivating for 10 years and that there would be no demons from the Fuyao continent. Zheng Juzhong of the White Emperor City remained silent after hearing that, but he smiled warmly. This was because Lu Tuo's words were like a needle hidden in silk floss, filled with killing intent. The reason was simple. The vast majority of the demon cultivators in the upper 5 realms of the Fuyao continent were now the beloved generals of White Emperor City's city lord. They killed demons. The sect master of the Jade Medallion sect, Wei Ying, a sword cultivator in the immortal realm, also promised that half of the Tongyi continent in the south of the Great Spring Dynasty would be a training ground for the cultivators of her sect to go down the mountain and train for 10 to 30 years, striving to eliminate the remaining demon cultivators in one go. Huai Yin said that the cultivators of the Flying Fairy Palace were willing to go to the South Sa continent. The Grand Heavenly Master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, Zhao Tianlai, only said that he would go down the mountain and travel the 9 continents for 60 years. The head of the Lu family from the school of Yin Yang suddenly suggested that they should give more opportunities for the young cultivators to train. They didn't need to restrict themselves to one continent or another. For example, a Confucian gentleman from the academy, a sword cultivator with outstanding killing power, a pure martial artist of the 7th or 8th realms, and 2 or 3 Qi cultivators from the 100 schools of thought would form a team. The Confucian gentleman would also be responsible for dividing the Hauran 9 continents into regions to patrol. The Confucian gentleman would have the right to mobilize the local deities and army in case of emergency. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the square of the Confucian temple froze. The old scholar chuckled. That was not the intention of the Confucian temple. Yu Xian squinted and stroked his beard. Perfected Fiery Dragon and Yu Xian laughed in their hearts. They want the disciples of the Lu family to be the deputy team leader? Yu Xian shook his head. I don't think so. Perfected Fiery Dragon laughed and asked, Old Yu, you're old and have a high seniority. Don't you have anything to say about killing demons? If I were the Holy Master, I would take that galaxy back into my bag tomorrow and let you complete the Tao of a hammer. Yu Xian rolled his eyes and said, You've been holed up in the North Continent. What would you know? Before the meeting at the Confucian Temple, I've already issued a few decrees and asked hundreds of my disciples to march to the Jianghu continent. Perfected Fiery Dragon felt that he had been stabbed in the heart. He sighed and said, An old hen can lay eggs. That's impressive. They've already won in terms of momentum. Actually, the Lying Ground Peak was a little embarrassed. Since when did the North Continent have hidden demons? The Lying Ground Peak had no right to interfere with the Aquarius continent. As for the Tongya continent, forget about it. Many forces from other continents had already infiltrated the Tongya continent. 30? 50? In addition, the cultivators from all over the mountains and lakes who were looking for opportunities were like a swarm of bees. Compared to Yu Xian's talisman Taoist priests, they flocked to the broken Tongya continent. They killed demons and snatched treasures, earned money and earned merits. They always felt that the place that was beaten to a pulp by the wild world was filled with divine money. In reality, having such a view did not mean that he was blinded by greed. Even if there were gaps in the other side and the foot of the mountain was thirsty for talents, he would first find a resurgence dynasty or a guest of the various vassal states. In any case, it would not affect the matter of seeking treasures and wealth. The vitality of the Jade sect was greatly damaged, and the Tongya sect was on the brink of death. As a result, there were many empty seats on the Tongya continent. Qin Pingan still looked at the speaker from afar. A Taiji diagram floated under the feet of the master of the Lu family. Other than that, there were layers of complicated seal scripts. As a matter of fact, after the master of the Lu family of the school of Yin and Yang proposed the idea, the hidden officials Qin Pingan, Chao Ci Yuan Zhen, and Su Bai became the center of attention again because the focus was on the young cultivators. Someone suddenly realized that none of the youngest prodigies had spoken a single word. Why did the young people all become mutes? Hua Yin broke the silence and said something that the people who were talking about before had intentionally avoided. The world should follow the rules of how the local demons should be treated. The Confucian temple would be treated the same as before. Master Dong suddenly said, I don't think it's enough. Hua Yin smiled and did not say anything else. Were the old rules of the Confucian temple not perfect enough? Or were they not strict enough, or were they too lenient in the past? It was indeed hard to tell. Besides, the so-called rules of the Confucian temple were set by the sage of rites himself. That was why no one dared to overdo it. Tai Shushan's Guokuding, who had been silent, suddenly said something that made everyone look at her in a different light. She was extremely stubborn. Mr. Dong, if I may ask, what do you mean by not enough? Master Dong asked in return. Mountain Lord Gua, if I may ask, what do you mean by not enough? Everyone was aware of the abnormality. Something was not right. Something was not right. According to the Confucian temple style in the past, Guokuding, who was an ascendant realm demon, should be reasonable for her to say something like that, regardless of whether she was right or wrong. Besides, Tai Shushan had contributed greatly in the battle. Even though the contribution did not match the influence of Tai Shushan's faction, the sage of the Confucian temple who followed the rules set by the sage of rites would not be so aggressive under normal circumstances. Lu Ji could not help but ask the two people beside her telepathically, What's going on? Qin Pingan did not say anything. Qi Tingji explained, the atmosphere in the meeting was too warm. None of the words were sincere. The Confucian temple isn't satisfied. Yuan Jin turned to the side and bowed at the sage of rites. He said, the Confucian temple isn't too lenient with the local demons. It's the other factions that are too harsh on the demon cultivators. There was an uproar. Qin Pingan kept the booklet in his sleeve. He raised his head and looked at the young Confucian scholar. The future mountain elder of Hengku Academy was indeed courageous. They had met before in Lishong City on the night ship. However, neither of them recognized the other. Yuan Yan's second sentence was even more shocking. I suggest that in addition to the central divine continent, all 8 continents should have a sect like Steel Tree Mountain, so that the native demon cultivators of each continent can have a foothold. Guokuding was astonished. The flower lord of 100 Flowers Blessed Land looked at the young mountain elder in high spirits. The lady of Green Immortal Mountain also nodded in agreement. The secondary sage smiled. Yuan Zhen did not say anything to the Confucian temple. The old scholar turned to the secondary sage and smiled. What do you think? I was right. He's a good kid. The secondary sage did not reply. Qi Tingji narrowed his eyes. One of the guest elders of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, Lady Ruyan of the Upside Down Mountains Plum Blossom Garden, was a demon cultivator of the upper 5 realms. Jade Gui Sect's Weiing was also moved. Lady Xuanxia could actually return to the Tongyi continent from the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu. Lady Tantan of the Lushui pit also had a glint in her eyes. She suddenly found Yuanzhen pleasing to the eye. This was because, other than the Lushui pit's fishing immortal and the Southern Sea's lone rider, she also had an upper 5 realms demon that could only be a cowardly tortoise. Since she was in a high position, she did not need such a lackey. There was no point in keeping it by her side. Even if she had to remove the contract, she could just let it establish its own sect. When it became a sect master, it would be a source of pride for her. When the time came, she could get that fellow to give her the title of Grand Sect Master. She suddenly sensed a gaze. It was Venerable Fiery Dragon. She immediately retracted her expression. However, she was still cursing in her heart. If you have the ability, go find her too. Don't you Taoists of the Crouching Ground Peak like to slay demons? Are you dumbfounded now? Venerable Fiery Dragon laughed in his heart. What are you dumbfounded about? Lady Tantan's face stiffened. She tried to test him in her heart. Venerable Fiery Dragon, you know how to read minds? Venerable Fiery Dragon smiled. My spells are shallow. How would I know how to read minds? Lady Tantan's face was bitter. She was miserable. It seemed like she would have to run away after the meeting in the Confucian temple ended. Venerable Fiery Dragon laughed again. You have such a big official hat and a lavish official residence. Where can you run to? Madame Tundun even had thoughts of dying. How could 2 cultivators of the same realm have the ability to read minds? What was going on? The great heavenly master of Mount Longhu helped to resolve the situation. He smiled and said, "Don't scare Lady Tantan." Lady Tantan heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she realized that Venerable Fiery Dragon's eyes were full of mockery. She then realized that there was another great heavenly master in the art of reading minds. Yu Xian comforted her seriously. Heavenly Master Zhao is a person of virtue and prestige. Even if he knows how to read minds, he won't use it on you. Lady Tantan was dumbfounded. If possible, she wanted to plead with the Sage of Rites to let her leave this place and not participate in the meeting. An art sage who was sitting on the ground had prepared a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He had already finished 2 paintings on the table. One was of the Sage of Rites, the other was of the old scholar who had regained his status as the Sage of Literature, and the other was of the 72 sages of the Academy. However, after Xuanhuan's words, the old man smiled and drew another painting. Chen Pingan knew the power of Xuanhuan's words. This was the power of using rules well. When used in a mysterious way, it was like using the right time, place, and people to create a small world of its own. It was a pity that Guken was not here. Otherwise, she would have benefited greatly. If it worked, Xuanhuan would definitely have a say in the layout of the Confucian temple. Even if it did not work, the peak cultivators like Qi Tingji, Lady Tantan of Lushui Pit, and the Flower Lord of Baihua Blessed Land would at least remember Xuanhuan's kindness. Would the leaders of the other sects really have a bad impression of Xuanzhen? There might be a few, but most of the great cultivators would start to see Xuanhuan as the mountain elder of the academy from this moment onwards, and not just a direct disciple of the secondary sage. If Xuanhuan could really create 8 more sects of demon cultivators in the 8 continents of the Hauran race. In the vast world, almost all the native demons would have to thank Xuanhuan from the bottom of their hearts. Today, Xuanhuan could decide the fate of all the demons in the world with a single word. In the next meeting of the Confucian Temple, the mountain elder of the academy, Xuanhuan, or the future minister of the academy, Yuan Sai, or Grand Chancellor Yuan could also decide the fate of Tai Shushan and an ascendant realm demon with a few words. As for Guokuding, in terms of fighting skills, even a group of Yuanyongs would not be enough to kill the Taoist Yu Ming, let alone one Xuanhuan. The fist was the reason. However, the reason was also the fist. The one that was visible to the naked eye might be more satisfying. However, the latter killed and saved people invisibly. Therefore the two were indispensable. Alliance laughed in his mind. Qin Pingan, don't forget about Master Bai. Qin Pingan nodded. In the end, regarding the establishment of sects in the 8 continents, Teacher Dong at the Confucian Temple ended the meeting with the word discuss. The 5th matter was to discuss the name of the 5th world, as well as the corresponding strategy of the vast world after the next opening of the door. Qin Pingan covered his sleeves with his hands and took a deep breath. Qi Tingji suddenly asked the 3 sword cultivators beside him, The Confucian school paid a huge price to establish the brand new world. Why is the Confucian temple willing to accept cultivators from the other two worlds? Qin Pingan shook his head. It was indeed a huge mystery. His senior brother was even more mute than Qin Pingan. Alliance pursed his lips. Perhaps only the ancestors of the three sects know about it. Alliance thought for a while and added, perhaps the Sage of Rites and the cheeky third brother Lu have guessed it as well. The final name given by the Confucian temple for the fifth world was a name that nobody could tell whether it was good or bad. The five-colored world. It had been delayed for many years, but no matter what, there was finally a name. Qin Pingan narrowed his eyes and quickly went through his memories. The heavens showered the world with 5 colors, and the mortal world was at peace. The writings were 5-colored coral hooks, and the heart, liver and intestines were all written in history. Both were in the language of the poets. The 5 colors turned into a world of gold. It was in the language of the Buddhists. The 9 brilliances of the 5 colors of the spiritual aura turned into a pearl on the immortal altar. It was in the language of the Taoists. There was also a sentence. The 5 colors of light spread throughout the world, and the mountains and rivers were vast and unhindered. The cultivators at the peak who were proficient in the art of deduction began to calculate in their minds without exception. Alliance was bored. He said, Zuozhuo, why don't we have a drink? Why don't you go first? I'm too timid to drink. Zuozhuo said, I'll drink as long as you have the guts to take out 2 pots of wine. Alliance chuckled. However, just as he was about to take the wine, he slapped his sleeves instead of taking it out. This was because a voice sounded in his mind. Do you want to invite the Sage of Rites, the Sage of Literature, and me to drink a pot? Alliance laughed dryly and did not say anything. Regarding the reopening of the 5-colored world, the 100 schools of thought and the 100 schools of thought had their own suggestions. Moreover, this matter was closely related to the fate of the entire vast world. Therefore, it was the first time that so many people participated in the discussion. Liang let out a sigh. He knew why the old grandmasters were so eager to give their suggestions. There was going to be a discussion soon. Perhaps it was not even a discussion, but a decision that had already been made in the Confucian temple. These old fellows had done their best and left the rest to fate. For example, Mr. Fan of the Shang clan was so confident. It was because the Shang clan's status would rise today. The Yao clan and the School of Agriculture were the same. This was because they either contributed the most or suffered the most casualties in the war. Just like in Qin Pingan's hometown, the Aquarius continent, the Yao clan's Qi cultivators who were originally indifferent were now respected by everyone. Even the Yao clan's Qi cultivators who traveled to the Aquarius continent were treated as distinguished guests. Even if they were just Qi cultivators of the lower 5 realms, as long as they were seen by the Dali cavalry on the official road, the latter would salute them with cupped fists. As for the school of the military, of course they had contributed a lot. However, how could they rise? The 3 schools of thought and 1 school of thought had remained unchanged for thousands of years. Was the school of the military going to establish another school of thought? That was impossible. Therefore, Old Jiang and Old Wei, who were part of the 10 philosophies of the martial temple, were the 2 who had the most say in this discussion. However, the school of the military would not change their status. They would definitely benefit a lot. After all, the school of the military led by Old Jiang had a temper as bad as the sword cultivators. Moreover, they had more people and contributed a lot. Naturally, they would speak louder. This was because when talking about the 5-colored world, the first thing that could not be avoided was the Ascension City and the first and only Ascension Realm cultivator of the 5-colored world, Ning Yao. However, the young hidden officer still did not speak. The old scholar felt heartache and gratified at the same time. The Ascension City did not need anyone to add flowers to the brocade. As long as the current situation could be maintained, it would be the best situation. As long as they followed the established strategy and fought steadily, the Ascension City would be the unshakable leader of the 5-colored world. It was much more impressive than the old scholar's self-proclaimed leader in the Merit Forest. Therefore, the Ascension City must not be impatient. As long as the hidden officer, the criminal officer, and the Quan clan did not fight among themselves, so what if they let in a limited number of upper 5 realms cultivators the next time they opened the door? Would they be able to shake the Ascension City's status? Did they think they were the Ascension Realm's heavenly tribulation? How dare they be so unreasonable? Yu Xian asked in his heart, Brother Huolong, is Qin Pingan so good-tempered? He doesn't seem to be a hero if he keeps quiet. I've been paying attention to that kid and I'm a little sleepy now. Venerable Huolong laughed and said, good-tempered? This is called not acting without seeing the hair. Not a hero? If you have the ability, let that kid visit your blessed lands. The sky is not 3 feet high and the ground is not 10 feet deep. I won't call you old man you anymore. I'll call you old ancestor you every time. How about that? Anyway, calling him old ancestor you a few times was not worth much. After all, Qin Pingan had already earned a lot of money. Splitting the spoils was the real deal. Yu Xian stretched out 2 fingers and twirled his beard as if he wanted to give it a try. Whether it was money or not, it didn't matter. He had never been poor in his life. It was really annoying. The 6th thing was to draw a clear line between the 4 seas water fate territory. This was another conclusion of the Confucian Temple. There was no need for outsiders to discuss it. However, the Confucian Temple did not provide a specific candidate for the Water Lord of the 4 seas. However, it was believed that the Water Lords of the 5 lakes would fight for this. Although the 5 lakes were huge, they were not as vast as the 4 seas. Especially the 4 seas end, it was the best place for the water deities and water deities to cultivate. Other than the water god of the 5 lakes, all the water deities of the great lakes and great rivers, as well as the few marquises of malfeasance, would be tempted. Whether it was to become the lord of the 4 seas or to be promoted to the water god of the great lakes, it was worth a try. Next, the Confucian Temple took out 4 blessed lands and gave them to the Elephant Sword sect of the South Sa continent, the 9 true immortal abode of the Fuyao continent, the Jade Gui sect of the Tongye continent, and the Old Dragon City of the Aquarius continent. Wei Ying was relieved. In the lake in his heart, the sounds of congratulations were endless. After replying to them, Wei Ying took a step back and turned towards the southeast. He cupped his fists 3 times. He cupped his fists to Xuanhuan Jiang Shangzhen, and all the cultivators of the Jade Gui sect who died in battle. Next, the Confucian Temple promoted and demoted the 100 schools of thought. The Sage of Rites took a step forward. He was personally in charge of this matter. This caused many of the old patriarchs who wanted to pour out their grievances to immediately shut their mouths. Among them, Mr. Fan of the Shang clan's grandmaster was still respectful and bowed to the Sage of Rites after hearing the expected answer. Other than the Sage of Rites' words, the grandmasters of the 100 schools of thought also said, "Yes, sir." It seemed calm and peaceful, but in fact the undercurrent was shocking. The Sage of Rites stood on the spot. For some reason he didn't take a step back. The secondary sage said, "From now on the Mountain River Palace Bulletin will be lifted. The official language of each country will continue to be used at the foot of the vast 9 continents mountain, but the great Confucian language must be used. This matter will be evaluated by the imperial court officials and officials." There was nothing much to say about these 2 matters. They were trivial matters. However, after the secondary saint finished speaking, everyone, without exception, began to hold their breaths and look solemnly at the Sage of Rites who had taken a step forward alone. In fact, everyone present stood up one after another. This was because the Confucian Temple's meeting was the real finale. It was how to deal with the desolate world. Compared to this huge matter, how to treat the native demon race. It was not worth mentioning at all. The Sage of Rites smiled and looked at the young hermit sitting opposite him. Speechless? Not necessarily. The young man had been drinking with others at the same table in a foreign land for many years. Now that he had returned to his hometown, he had nothing to say. It didn't make sense. In an instant, a strange phenomenon occurred. The vast world, which was originally standing on a big circle, and all the saints and heroes, they became a straight line. In the distance, the Mountain River Palace barriers slowly dispersed, and another straight line appeared. Both sides faced each other. Zheng Juzhong couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, only the Sage of Rites could do something like this. Yu Xian pulled his beard hard. Venerable Fire Dragon shook his sleeves. The Iron Tree Mountain's Guokuding had a complicated expression. Qi Tingji sneered. Lu Ji placed her palm on the hilt of the sword at her waist. It was just an ordinary sword made by the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The emperors and monarchs of the dynasties at the foot of the mountain changed their expressions. It turned out that there were more than 100 demon cultivators of the upper 5 realms in the desolate world on that straight line. The person in the middle was a green-robed swordsman, the leader of the moon-supporting mountain's 100 sword immortals. She was now the ruler of the desolate world. They ran. Once again the same thing happened. All the demon cultivators in the desolate world focused their attention on one person again. It was the man with a sword on his back who was no longer wearing a bright red robe. Instead he was wearing a green robe. He was a bastard who made the desolate world suffer. He was a foreigner who had lost his mind and was in the Tao integration stage. He was a person who even when Zhoumi and the sword cultivator dragon monarch could not kill. He was a half-human, half-ghost who guarded the city for years. The Great Wall of Sword Qi, the last hermit of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Pingan. In one day, two worlds belonged to one person. 786. The two worlds faced each other from afar. The reason why such a magnificent landscape painting could appear was because the Sage of Rites had personally activated the largest catoptric deflection in the past 10,000 years. The vast world and the savage world relied on the two remaining doors of the inverted hanging mountain to connect with the ruins of the endless seas. The hundreds of demon cultivators in the savage world naturally couldn't come to the Confucian temple in the central plains. All the demons gathered at the moon-supporting mountain, where they were having a meeting. After the painting was opened, the two sides discussed from afar. Sit down and talk. If you can't come to an agreement, we'll talk about other things. This was the suggestion of the Sage of Rites and the moon-supporting mountain. Only the Sage of Rites could make this happen. This wasn't just because of the Sage of Rites' high cultivation level. No other 14th-tier cultivator in the world, other than the second-highest scholar in the Confucian temple, could do this. For example, if the Qingming world wanted to have a meeting, the second-ranked Taoist, Yu Do, who was in charge of the Beko Keikyung building, invited all the top cultivators in the world. The Great Xuandu Monastery, Sun Huaizhong Sword Celestial Lineage, and Wu Shuangjiang Sui Chu Palace, would definitely ignore them. It wasn't that they didn't care about the Beko Keikyung building, but that they didn't think that he had the right to command the world. As for Yu Do's junior brother Lu Qin, he couldn't do it either. Moreover, the third sect master of the Beko Keikyung building was born with a headache when it came to such affairs. He was known to be a lazy person who wouldn't stand if he could sit or lie down if he could. Fei Ran smiled and quickly scanned the crowd. The Confucian sages, the heroes of the world, and the 100 schools of thought. It was like the Milky Way had landed on the ground. The stars shone brightly. Qin Pingan did the same. He quickly scanned the hundreds of demon cultivators in the savage world. Furthermore, there was a hidden connection between their actions. For example, when Qin Pingan's gaze swept across the group of demons, he paid particular attention to the eyes of the demon cultivators. Fei Ran did the same. Both of them were using their eyes as mirrors, using mirrors to observe things. Therefore, other than sizing each other up, Fei Ran was also observing the expressions of the cultivators in the savage world. What Qin Pingan was paying attention to was the expressions of the cultivators in the savage world. Qin Pingan was very familiar with the local customs and practices of the wilderness. Because Qin Pingan had been in charge of the Summer Palace for many years and had flipped through the secret records, it could even be said that his understanding of the wilderness was second to none. During this time, Qin Pingan and Fei Ran only glanced at each other and didn't make much eye contact. The White Emperor City Lord and the Sword Immortal Advisor both noticed the intentions of Firen and the young hidden official. The master of the Flying Immortal Palace, Huayin, hid his hands in his sleeves again. He kept making hand seals and calculating. The saint painter couldn't put up a painting at this moment. However, he had already memorized this unprecedented scene. Due to the rules of the Sage of Rites, no one could use their skills as they wished. Therefore, they had to wait until the end of the meeting. They had to take a few steps back and memorize the positions of the cultivators in the Confucian temple. When they returned to the Mandarin Duck Zhu, they would drink a jar of green immortal mountain wine and a jar of 100 flowers wine. When they were drunk, they would start painting. The 14 thrones of the savage world. The grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain. When Zhoumi. The Dragon Lord tried to stop the tip of the immortal sword Taibai's sword on half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, so he crossed the city wall and was killed by Qin Qingdu. Lu Cha, who had fallen from level 14, was imprisoned in the Forest of Merits. Yang Ji was first blocked by Lu Qi and then imprisoned by the Confucian temple in the ruins of a group of volcanoes. It was said that they were the alchemy cauldrons refined by the Taoist ancestor in ancient times. The great demon ox blade was nowhere to be found. The golden armor cage on its body had already been broken. It had been refined into a great halberd. However, it did not return to the desolate world, nor was it imprisoned by the Confucian temple. The grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain was at the Flood Dragon Ravine, facing the sage ancestor who was sitting on the peak of Sway Mountain and flipping through books. Both sides were wearing down the great path. In the end, the gray-robed elder could only fight to the death. He messed up the world and almost helped the gods from beyond the heavens to destroy the Sage of Rites' protection. Zhoumi ascended to the sky. Among the new sovereigns, there were not many who could convince the people of the desolate world. The level 14 sword cultivators Xiao Chua, Firen, and Shurchen were relatively acceptable. As for the rest, even Guanxiang and Zhongguang, who had sufficient experience, battle achievements, and a decent level, they were not very convincing. As for the remaining sovereigns, the demon cultivators at the peak of the mountain did not think much of them. Since when did the sovereigns of the desolate world become so worthless? Instead of filling up the positions and fooling around, it was better to leave the positions empty and wait for the peak experts to fight their way to the top. Unfortunately, the little girl with the ponytail was nowhere to be found. Even Zhuozhua had returned to the Confucian temple, but she had not returned to the desolate world. Otherwise, with Xiaochua's temper, she would definitely not have agreed to let those useless people join her and become sovereigns. She would definitely beat those at the bottom and force them off the sovereigns. If they were unlucky, they might even be beaten to death by her. The Xiaochua who returned to the desolate world was different from the Xiaochua who was at the righteous world and Zhuozhua. Even if Xiaochua had not reached the level 14, she was still the sword cultivator who had killed the most demons in history at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She was the master of the moon-bearing mountain Firen. The two demons on Firen's left were the direct disciples of the moon-bearing mountain's grand ancestor. However, they had never participated in the battles at the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the righteous world. One of them was a beautiful woman whom Alliance called Big Sister Xuanhuan. She and her senior brother were in charge of guarding the moon-bearing mountain. She first glanced at that son of AB***, then at the madam of the green immortal mountain. She was beautiful, but she was not as stunning as she had imagined. As for the woman with 100 flowers embroidered on her dress, she was most likely the flower lord of the 100 flowers blessed land. She was even more disgusted. It was a pity that Xie Yun had died early and did not win the battle. Otherwise, these two women would not have ended well. The sword immortal escort, a one-eyed man with 6 swords hidden in his sword sheath. He wore an emerald green robe, banana refining. This famous demon sword cultivator in the Great Wall of Sword Qi stood beside her junior brother, Zhou Qinggao. As the first disciple of Wenhai Zhoumi, escort had just broken through the bottleneck of the immortal realm. Therefore he was already in the ascendant realm. Actually, there were many times when the teacher had prepared a backup plan. For example, escort's opportunity to break through the realm, Firen's ascension and breakthrough, and the general things that needed to be done in the desolate world in the next 100 years. Escort had participated in the Battle of the 13 in the early years. Later on, with the emergence of young hidden officials, a saying of escort in the south and hidden official in the north began to spread in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the desolate world. Beside him was the junior sister of the jade unpolished realm, Lu Bai. The other disciples of the three, Kaiying, Tongxian, Tongyin and Yuzhao, had all followed their teacher, Zhoumi, and ascended to the sky together. For some reason, the female sword cultivator, Lu Bai, was not taken away by her teacher. She glanced at the green-robed man in front of her. There was a gap between the first glance and the second glance. Jiazi Tent, the great demon official ally. The great demon Chongguang, who wore a bright red robe, was an old rival of the Great Wall of Sword Qi sword cultivators. Later on in the Tongye continent, he was in charge of encircling the Jade sect and fought with Jiang Shangzhen several times. However, he had never met Wei Ying of the lower realm sect at that time. However, he recognized Wei Ying. Therefore, he smiled at the Jade sect sword immortal and said, "Jiang Shangzhen is dead?" Otherwise, with his temper, he would have crawled to the Confucian temple. Could it be that there was an internal conflict in the sect and he was killed by you? So, I respect you as a man. You will be my guest in the future. If he wasn't, then was he a watchdog raised by Jiang Shangzhen? That's boring. Of all people, why did you have to learn from our hidden official? Wei Ying laughed it off. She would remember this grudge. The cultivators on the mountains of the wilderness had fewer rules and taboos compared to the people in the Confucian temple. Most of them were whispering to each other. For a moment, all kinds of dialects were mixed and it was very chaotic. The green-robed Fei Ran, who carried a sword on his back, raised an arm. The line, which was originally noisy, gradually became silent. Although Firen's actions were far from immediate, it was rare for her to be able to follow the rules in such a manner, given that she was flanked by two domineering greater demons. This made the cultivators on the mountains of the vast world feel that today's meeting would be very difficult to talk about. Or rather, it would become meaningless. Fei Ran retracted his arm, straightened his robe and bowed to the Sage of Rites. This was probably the first official action of the heroes of the wilderness. It was also the beginning of this meeting. The green-robed swordsman, who was now the owner of the moon-bearing mountain in name, did not seem to care if his action would be remembered by the arrogant great demons of the wilderness. On the other hand, Fei Ran did not care about whether this matter would be recorded in the future. Looking through the almanac, Fei Ran would be mentioned. Back then, on the Peach Leaf Ferry in the Tongya continent, Fei Ran did not hide his respect for the Sage of Rites even when he was with Wenhai and Zhou. During the war, Fei Ran only fought a few times, starting from the opening of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and ending with the opening of the Ultimate. But it just so happened that this sword cultivator, after returning to his hometown, inexplicably became the second owner of the Moon-bearing Mountain. He was blessed by the heavens as he refined a huge amount of luck and several secret treasures of the Moon-bearing Mountain's arsenal. The sword cultivator who had been pretending to be an immortal had taken a step further and became a brand new Ascendant Realm sword cultivator. It was shocking and shocking. In the wilderness, the strong were always respected. This principle had long been taught to the extreme. The few hidden internal conflicts in the vast world were due to the fact that the powerhouses on the peak of the vast world sincerely agreed with this principle. However, the Confucian Temple managed to suppress the uproar that took place all of a sudden. Pei Bei once worked together with the two vice-faction masters of the Confucian Temple to secretly deal with an Ascendant Realm ghost from the central region. After the battle, a mountain was razed to the ground, and the land within 1,000 miles of the battlefield was scorched. In another battle, the great god of Xuanhuan followed teacher Dong and two other cultivators from the peak of the mountain to suppress the old cultivator who had no hope of breaking through the bottleneck of the Ascendant Realm. The old cultivator had been in seclusion for 1,000 years. He was in a similar situation as Wanyan Laojing, an Ascendant Realm cultivator from the Gold Armor continent. In addition, this person's sect was located in the coastal area. He probably thought that he had nowhere to run, so he single-handedly wiped out half of the dynasties. In less than 3 days, a total of 72 counties and more than 20 sects on the mountain were wiped out by this great cultivator with an overwhelming number of spells and divine abilities. However, such cruel and tyrannical acts were commonplace in the desolate world. They happened every year and they happened everywhere. The strong talked reason while the weak listened. If they could survive, they would become another strong cultivator and continue to talk about the same principle. This was how the wilderness worked. There was also the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu. Something similar to what happened at Mount Taiping had happened. A well-hidden chess piece of Mount Longhu was the Taoist companion of a noble in yellow and purple. She had almost removed the talisman seal of the celestial master residence of the celestial master of Mount Longhu. If great celestial master Zhao Tianxi hadn't brought the 10,000 spells immortal sword with him when he left the mountain for Tongya continent, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Many people on the vast world side became solemn when they saw Fei Ran bowing with his hands folded in front. How did the battle between the two continents start? Why did the vast world suffer so much? Fuyao, Tongya, and Gold Armor continents were all destroyed? Half of the continents in the eastern Aquarius continent and the southern Whirlpool continent were destroyed? It was simple. The vast world had become Wenhai Zhou of the wilderness. If it weren't for the great Li cavalry in the Aquarius continent being able to defend the central capital without retreating, and if it weren't for the fact that the entire South Whirlpool continent hadn't been taken over by the Savage World, perhaps the North continent and Liuxia continent would have been taken over by the Savage World. Since the ruins of End could be opened by the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain, allowing the demons of the wilderness to return to their hometowns, the various demon tents stationed in the vast world could also replenish their forces quickly. So what if they emptied the wilderness of their resources? They could just slowly return home after winning this battle. Once they surrounded the central divine continent, the final situation of the two continents would be reversed. All of this was because of Wenhai Zhou. A scholar with a belly full of wisdom had single-handedly caused the two continents to clash. Countless people died on and off the mountain. Only when the scars were healed could one forget the pain. How many years had it been? The Confucian Temple had just started to clean up the mess, and the remaining demons of the various continents were still causing trouble in the dark. Hence, 1 or 2 Ascendant Realm sword cultivators didn't mean much to the vast world. They were only afraid that the wilderness of the wilderness would have another Wenhai. The former leader of the Jiaxin tent, the young wooden clog and Zhou Mi's last disciple, Zhou Qinggao. At this moment he was standing beside Firen. Zhou Qinggao smiled and cupped his fists towards the young hidden official. It was a pity that the hidden official ignored him. Actually, the last time they met, it was under the same circumstances. Zhou Qinggao sincerely invited Qin Pingan to play the game again at the cliff of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the end he was refused entry. Zhou Qinggao did not care about this. The path of cultivation to prove the way and achieve immortality was long and arduous. There would always be a chance for them to meet again. At the Confucian temple, the positions of everyone were different from before. The Confucian sages were in the middle and they were lined up in order. The Taoist and Buddhist experts, the military ancestor, and the young Subai stood on the left. The 100 schools of thought and the 100 schools of thought stood on the right. Although the 5 sword cultivators from the Great Wall of Sword Qi were standing beside the Confucian Academy's hill elder, they weren't in the middle. Therefore, a sword immortal demon cultivator sneered at Qi Tingji. Old sword immortal Qi, after the rewards it seems like your status isn't high. You're not even as high as the Great Wall of Sword Qi. How can you go back? Why don't you come to our side? You'll definitely become one of the thrones. Why do you need to live under someone else's roof and be their lackey? Another immortal demon laughed and said, "Hey, isn't this our hidden official? You've finally changed your appearance. I almost couldn't recognize you. Why can't you be a guard dog after returning to your hometown? Standing in such a secluded place almost made me break my neck. I almost let the hidden official gain another merit." Another immortal demon tried to fan the flames. "Qin Pingan, didn't you get the status of a sage in the Confucian temple? Anyway, the secondary sages are useless. They're all trash and they can't even compare to you. If you come to our side, who else can sit on the thrones? The hidden official's swordsmanship is top-notch, and his scolding skills are at the peak. The 100 sword immortals of the moon-bearing mountain who stayed on the city wall have all experienced it. Who doesn't admire him? When the hidden official ascends to the thrones, I'm willing to lie on the ground and be his stepping stone." An old Ascendant Realm great demon with snow-white eyebrows and a hunched figure was the great demon official of Jiazi Tent. He looked at the young man who he had heard of for a long time and said with a smile, "Hidden official, are you interested in visiting my house? I have a favorite junior in my family. She's quite good-looking and she admires you a lot. Both of you should have met before. She drove to the Great Wall of Sword Qi with her friend to see you. She said that both of you hit it off, and the hidden official even gave her a love token. She said that she's willing to be the concubine and won't fight with Ning Yao for the position of the first wife." Qin Pingan ignored him. He covered his sleeves with his hands and closed his eyes to rest. Alliance was eager to try. If they weren't in the Confucian temple, he would have shouted, "Come at me if you dare." However, a demon immediately laughed out loud and said, "Damn you, Alliance, call me Grandpa. How does it feel to be a tortoise for so many years?" Alliance smiled and imitated the little bastard Li Huai. He raised his hand to his neck and shook it slightly. He hinted with his eyes that he would look for the demon to catch up with him the next time he traveled the wilderness. Unexpectedly, the demon immediately shouted, "Grandpa Alliance, you're my grandpa. My home is on the moon-bearing mountain." Alliance pulled the collar of his Confucian robe and felt a little depressed. In fact, most of the people in the Confucian temple couldn't understand the language of the wilderness. Therefore, the Confucian temple had a headmaster of the college who was proficient in the language of the wilderness. He was responsible for explaining the content of the demon's words. Yu Xian listened to the messy language and asked doubtfully, "Brother Fire Dragon, it sounds like Qin Pingan is very good at scolding people. It doesn't seem like it. That kid looks like a scholar. He's handsome and doesn't talk much. He fits the description of a mountain visitor, written in the Taoist books." Moreover, Qin Pingan's disciple, Zheng Qian, was a well-mannered and well-behaved girl on the battlefield of the Golden Armor continent. Only her punches were ruthless, like a jealous woman. It was as if the people she killed were a bunch of shameless vixens. However, when she stopped punching, she looked like a lady from a respectable family. Venerable Fire Dragon thought for a while and was actually puzzled. In his impression, Qin Pingan was indeed not good at scolding people. However, Venerable Fire Dragon acted as if he was more familiar with Qin Pingan than the old elementary scholar. He stroked his beard and laughed. "You don't understand. This kid's words are very sarcastic in private. Only when he's around an elder like me whom he sincerely respects, Qin Pingan would be gentle and polite. Think about it. Qin Pingan was born in a small town. Even if he hasn't eaten pork, he would have seen pigs run. Even if he hasn't eaten eggs, he would have seen an old hen lay eggs." Yu Xian nodded and changed the topic. It was fine to talk about money, but they couldn't always talk about old hens. He said, "It's such a young one, but he's quite scheming. It's a bit troublesome to help the master of the wilderness." Venerable Fire Dragon was silent for a while. "I'm just afraid that someone will misunderstand and think that they can take advantage of the situation. If the situation forces them to fight, it's not impossible. However, the way they fight is too important. If they think that the wilderness is just a paper basket and charge in with their eyes closed, I'll just go into seclusion and sleep. Others can do whatever they want. Yu Xian said, Wealth god Lu of the snow-covered continent will definitely be willing to fight this battle. Venerable Fire Dragon smiled. Lu Jubao is a good person. He's good at making money. He already knows the situation of the meeting. He won't dare to cause a ruckus. Even though there were two mirages, the cultivators on both sides were still a few hundred feet away from each other. It was a pity that the 9 emperors of the Haoran dynasty couldn't see the situation on the other side. Fortunately, the people in the Confucian temple would repeat the words of the other party. At least they were not deaf anymore. Fei Ran waved her sleeves. In the empty space between the two sides, a miniature map of mountains and rivers of the desolate world appeared. Every rise and fall on the map was an exceptionally majestic mountain range, and every slight meandering was a 10,000-mile-long river. Anyway, the Confucian temple had this map long ago. It would be even more detailed. It would mark out all the local forces of the wilderness, the number of demons, the status of the cultivators, the products. Zhou Qinggao suddenly spoke in the language of the Middle Plains. He smiled and said, The great rivers and mountains are all for you to take. The Shurchen also didn't speak in a dialect. He smiled and said, As long as the Haoran dynasty is powerful enough, the Aquarius continent will desecrate the southern territory. The great demon official who was smiling and talking to the hidden official nodded and said, The wilderness will wait for the Haoran dynasty to return the favor. From the way the three of them were speaking, it seemed as if they were certain that the vast and mighty world was going to invade the wildlands, and that the wildlands would welcome such an invasion. Qin Pingon, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced at Fei Ran, Zhou Qinggao, and the Shurchen sitting in the middle. Zhou Qinggao seemed to have noticed the young hidden official's gaze. He immediately smiled. He seemed to have waited for many years and finally received some attention from the young hidden official. This closed-door disciple of Wen Haizhou was quite happy. However, the young hidden official quickly closed his eyes and closed his hands as if he was dozing off. He didn't seem to care about the situation between the two worlds. The young emperor of the Xianmi dynasty tugged at Yu Panshui, the retired emperor, and said softly, Grandpa Yu, these bastards are quite bold. Why do they sound like they're the ones who won the war? Yu Panshui's eyes were full of praise. He lowered his head and smiled. Your Majesty, you're quite bold too. Your words are like thunder. You'll amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, the young emperor sighed in his heart. Fine, he said the wrong thing. If this old fatty Yu beside him was pounding his chest and stamping his feet in pain, it meant that he was right. However, if he was smiling and kind, he was done for. Yu Panshui smiled and waved his hand. Children's words carry no harm. Children's words carry no harm. Whoever cares is a fool. Whoever cares is a coward. Alliance scolded in his heart, Fat beauty, don't be so shameless. Yu Panshui immediately replied, Yes, yes, yes. Good, good, good. Even Yu Panshui couldn't take the nickname Fat Beauty. Fortunately, it was only a private nickname between brothers. He couldn't let it spread. When the Xianxia Palace was published, he couldn't end up in the same situation as Yenda. The emperor of the Dayuan dynasty coughed slightly. Yang Qinggu of the Chongshan Bureau immediately cast a spell and isolated a small world. The emperor of the Dayuan dynasty then lowered his voice and asked, Imperial tutor? Yang Qinggu continued to speak in his heart, Even if you lose, you can't lose. If you didn't put on such a front, how could you ask for such a high price? It's unlikely that we'll really fight. Some words weren't suitable to be said here. The hearts of the people were no longer united. Especially the ruins of the Fuyao and Tongye continents. They were enough to feed a portion of the people. Coupled with the ferocity of the Wasteland Army, the people of the Snowy Peak continent, the Drifting Dawn continent, and the Central Plains Divine continent might not have any impression of it. But to the other continents, it would leave a deep impression. So much so that for the next 2 or 3 generations of mortals, they would always feel a lingering fear whenever they talked about it. As for the cultivators who had personally experienced the battles of the other continents, it was needless to say. In the future, whenever they thought about it, they would feel a little worried. Most importantly, the wilderness world could drive the army to the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi after forcefully conscripting them. How many people died on the way? Apart from the demon cultivators, how many millions died? How about 10 million? Anyway, corpses and wreckage were everywhere. According to the intelligence reports from the port, the number of demons and ghostly cultivators had increased tremendously in the past 20 years. Could the Confucian Temple do the same for the wilderness world? If they couldn't gather enough troops, what was the point of going to the wilderness world to fight? Was it courting death? Taking a step back, even if the progress was smooth and they kept pushing south, even if they conquered tens of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, how would they defend it? Who would defend it? Even if they defended it, what was the point? Wouldn't the losses outweigh the gains? Would everyone firmly believe that they could kill their way through the wilderness world? Then, the Confucian Temple would reward them according to their contributions. Everyone would get a share of the loot. Of course, there were plenty of cultivators in the vast world who were willing to fight for their lives with hatred in their hearts after surviving a great battle. However, most of them just wanted to live a good life. After all, they weren't the demon cultivators from the barren lands of the wilderness world. They wouldn't be filled with desire for a foreign land. Their eyes would light up and they would rub their palms together when they heard about the wilderness world. The subtle influence of the wilderness world was one of the results of Xuanhuan's 1,000 years of careful planning. The flower mistress of the 100 Flowers blessed land whispered, "Sister Green Immortal, the other party seems a little reckless." The lady of the Green Immortal Mountain smiled and nodded. If Xuanhuan's careful disappearance in the Aquarius continent, the ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain, who had fought with the Holy Master for many years, completely disrupted the wilderness world and opened the entrance to the ruins of End at the same time to help the demons of the wilderness world return to their homeland, and the disappearance of the young secluded official at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, that would be the true end of the war. Then in the short span of several years, the wilderness world had not been idle at all. Warlords had risen to rule over a region, and the internal strife had been bitter. Compared to the rest of the wilderness world, it was a completely different scene of chaos. Then, several years ago there was a turning point. The two great monsters of the moon-bearing mountain lineage, the two direct descendants of the great ancestor of the wilderness world, suddenly announced to the world that they had chosen Firen as the new master of the moon-bearing mountain. Then they worked together with Xuanhuan's Zhoumi lineage's sword immortal advisor, Zhou Qinggao, and united the forces of several deceased sovereigns. Finally, they worked together with the Yeluo's Fei Fei and several other old sovereigns. Together, the three of them suppressed the other warlords and used thunderous methods to dominate the world. Following the previous 20 territories of the wilderness world, they divided them into 40 territories and formally erected boundary steels on the borders. For the first time, the boundaries of the wilderness world were clearly drawn. Within each territory for 50 years, they could fight and kill as they pleased. In any case, after 50 years, only one faction would be able to control a territory. In the end, the moon-bearing mountain announced 3 ironclad rules. First, for 100 years, all Ascendant Realm great monsters were not allowed to leave their territories unless they obtained the permission of the moon-bearing mountain or relied on their military achievements. After 100 years they would regain their freedom. Second, all Immortal Realm monster race cultivators and unrefined Jade Realm sword cultivators were required to hand over their true names and personally make a trip to the moon-bearing mountain. Their true names would be recorded by the moon-bearing mountain. In addition, all unrefined Jade Realm Chi cultivators were allowed to establish their own sections. The military achievements of the 60th Army would be recorded and the records kept. Firen's promised that the moon-bearing mountain would be fulfilled within 100 years. Third, whatever the moon-bearing mountain said they would do. Those who did not obey would be killed. In truth, all of the peaks of the wilderness world had heard of these inside stories. After all, it was far too easy for the wilderness world to infiltrate the wilderness world. Putting the 4 ultimate ruins aside, there were 3 huge ferries built south of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Other than Zhu Zi of the Mahist family who was building a city silently every day like a diligent farmer, the other 2 ferries as well as the entrance to the ultimate ruins in the wilderness world, Zhao Tianlai who carried an immortal sword instead of a peachwood sword, the female martial god Pei Wan, Huayin, and the others had all stayed there for a period of time. Of course, they would not stay still and travel so far just to stand there and drink the northwest wind every day. Each of them had their own means and secret methods to travel to the hinterland of the wilderness world. Moreover, there were rumors that the city lord of the White Emperor City in the Fuyao continent had secretly sneaked into the wilderness world. Therefore, only the Sage of Rites knew whether the real Jing Zhuzhong was here or not. However, compared to the closed-door meeting at the Confucian Temple, the meeting at the moon-supporting mountain that took several months was even more intense. There were those who did not accept Firen as the master of the moon-supporting mountain, those who scolded Xuanhuan Zhou for being a sinner for 10,000 years, and those who were arrogant and felt that they had to become one of the newest sovereigns. In total, a few of them had been detained by the moon-supporting mountain as guests. A few of them had even died. Xuanhuan killed one with a swing of his staff, while Firen killed two with her own hands. Before Firen made her move, the few sovereigns and the moon-supporting mountain all thought that she was a sword cultivator who was at most in the immortal realm. The Sage of Rights finally spoke. He smiled and said, "Let's not be in a hurry to make a decision. Let's talk first." Firen smiled and nodded. Then, the Confucian Temple, please give us an explanation. The vice leader of the Confucian Temple, Old Man Han, who was the closest to the quasi-saints, said slowly, "First, we can work together to close the 4 ultimate ruins. We'll take back the Great Wall of Sword Qi and rebuild it. The 3 fairies must remain in the wilderness world." The great demon Xuanhuan sneered. "First my ass. You have no sincerity at all. Work together to close the ultimate ruins? If we don't close the ultimate ruins, the timing of the 2 worlds will be mixed together. The Confucian Temple will have to work hard to redesign the scale of time. Even if the Sage of Rights does it personally, it won't be easy, right? As long as we don't close the ultimate ruins, we'll be sharing the fate of the wilderness world. The longer we delay, the harder it will be for the Confucian Temple. Do you think we're stupid? Or is the Confucian Temple not sincere at all?" At this point, the great demon looked at the sage in the middle. He cupped his fists and apologized. "We don't mean to offend the Sage of Rights." The Sage of Rights smiled and nodded. Old Man Han said, "We don't have to trouble the wilderness world to close the ultimate ruins. The Great Wall of Sword Qi is the border of the wilderness world. Now that we've firmly occupied it, we don't have to talk about taking it back. If we don't take it back, can you take it away?" Old Man Han shook his head and answered his own question. "We can't take it away. Then, are we going to rebuild the Great Wall of Sword Qi and merge the 2 into one? That's nonsense." The vice-hierarch of the Confucian Temple continued, "We'll build 3 academies at the 3 crossings. You have to promise the Confucian Temple that you won't stop the wilderness world scholars from coming to the academies to study. Then, you can't deliberately target the scholars of the 3 academies when they return home or travel the wilderness world together. Of course, you can't assassinate them secretly or make things difficult for them. As long as the moon-supporting mountain agrees to this, the wilderness world won't allow any level 14 or ascendant realm cultivators to sneak into the wilderness world without permission." Fei Ran smiled and didn't say anything. Xingqian smiled and said, "Without permission? Is it not considered without permission if they report their names at the crossings or pass their flying swords to the moon-supporting mountain?" Old Man Han shook his head and said, "Of course not." Zhou Qinggao asked, "Then what's the total number of Confucian scholars in the 3 academies?" Old Man Han answered, "There's a total of 3,000 Confucian scholars. They're recruited once every 60 years. The wilderness world and the wilderness world each take half." Zhou Qinggao said, "Then after 600 years, the wilderness world will have 15,000 Confucian scholars." Xingqian said, "That's fine. However, there are 2 prerequisites. These Confucian scholars from the wilderness world aren't allowed to open a school or teach the Tao when they return home. They aren't allowed to take in any disciples. The wilderness Confucian scholars from the 3 academies aren't allowed to set foot within 1,000 miles of the academies. Not even a single step." Old Man Han smiled and said, "That won't do. Unless we use these 2 prerequisites in exchange for the Confucian Temple to quadruple the quota. If you agree, we can move on to the next matter." Xuanhuan, who was standing on his flying sword, sneered and said, "So what if we don't agree? You're making it seem like the wilderness world will become the wilderness world if we don't agree. How many binds do you have? How many immortal swords do you have?" Old Man Dong suddenly smiled and said, "Jian, you should be satisfied that you're able to return to the wilderness world alive. Among the sovereigns, this old beast deserved to be killed the most." Xuanhuan, who was called by his real name, had a ferocious expression. "Old Man Dong, let's find a place to fight with Grandpa Yuan." Zhao Tianlai, the great heavenly master of Mount Longhu, smiled and said, "I happen to have one. Jian, how should I put it? Pick a time and place. Do you want to come to Mount Longhu or do I want to go to Mount Yuetua? Either is fine." Xuanhuan spat on the ground, but he didn't say anything else. Xuanhuan and great demon Chongguang had experienced the great heavenly master's 5 thunders execution in the Yugui sect of the Tongye continent. He's quite capable. Moreover, with Zhao Tianlai's style of doing things without saying anything, he would most likely go to Mount Yuetua for a one-on-one fight. If they could kill him by ganging up on him, they would kill him. However, Zhao Qianlai's escaping skills were also superb. The people from the Confucian temple were fine. They were used to discussing matters in their ancestral halls or temples. However, many of the wilderness world's great demons used to discuss matters behind closed doors, but they were never as annoying as this. Moreover, it was very entertaining. Looking at the situation at the Confucian temple, if both sides wanted to smooth things over, wouldn't they have to stand around like idiots for days and nights? Anyway, there were only a few people who could speak. Those from Mount Yuetua, Wenhai Zhoumi, and those sovereign stage cultivators. They were just there to make up the numbers. What could they do? Looking at girls? There were a few girls on the other side. They were really pretty, but they couldn't do anything to them. What could they do? As a matter of fact, not many people in the Confucian temple knew much about Fei Ran. At most, they knew that Fei Ran was a sword cultivator, the leader of the 100 sword deities of Mount Yuetua, and one of the top 10 young cultivators of several continents. Those who knew more about him only heard that Fei Ran was the leader of a military camp and was the junior martial brother of great demon Xie Yun. He even indirectly protected the lives of all the cultivators on Luhua Island. But in that battle, there wasn't a single action that was worthy of praise. It was as if this sword cultivator with astonishing aptitude had come to the vast Tongyi continent to go sightseeing. Almost all of the wilderness world's great demons saw Sage Li for the first time. They were soon impressed by Sage Li's temperament. The female demon clan cultivators widened their eyes filled with splendor. It would be a waste if they didn't look at him. He was the legendary Sage Li, and it was said that he was the best friend of Lord Baizhe. When it came to the Sage of Rites, even in the wilderness, everyone held a certain degree of respect. If Sage Li didn't stand his ground in the Confucian temple, all the native monsters in the wilderness world would have been eliminated. Alliance clapped his hands and said, oh no, our Sage Li is going to steal all the limelight. The female sword cultivator Lu Bai pursed her lips. She first looked at the mountain deities and lake deities around the 5 sword cultivators. Then she quickly glanced at Qi Tingji and the others. If one of them was willing to speak and restore some of the glory he had in the past, he would definitely say something like, we are sincere and we don't think you are stupid. Or maybe he would be more reserved and say, we are sincere, and you can take it if you want to be stupid. Maybe he wouldn't say anything. Maybe he would say something even more disgusting. Maybe it would take a long time for those who were scolded to come back to their senses. She let her imagination run wild. She simply immersed her mind in the small world and began to talk to herself. Sheng Chen glanced at his junior sister. The robe she was wearing was personally given by his master. Its quality was not inferior to the black dragon robe worn by the great demon Yangji. It seemed that his junior sister was able to break through to the upper 5 realms by the skin of her teeth. This robe called Fishtail Cave World played a big role. Then Alliance tapped his elbow on the left and right. He raised his chin and pointed at the opposite side. Look, that little girl is a bit interesting. She looked at the opposite side. Who? Alliance said worriedly, the one next to Sheng Chen. She has long legs, a small waist and an oval face. As for her chest, let's not talk about it. Sister Lu is here, so it's not appropriate for us to talk about this. Just now, the little girl was flirting with her eyes full of affection. Was she coveting my beauty? I'm scared. What should I do? He glanced at the girl and said, Sheng Chen knows her, but she doesn't. The robe's quality is good. It doesn't look like it was made by Jinsue City. Alliance clicked his tongue. Xuanyu frowned. What? Alliance laughed. This idiot was enlightened. Lu Ji said, when Alliance first arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he swore at the table that he had a unique skill. As long as he drank to his heart's content, there would be no such thing as robes in the world. Moreover, he was a master painter. Relying on this, he earned a lot of immortal money. In the end, when he sent out that large pile of paintings, he was chased by dozens of sword cultivators the same day. Zhua and you were puzzled. His painting skills were bad? Lu Ji nodded. It was extremely bad. And he even drew that Yinshin. He kept his promise. He was indeed the kind that was naked. Zhua and you nodded. Boss, it's not easy for the sword immortal to tolerate Alliance for 100 years. Alliance sighed for no reason. He took out a pot of wine and took a big gulp. The cultivators of the world might never be able to understand why a nascent soul sword cultivator would feel that life was meaningless. However, they couldn't understand why he didn't fear death, but still wanted to live as long as he could. In fact, other than a foreigner who occasionally went to chat, Even the people in his hometown didn't want to pay attention to that reclusive old man. Moreover, not only did they not like to pay attention to him, many sword cultivators really hated that old man. And their hatred was indeed reasonable. So for many years on the battlefield, the old sword cultivator was either alone, guarding the cultivation area in the city wall, or he rushed to the battlefield alone. Just like many times one person survived. The last time one person died. Alliance suddenly asked, Qin Pingan, do you know about Yinchen's past? Qin Pingan nodded. Alliance laughed, that's good. Then, including me, there are at least two. Back then, Alliance had hoped that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, especially the young people and children, would remember that there was a sword cultivator called Yinchen. He had a terrible temper and was a terrible person. His sword was very utilitarian. But at least they would remember that there was a person called Yinchen. In his youth, Yinchen had once caused the death of a female sword immortal who shouldn't have died because of his and a few other sword cultivators' sloppiness. The young man Yinchen didn't like her. He simply felt that such a beautiful woman, a sword immortal, had died in vain in order to save a few pieces of trash. Her death was too unsightly. Just like that, her body was split in half by the greater demon's sword. She fell to the ground with a pool of blood. Most importantly, the woman's gaze before she died swept across them bastards. There was no hatred or regret. Just that gaze of hers made Yinchen remember it for the rest of his life. He couldn't feel at ease for the rest of his life. Therefore, the nascent soul stage cultivator who later turned from a young man into a lonely old man, before he went out of the city with his sword for the last time, he actually secretly flipped open a page of a manual and carefully copied one of the seals according to the manual. There were only 4 words in the seal. Colorful clouds suddenly appeared. When the old sword cultivator drank alone to send himself off, he didn't even realize that he was crying. The old man only felt that the wine tasted terrible. However, since the first day he drank, he had never tasted anything good. The old man actually wanted to say something to Liang in person, say a few words of gratitude or something like that. He also wanted to tell the young hidden official that he did the right thing by not saving those sword cultivators. He wasn't a coward. However, the old sword cultivator only cared about drinking that terrible wine and didn't do anything else. On the battlefield, he died silently and apathetically. In fact, he wasn't the only one. Many sword cultivators were like that. At the Confucian Temple, apart from listening to the discussion, most people were sizing up the upper 5 realms in the wilderness. Lu Cha's first disciple, sword cultivator Zhu Gong. The city lord of Golden Emerald City. Her robe was obviously an immortal artifact. It was divided into yin and yang. It had the aura of the great Tao. There was also a golden-armored divine general who was riding a horse and holding a spear. There were 2 pocket-sized meteor hammers on his waist. They looked like toys for children. However, they intercepted 2 meteors from outer space that fell into the wilderness and were carefully refined. At the end of the secret document in the Summer Palace, the hidden official's sword cultivator once wrote the words, "must kill." There were only 3 demon cultivators in the immortal and immortal realms who were given such treatment. The other 2 were sword immortal advisor and a female immortal realm demi-human cultivator. Her Taoist name was Ruru and her Taoist name was Xuanhuan. It was rumored that she was the Taoist companion of the sovereign great monster Xuanhuan, and it was also rumored that she was the eccentric remnant of Xuanhuan's 3 corpses. She had many treasures and each of them was of extremely high quality. On the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the Old Dragon City she had made quite a few moves. Today Ruru was dressed in a female ceremonial robe. She wore the Baek Okekyung building lineage's fishtail crown, but she also wore the yellow-purple Taoist robe of the Celestial Master's residence. She held a jade rui in her hand. She wore light makeup and her figure was plump, making her Taoist robe seem a little tight. She looked at the young and handsome sword immortal Qi Tingji, but Qi Tingji ignored her. The 3 demi-humans of the 4 Banes of the Yeluo stood side by side. Yang Ji had been left behind in the vast realm, and they had now submitted to imperial concubine Fei. As for the Loach of the 4 Banes, it had been imprisoned long ago. It had probably already fallen to the vicious hands of that young hidden official. The traitorous great sword immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the gatekeeper Zhang Lu, was also present today. In that battle, Zhang Lu had not used his sword from start to finish. He had not gone to the walls to kill the demi-humans of the wilderness, nor had he followed Xiaochua to the vast realm to use his sword. He had only been drinking at the gate. At this moment, Zhang Lu was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, drinking alone. Xiaochua had given him quite a lot of wine several years ago. According to their agreement, for every mountain she destroyed, she would give him a pot of fine wine. In truth, Zhang Lu, who had once been a gatekeeper, had a rather good relationship with Lu Ji Alliance, and that youth who had yet to become a hidden official. He was even good friends with Ning Yao's parents. He was also good friends with Yao Chongdao. On the battlefield, they had saved each other's lives. Even at this moment, Lu Ji still felt no ill will toward Zhang Lu. Before Alliance came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, especially before the Battle of the 13, Zhang Lu and Alliance had similar personalities. However, Zhang Lu was better at gambling and drinking. Qi Tingji glanced at Zhang Lu. Zhang Lu sensed his gaze, but he did not make things difficult for Elder Sword Immortal Qi. He only paused for a moment before suddenly taking a big gulp. Because of Zhang Lu, Qi Tingji thought of an extremely secretive past. Could Ning Yao reach the Ascendant Realm within 100 years? This was an extremely important consideration. After Qi Tingji left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he was actually gambling. He was betting that his luck was indeed bad. He was betting that Ning Yao would definitely reach the Ascendant Realm within 100 years. This was because the Taoist saint had once helped Qi Tingji with his divination and said, "Cultivating the Qi family will be quite smooth. As for ruling the country and bringing peace to the world." When the old immortal of Divine Firmament City said this, he only shook his head and smiled without saying anything. However, Qi Tingji did not take it too seriously back then. Bringing peace to the world? The wilderness? Or the vast realm? It was something that did not even need to be thought about. Who would have thought that a fifth world would really appear in the end? Old Ancestor Jiang and the two beside him laughed in their hearts. In the eyes of the demons of the wilderness, this huge battle was lost without rhyme or reason. Even many of the great demons in the military camps were confused. This was because they did not understand the meticulous planning of the Grand Ancestor of Moon-Bearing Mountain. They could not guess the three best, middle and worst plans that were exposed by Zheng Juzhong. They did not realize that after the Battle of Aquarius Continent, the wilderness was actually about to lose the middle plan. Hence, most of the demons are still unconvinced. In their eyes, there are only two places that can truly fight and are qualified to be considered as opponents: the Great Wall of Sword Qi and Aquarius Continent. The rest are all trash. Old Ancestor Wei nodded. Hence, now that the Great Wall of Sword Qi has ascended to the Rainbow World, and the Dali cavalry of Aquarius Continent Xianhu is dead, half of the continent's mountains and rivers are still in ruins. This is equivalent to losing half of their battle strength. Perhaps the beasts of the wilderness want another battle even more than us. If the battlefield is in the wilderness, there is no need to stretch the battle line, it is exactly what they want. If they were to rush to a foreign land, they might be unwilling to fight. But if they return to their homeland, they will fight in their own territory. For the wilderness, it is too familiar. Su Bai said worriedly, "Previously, our Tong Yi and Fu Yao continents were on the defensive and did not make use of our geographical advantage. The various dynasties and the immortals on the mountains did not even have close cooperation. Hence, the battlefields of the two continents were like a sheet of loose sand. Of course, this has a lot to do with the fact that we have never had such a huge battle experience. Now that we have the experience, they have it too. Hence, if we change the battlefield of the world, they might learn from the lessons of our two continents and make a series of extremely targeted preparations." Old Ancestor Jiang smiled. "After the meeting in the Confucian Temple, regardless of the result, we will have a battle simulation." Su Bai hesitated for a while and asked, "Can we ask the hidden official for help? Otherwise, our simulation will be unrealistic and become a pavilion in the sky." He had to admit that the person who understood the wilderness the most was the young hidden official. It was not even Qi Tingji who was more skilled in swordsmanship, nor was it Alliance. It was Lu Ji. Because Qin Pingan was in the summer palace of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he participated in, witnessed, and commanded every single battle. The young hidden official knew the details of every battle, the key to victory and defeat, the pros and cons, and the precise number of casualties. Moreover, Qin Pingan knew the details of all the Upper Five Realms demon clans that were participating in the war like the back of his hand. He also knew the actual combat strength, fighting style, and advantages and disadvantages of the various large tribes in the wilderness. In short, if there was no other choice and they really had to fight, the hidden official Qin Pingan, this young man, would be the most important person in the world. Yuan Zhen, Su Bai, and Lin Junbai, these young talents who were once the military advisors of the Confucian Temple, would quickly become Qin Pingan's subordinates. The young foreign sword cultivators from the hidden official's lineage, such as Xian Ken Chao Gun and Song Gaoyuan, would definitely be included. The Confucian Temple might even make an exception and recruit the remaining sword cultivators from the five-colored world, such as Deng Liang, Gu Jianlong, Wang Xinshui, Dong Bude, and Guizhuzhou. They would help Qin Pingan again. Of course, it did not mean that there would be no war in the world without these young people. If the School of Military and School of Moism worked together with the School of Vertical and Horizontal and the School of Yin-Yang, they would be very confident. In the early years of the Confucian Temple, there was a small-scale meeting. Among the 100 schools of thought, only 9 schools were chosen to participate. Other than that, there were also 4 old grandmasters from the Shang clan and the Yao clan. However, during that meeting, the Confucian Temple only had a second sage, the chief, and the deputy chief. However, the 2 old grandmasters from the military school purposely did not mention this to Su Bai. There was a very high possibility that the wilderness wanted to take advantage of the geographical advantage. They wanted to fight the world without the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the sword cultivators. The moon-bearing mountain and all the peak powerhouses of the wilderness did not care about the lives of the ants at the foot of the mountain. The more dead they were, the more their numbers would accumulate. The heavenly fate would gradually gather on a small group of immortal realm and ascendant realm demons. Even if they lost another battle in the wilderness, no matter how badly they lost, the worst that could happen was that they would continue to retreat to the south. Would the Qi refinement warriors of the world be able to stay in that barren land and cultivate in peace for decades or centuries? If they could not keep the Qi cultivators, the imperial cavalry at the foot of the mountain would be useless no matter how many soldiers there were. On the other hand, the righteous world would be in an awkward situation unless the sage master personally ordered them to invade the wildlands. In fact, the Confucian Temple only had 2 choices. They could destroy half of the wildlands including the moon-bearing mountain regardless of the cost. Or they could quickly rebuild the Great Wall of Sword Qi and slowly invade the south for hundreds or thousands of years. Otherwise, even if one of the 3 crossings was guarded by the Mo family, they would not be able to withstand the counterattack of the wildlands. The 2 sections of the Great Wall of Sword Qi might be destroyed before they could be rebuilt. However, how difficult would it be to rebuild the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Would the 3 grandmasters join hands again? Would the ancestral Tao and the ancestral Buddha be willing to help? And the most troublesome thing was still the simplest word, the human heart. The world was in conflict. The people of the world were slowly gathering. Now the world was set. To put it bluntly, those who were truly willing to die, whether they were on top of the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, had all died. Too many people had died in the vast world. No matter how much they hated the wilderness, it would be difficult for them to take revenge. Alliance asked quietly, "Idiot you, what about that goat horn braid?" Zuozua said, "I'm not sure how the Beko Kekyung building will be handled. She is injured. It will take her at least 10 years to recover to her peak." It was not that Xiao Chua's sword was not powerful enough. It was just that Zuozua's swordsmanship was not good enough. After all, the only person who dared to say that Zuozua's swordsmanship was not good enough was Qin Qingdu, the sword celestial who had cultivated for 10,000 years. Zuozua was also better than Alliance in terms of swordsmanship. In fact, Zuozua's swordsmanship was the best in the world. Alliance was the one who helped to spread the word. After all, he was good friends with the ancestral masters who were in charge of the mountain and river news. Zuozua did not admit or deny that Zuozua's swordsmanship was the best in the world. Why? Because Zuozua was confident that once he found Pei Min would lose the title of swordsmanship. When he went out to sea to visit the immortals, he wanted to learn from Pei Min. But if he were to find Pei Min again, he would just chop him to death. A senior who had practiced swordsmanship for many years actually had the face to challenge a junior who had just reached the unpolished Jade Realm a few years ago? It's a little difficult. Although there really is an enemy guarding the Beko Kekyung building for the past 100 years, according to my brother Yu's temper, he might fight with that goat horn braid until the sky falls and the earth rends. Then he will go to the heavens beyond and fight until the little girl cries. That goat horn braid is not willing to admit defeat. He will probably stay there for the rest of his life. Alliance sighed and rubbed his chin with his palm. But that sticky candy Lu is someone who wants the world to be in chaos. Most importantly, Lu Laosan is especially jealous of my title of romantic handsomeness. The last time I went to the Beko Kekyung building as a guest, he guarded against me like I was a thief. He wanted to cover all the female immortals in the 5 cities and 12 buildings with gunny sacks. I'm afraid of comparisons. This guy competed in looks and bearing and lost miserably. He will definitely come up with some disgusting tricks. Zuozua's eyes were cold. After a moment of silence, he said, "If she returns to the wastelands, I will go to Q-Sword." Alliance said softly, Q-sword is no problem. I can even accompany you. I am familiar with that place. I am a local snake. It is no different from strolling around my own territory. But let's make it clear. It is enough to determine victory and defeat. Don't fight to the death. There is no meaning in that. In my opinion, it is hard to say who Xiaochua will really harm in the wastelands. Today, whoever she disliked, she would punch them half to death. Tomorrow, whoever she disliked, she would hack them to death with her sword. Moon supporting mountain can't control her. Zuozwa's reply was only one word. Split. Alliance slapped his forehead. He was most annoyed by Zuozwa. No problem. First I will discuss with Qin Pingan. Then I will go to the old elementary scholar's side and whisper in his ear. Qin Pingan's bootlicking skills are first class. In addition, Alliance will add flowers to the brocade. With the two of us working together, we will be invincible. Zuozwa said, I advise you not to drag Qin Pingan with you. Go to the teacher's side and talk nonsense. Alliance felt wronged. Am I that kind of person? You have wrongly accused me. Zuozwa did not say anything. Qin Pingan did not seem to be in a good mood. Qi Tingji was in a daze and Lu Ji did not dare to look at him. Alliance could only squat down and continue to sip his wine. The old elementary scholar smiled and asked, Old Fu, what do you say? Fu Xing smiled and asked, What do you mean? Can you please give me a reminder? The old elementary scholar complained, Who are we, brothers? Why are you asking when you already know the answer? Hurry up and praise my last disciple. I am the dignified sage of literature, yet I have not called you old brother Fu. Instead I call you old Fu. You are full of knowledge. Why are you hiding it? Fu Xing was helpless. He thought for a while and slowly said, Romantic is not in Tan Feng Shen. The taste of sleeves is the longest. The old elementary scholar sighed and was full of admiration. Amazing. Fu Xing smiled. He had finally let him go. The sage of rites raised his eyes slightly. The place he saw was not the painting but the moon-supporting mountain in the wilderness. In the blink of an eye, a short figure suddenly fell from the painting. The movement was too big and dust flew everywhere, covering the sky and covering the sun. A large area was in disarray. It was Xiaochua who broke through the sky and crashed into the wilderness. She fell directly onto the moon-supporting mountain. The people of the Confucian temple watched as the little girl, with two ponytails, bent her knees and stuck her butt to the ground. She slowly stood up and patted the dust off her body. She raised her fists and gently swung them, sending a few demon cultivators of the upper 5 realms flying. She tapped her toes and hovered in the air. She looked around her and kicked her legs twice to soar higher. When she was taller than everyone, she crossed her arms in front of her chest. Xiaochua looked down at the straight line to her left and right. Her eyes were cold. She raised one of her slender arms, and then used her other arm to knock horizontally. She seemed to be indicating that she wanted to kill all of them. Everyone was expressionless. The old elementary scholar calmed down and looked at Fei Ran, who seemed to have expected this. The missing sovereign stage monster Niu Dao was most likely thrown into the blue sky by the moon-supporting mountain. Perhaps Fei Ran even gave some Daoist seeds from the wilderness to the Baek Okekyung building to help Daoist number 2 to make up for the 500 spiritual officials. Xiaochua saw Zhang Lu, who was standing far away. She frowned slightly but did not say anything. Instead, she tossed a pot of immortal wine to him. Zhang Lu caught it, opened the mud seal and started drinking. Fei Ran looked at the city lord of White Emperor City and asked with a smile, Mr. Zheng? Have you seen enough? Zheng Juzhong nodded and said, More or less. As soon as he finished speaking, a monster cultivator on the moon-supporting mountain shattered. His golden core, nascent soul and soul were all shattered. Zheng Juzhong smiled and said, Buy one get one free. Another monster cultivator, who was the imperial tutor of a barbaric dynasty, suffered the same fate. Some of the demon race cultivators who were caught in the crossfire cursed at the fiend Dao overlord who ruled over the world. But more than that, it was a kind of fear. Not only the monster cultivators on the moon-supporting mountain, but many people in the Confucian temple also felt their scalps go numb. Few of the cultivators who could reach the peak of the mountain were stupid. Furthermore, each of them had their own specialties. Some of them had special skills such as secret spells and divine abilities, or trump cards, which could catch their opponents off guard. However, anyone who had a sect, a family, or a direct disciple of a monster cultivator of White Emperor City would be afraid of him. Zheng Juzhong once said something that was extremely conceited and annoying. In my life, I only look down on people who have brains but don't use them. After Xiaochua appeared, An unknown skinny old man walked slowly with a walking stick. He seemed to have just arrived at the moon-supporting mountain. The old man casually chose a remote spot and stood still. Then he looked at the talisman, Yuxian, and the grand heavenly master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Then he held his walking stick in his arms and bowed to the two Taoists with a smile. Then he faced the Buddhist monks who were discussing matters in the Confucian temple. He placed one hand in front of his chest and lowered his head slightly. Finally he bowed to the Sage of Rites. The Sage of Rites nodded. He was a guest from outer space. He had been missing for many years. Lu Ji was puzzled. Who is it? Qi Tingji sighed. Firen and Cheyun's grandmaster, the one who opened the rat hole. Alliance pinched his nose. I heard that the Taoist ancestor passed the test by riding an ox. He had some ideas. Qin Pingan's body instantly bent. Then he slowly straightened his back. The old man who was the uninvited guest smiled and said, in the previous discussion, those who reached an agreement will form the Mountain River Alliance. Those who didn't can agree to it. Anyway, it's not too much. You just want to rely on the 3 academies to educate the wildlands bit by bit. If you want to play around, go ahead. After all, you scholars love to do things that don't pay off. We only have one request. As long as the native demons want to come to the wildlands, the Confucian temple won't stop them. As for those who lost the war, they can stay there. You can kill or capture them if you want. The moon-supporting mountain won't care. What do you think? The Sage of Rites smiled and shook his head. The quasi-sage said in a deep voice, we won't discuss this. The old man held his walking stick with both hands and nodded with a smile. Then pretend I didn't say anything. You two can continue the discussion. Fu Xing frowned. The old elementary scholar stroked his beard and narrowed his eyes. Firen smiled and looked at Master Dong. Then let's continue the discussion? Master Dong was silent. He seemed to be talking to the Sage of Rites in his mind. However, Master Dong was obviously surprised. It was not because the Sage of Rites said something, but because he didn't say anything. It was as if the Sage of Rites didn't hear his question about whether to continue the discussion with the moon-supporting mountain. He didn't know what to say and whether to take a step forward or a step back. The old elementary scholar was a little sad. He didn't know who said that. How did it go? It seemed that there were some positions where there were no young people, only old people. At this moment, a man in a green robe with a sword on his back stepped forward without any warning and said, then let's fight. He took a step to the left and right. If he lost the next battle, his surname would not be Zhua but Yu. Alliance stretched and ran his hands through his hair. He strode forward and said indifferently, great. Qi Tingji stepped forward. Lu Ji stepped forward. Yuxian laughed and waved his sleeves. Venerable Fire Dragon walked with him. He wanted to experience the torrential waters of the Yeluo. The great heavenly master of Mount Longhu, Zhao Tianlai, also stepped forward. Since he had promised the Confucian temple that he would travel for 60 years, the savage world was also outside of Mount Longhu. Chao Xiai stepped forward. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was where he practiced his fist techniques and built a thatched cottage there. Now that his cultivation was high, he naturally had to go out of the city. Yuan Ju took a step forward. Lu Jubao smiled brightly. I'm going to earn money. This time, I'm going to earn money that the Confucian temple doesn't care about. With a grand plan, fortune will roll in. Song Zhangqiang sneered and stepped forward. Dali and the Aquarius continent had nothing to do with him. Since that was the case, he would go to the moon-supporting mountain. Lu Qi smiled. I haven't been to the savage world yet. Let's go take a look. Suzy walked forward with a smile. Zhang Qianxia took a step forward. She had heard that the Yeluo River was deep and the fish were huge. It would be a pity if she didn't go. Lady Tantan of Lushui Pit, if the savage world was called Howren, wouldn't her authority as the master of water on the continent double? As for fighting, it didn't matter who she fought. Lady Azure Immortal Mountain, she wanted to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had drunk the wine of Azure Immortal Mountain. However, the wine was fake. She had to bring the real thing. She wanted to offer wine to all the nameless sword cultivators who were heroes and bandits. Since she was going to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, why not take a look at the south? She wanted to go. Subai took a step forward. Old Ancestor Jiang and Old Ancestor Wei smiled at each other and took a step forward. Mr. Fan of the merchant family smiled and threw money. The Old Ancestor of the School of Vertical and Mr. Fan took a step forward at almost the same time. They looked at each other and laughed. Lu Tue, the vulture-like young man, had a fierce look in his eyes and a malicious look on his face. Mother asterisk Ker, in my hometown in the Fuyao continent, my sect suffered heavy losses. Not to mention the fact that an ascendant realm cultivator's realm dropped, the sect's direct disciples were all gone, and the mountains were all destroyed, causing me to almost become a bachelor. This is a rare opportunity to kill these beasts in the savage world. Yu Panshui stretched out his hand and grabbed the neck of the silly young emperor, taking a step forward together. The imperial tutor of the Xiaoyuan dynasty, Chao Pu, took the emperor with him. The old scholar smiled and asked, "What do you think, secondary sage?" The secondary sage smiled and said, "Let's go?" The old scholar nodded vigorously. Yes. The two sages, the three sect masters of the Confucian temple, Fu Laozi, and other accompanying sages all moved forward. Sui Shan, the mountain god, and the 5 Lakes water lord followed. When the sage of ceremony took the last step, the rest of the people followed suit. In an instant, the young swordsman in a long green robe and cloth shoes bent down slightly, no longer trying to suppress his body. In an instant he changed into a bright red Taoist robe. His entire body seemed to have no flesh, blood, tendons or meridians, but was purely made up of thousands of threads. The swordsman, who looked neither human nor ghost, slowly straightened his back and looked up. He said in a deep voice, "Then let's fight." He set a small target first, such as 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. (787). The two worlds were still facing each other from afar. However, at this moment, everyone took a step forward on the vast world straight line. About 30% of the people followed the young hidden official in a long green robe and cloth shoes. They all wanted to fight with the wilderness. The remaining 70% followed the Sage of Rights. 30% was very little? Was a lot. Within this 30%, there were 3 ascendants and 1 immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Chi for sword cultivators. There was Yu Xian, the talisman who was about to reach the 14th realm. There was the Grand Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, the City Lord of White Emperor City who could hide 2 pawns in Moon-bearing Mountain. There was Pei Bei and Chao Xi, the master and disciple of the 10th realm. There were also young people like Yuan Zhen and Su Bai who were the future pillars of the vast world. Moreover, many of the Confucian sages of the Confucian temple didn't want to take that step. They just had to wait for the Sage of Rights to take that step first. Therefore it wasn't 30%. It was at least 50%. What did this mean? It meant that the Confucian temple of the vast world would really start a war at any time to return the favor to the wilderness and reap the benefits. Once the war started, it would be extremely tragic. It wouldn't be a small fight. For both sides, there would be no room for negotiation. Because this was not the bluff of a certain old master of the Confucian temple bargaining, nor was it the hot-bloodedness of a certain sage of the Confucian school who would stop while he was ahead, just to make a small fuss for the sake of the greater good of the world. For example, Alliance would definitely look for that blabbering demon cultivator. He would ask Jian Shaoling about life and death. Heavenly Master Zhao would bring the Heavenly Master Seal and the 10,000 immortal swords to enter the wilderness and spar with Yuan Shou. As for what this Grand Heavenly Master would do before finding Yuan Shou, he would go on a trip to the mountains and rivers. Of course he would subdue demons and devils. Zheng Juzhong, who had been hiding his strength all along, would be like a fish in water, acting without any scruples. Pei Bei, Chao Xi, Song Zhangqiang, and most likely all the martial artists in the vast world would rush to the wilderness. This also meant that all the foreign sword immortals who had returned to the Great Wall of Sword Chi would once again return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They would once again fight side by side and ride their swords together towards the south. There would be martial artists throwing punches and sword immortals delivering swords. Lu Qi and Su Zi's poems would manifest their great Daos in the wildlands. The Mahist Juzi would once again build a city in the wilderness. The Mahist Rangers of the 3 other families would once again unite against the common enemy and risk their lives in a foreign land. Venerable Fiery Dragon of the Lying Ground Peak would teach the world what it meant to be poor. He knew a little about fire and water. Once the battlefield changed and they were in a foreign land, all the great cultivators on the peak of Howran Mountain would no longer have their hands tied. What he was most afraid of was the sorcery, flying swords, and the fists and feet of the grandmasters of martial arts from the top of Howran Mountain. The assembly, advance, garrison and advance of every army were all carefully calculated and arranged. Every step would be full of the color of, in pursuit of the maximization of interests. Anybody could die. There would be no burden of benevolence, righteousness and morality. Who would die and who would live in the defense of Howran? If one were to ask oneself honestly, there would be a lot of difficulties. There were worries everywhere and everything was sloppy. Attacking the wilderness, there was no need to think too much. After all, they were already in the battlefield. Whether it was the cultivators on the mountain or the elites at the foot of the mountain, whether it was driven by the righteousness of the country, the temptation of expanding the territory, or revenge at all costs, it was just a matter of life and death with the wilderness. Lu Ji took a deep breath and was in high spirits. She rubbed the sword hilt with her thumb and asked, "Zuozue, Alliance, why don't the three of us make a trip to the moon-supporting mountain?" She was learning from the eldest sword celestial Dragon King, and Guanzhao from 10,000 years ago. The three of them asked for a sword in the wilderness. Tingji was after all the leader of a sect. It was not appropriate for him to ask for a sword in the moon-supporting mountain. If the elephant sword sect only lost a chief consecrator, it would not be a big problem. Zuozue said, "I will ask Sword Shaoling first. If I can still use my sword, we will go to the moon-supporting mountain together." Alliance lowered his head and twisted the corner of his clothes with his fingers. He complained, "Sister Lu did not even call me Brother Alliance. I am so sad that I can't even lift my sword." Lu Ji's expression was not good. Can't lift your sword? Who would think too much about it? But because of this bastard, it was first widely spread at the Great Wall of Sword Qi and became a dirty joke. Then it became a joke among the male and female sword cultivator Dao companions. The atmosphere of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was stirred up by Alliance. It was like a waterfall that appeared out of thin air and suddenly fell. Then came the second shopkeeper and it fell again and again. It was just that it was more subtle. Lu Ji said, "Wouldn't it be better to establish a lower sect in the wilderness than in the Fuyao continent?" Tingji smiled and said, "There is no need to choose. We can have both." Lu Ji could be the first leader of the lower sect in the Fuyao continent. As for the future leader of the lower sect in the wilderness, she could just pick any south-traveling sword celestial. Alliance stared hard at the ground, as if he was hesitating whether he should take the extra step to show off. He was wearing a scholarly robe, but he did not dare to speak or drink too much wine. His reputation was ruined in an instant. Alliance felt wronged. He said in his mind, "Sister Lu, why don't you take the extra step with me?" Lu Ji rewarded him, "Why don't you just walk to the opposite side?" Alliance glanced at the opposite side. Lu Ji sneered, "If you have the guts, you can touch my legs however you want." Alliance stomped his feet and beat his chest with his hands. He said, "I can't live like this anymore." Alliance's eyes suddenly lit up. He asked, "If I don't have the guts, does that mean I have to let Sister Lu touch my legs however you want?" Lu Ji put her thumb on the hilt of her sword. "Sure, I can chop off all three of your legs." The god of fortune Lu Jiubao was probably the most grateful person on the front line of the Confucian temple. Whether it was for public or private reasons, he hoped to have another battle in the wilderness. Moreover, this time the few great allies of the White Crest Continent's Lu clan would no longer be Yupan Shui, but Zheng Juzhong and Bai Diqing Elephant Dragon Sword Sect's Qi Tingji, Jade Almanac Sect's Wei Ying, and Fuyao Continent's Lu Tue. The gathering and dispersing of wealth in the world was ultimately a matter of redistribution. What kind of situation could make the divine money in countless bags seem to grow legs and move again? Of course it was war. The battlefield was in the wilderness. The Lu clan of the Jade continent had to follow the rules when it came to earning money. They were even willing to spend money. They were using today's silver to earn tomorrow's gold. In fact, the risk was not small. Otherwise, Lu Jiubao would have to confirm one thing when he met Cui Dong for the last time. That was whether Cui Dong could live or not. Reality proved that Lu Jiubao's worries were necessary. Lu Jiubao had sensed that some of the rules were not good during the discussion at the Confucian temple. However, if the battlefield was in the wilderness, there was no need to be so particular. There were fewer taboos and fewer restrictions, and the benefits were greater. The 9 emperors from the kingdoms under the mountain all had the same thought. The young secluded official seemed to be able to fight against 1,000,000 masters with a single sword strike. If this secluded official could become their right-hand man, even if it was not suitable for the time being, then wouldn't it be great if the imperial tutor or Qinpingan sects were in their own mountains and rivers? That would be wonderful. However, the emperors were suddenly puzzled. They had never heard of such a young sword immortal. What was the name of his sect? Was it because he had not established a sect yet? Could they use their connections to make a move? If the sect was to be built, it would undoubtedly be in their hometown, the Aquarius continent. However, what about the location of a lower sect? The logic was too simple. Within their own mountains and rivers, Regardless of whether Qin Pingan was the next imperial tutor or the leader of a kingdom, the emperors had nothing to worry about. This was because behind the young secluded official Qin Pingan stood all the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Other than the four in the discussion today, there was also Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple from the Aquarius continent, Qi Jinglong and Li Kai from the North continent, Xia Songhua from the White Jade continent, Xie Ji from the Fuyao continent, Song Pin and Situ Jiu from the Golden Armor continent, Pu He from the Dawnflow continent. Other than that, there was also Ning Yao from the Ascension City. It was rumored that she was Qin Pingan's Dao companion. She was the most powerful person in the Rainbow World. More importantly, the secluded official was very young. Too young. Qin Pingan's attainments in the Great Dao would definitely be very high. Yu Panshui said to the young emperor telepathically, "Your Majesty, if you have the ability to rope in Qin Pingan to be the imperial tutor of the Xuanmi dynasty, I won't care about your daily life anymore. You can do whatever you want. How about that? All these years, you even need someone to take care of how many pages you can flip through every day. You're tired and so am I. Your Majesty is very shrewd. If it weren't for the fact that you can't cultivate, you're destined to die before me. Otherwise, I'll have to worry about you opening my coffin and whipping my corpse in the future." Yu Panshui and the young emperor had always been frank in their conversations. This was already the case when the emperor was still a young prince in seclusion. Grandpa Yu could send the emperor to sit on the dragon throne for decades. Therefore, the emperor had to listen to him and be more filial than his own grandson. Don't be like the last emperor of the Deshang dynasty who complained to the Confucian temple in private. He didn't follow the rules and crossed the bottom line set by the ancestors of the two families. What was the result? Regarding the rules and regulations of the Confucian temple, the Yu family was more knowledgeable than some of the headmasters of the academies. Yu Panshui and the young emperor would talk about their own matters behind closed doors from time to time. The young emperor was puzzled. "Grandpa Yu, you haven't seen the hidden official before. Why do you think so highly of him?" Yu Panshui laughed, "Because I hope that there will be another young embroidered tiger in the world. Even if he walks the same path as Cui Dong, he will be able to finish what he started." The young emperor was shocked. "Grandpa, you think so highly of him?" Emperor Lu of the Deyuan dynasty hesitated for a while and asked softly, "Imperial tutor, I heard that the hidden official has toured the Dragon Palace before. He has a good relationship with the Taihui Sword Sect, the Fuping Sword Lake, the Southernmost Hemp Sect and the Spring Dew Garden in the east?" Yang Qing of the Chongshen Bureau laughed fearfully. "They are indeed very good. Actually, the Deyuan dynasty and the Luopa Mountain do have some ties. A few years ago, there was a green snake in the nascent soul stage who came to the North Continent to visit Jiangjidu. The Deyuan dynasty's immortals and local officials along the way worked together with the Duke of Lingyuan and the Marquis of Longting to open a path for him. Therefore, Your Majesty, just wait. The next time the hidden official comes to the North Continent, you might be able to see him." Emperor Lu nodded his head, but his thoughts were complicated. Yang Qing laughed. "Even if I'm willing to give him the title of imperial tutor, Qin Pingan won't accept it with his personality. However, if it's some other foot mountain with sufficient authority, as long as Your Majesty is on good terms with them, they might not reject you. Qin Pingan's Luopa Mountain actually has close trade relations with the North Continent. If you want to take a step forward, it'll be difficult to bypass the Deyuan dynasty. This will be Your Majesty's opportunity." Within this there was the most illusory human heart. Just like Venerable Fiery Dragon, he was still thinking that whoever wanted to fight in the Confucian Temple could do whatever they wanted. After all, he was going to focus on his cultivation. In the previous battle, he gave it his all. The entire Flat Earth Peak, Peach Mountain and Shen Finger sect's direct disciples, as long as they could fight, went to the Aquarius continent to fight. Therefore, the Confucian Temple shouldn't talk to him about the world. This was because Venerable Fiery Dragon was certain that unless the Confucian Temple had already discussed it and the Sage of Rights himself said that they could fight. Otherwise, if this battle was fought, people would die for nothing. This was because it was just for show. Reality had proven that in a battle that involved the ownership of two continents, the choice of the cultivators on the mountain was important. However, the choice of the cultivators on the mountain was the key to victory. The Tongya continent and the Fuyao continent were negative examples. The Aquarius continent was a positive example. The Jianghu continent, which once gathered half of the continent's power to fight the demon race to the death, was considered to be in the middle. If it weren't for Wanyan Laojing's ascension and defection, the northern part of the Jianghu continent could still be defended for a few more years. Therefore, the major immortals in the southern part of the Liuxia continent, who were implicated in the disaster, now wished to kill every cultivator from Wanyan Laojing's sect they saw. If it weren't for the two Confucian gentlemen overseeing the mountain, the ancestral hall would probably suffer a few spells every day. However, other than Wanyan Laojing, all the sects, from the ancestral masters to the direct disciples to the ordinary cultivators, were at the forefront of the battle. They suffered heavy losses and did not cower in the slightest. How could this be counted? How could this human heart be counted? In the southern part of the Liuxia continent, the celestial sects on the mountain and the tycoons at the foot of the mountain who did not contribute much or did not contribute at all were relieved. They were secretly delighted and scolded Wanyan Laojing. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked too. They were definitely a nest of poisonous snakes. Perhaps there were still remnants of the desolate wilderness. The Confucian temple had to investigate thoroughly. They would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. This was the troublesome part about the human heart of the world. Their morality was too high. They liked to be reasonable and were good at killing 100 people. However, when Qin Pingan took that step, Venerable Fire Dragon naturally changed his mind. Of course, it was not because of the old Taoist relationship with the young man. Instead, it was because of the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Venerable Fire Dragon was aware of the general process and the final outcome of the battle. Otherwise, he would not be able to stir up trouble. Venerable Fire Dragon had even made up his mind. As long as the Confucian temple started the battle, it would not be a problem. However, there had to be an additional summer residence for the Confucian temple. Furthermore, it would not be as simple as a meeting between the young men. He could not appear to be helping the Confucian temple to fill in the gaps. At most, he would give a few bold but effective suggestions. He had to have the authority to make decisions on key matters. Who understood the desolate wilderness the most? It was the young secluded official who wanted to fight. That lad was an outsider from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, he was treated as one of their own by the sword cultivators. Even though he was appointed as a secluded official, he remained unperturbed. Qin Pingan knew better than anyone what kind of character righteous under the heavens was. It was all right. Cui Dong's knowledge had won over the hearts of the people after the battle at the Aquarius continent. What was the mentality of the people at the top and bottom of the Aquarius continent? The small Aquarius continent was once a bottom-feeder continent. Now they only had eyes for the Middle Plains divine continent. The Great Wall of Sword Qi and the arrangement of troops by the lineage of the hidden officials in the Summer Palace were all manifestations of the same kind of achievement and knowledge. As long as the entire vast world, from the Confucian temple to the peak of the mountain, then to the top of the mountain, to the empire at the bottom of the mountain, to the wells of jianghu, could prepare for the battle wholeheartedly. Why couldn't they fight? The Jiulu continent had once defeated the Jadeite continent to the point that it lost the word, north. In that case, the vast world could defeat the desolate wilderness to the point that it lost the word, desolate. After that, it would belong to the vast world for thousands of years. Many of the old cultivators who held high positions in the vast world were very young today. There were many positions that one would have to carefully weigh the pros and cons and calculate the gains and losses carefully if one wanted to get close, especially if one wanted to gain a firm footing. One must not hesitate in life and cherish it. Yu Xian sighed, the atmosphere is new and the hearts of the people can be used. Venerable Fiery Dragon laughed, whoever has more money, whoever has the loudest voice, whatever old Yu says goes. Yu Xian joked, Wealth God Lu has more money than me? I heard that he had approached you secretly in his early years. As long as the North Continent was willing to return the word, North, there would be a 5,500 Celestials agreement? The two continents agreement lasted for 5,000 years. Within every 1,000 years, the Jadeite continent was willing to fork out a huge sum of celestial money to support the 100 potential sword celestials from the Jiulu continent's Crouching Ground Peak, Tai Hui Sword Sect, Floating Duckweed Sword Lake and the other large sections. They would spend money to help the sword celestials to become Aurus Core Earth celestials. Anyway, as long as Venerable Fiery Dragon gave a list of 100 people, the Jadeite continent's Lu family would spend as much money as the Jiulu continent. If any of these sword celestials could reach the upper 5 realms, they would be able to earn 10 more places for the Jiulu continent. Venerable Fiery Dragon laughed, I'm just a cultivator, not the leader of the North Continent's underworld. I have the final say, right? Yu Xian nodded, of course you have the final say. Wealth God Lu only gave up because you said no. Venerable Fiery Dragon did not want to talk about such trivial matters. He stroked his beard and laughed, "Old you, I'll introduce Qin Pingan to you later." Yu Xian stroked his beard and chuckled, "No need, no need. This hidden official has long heard of me. Otherwise, he wouldn't be chanting talismans to his first disciple every day. Yu Xian is an immortal. Scholars pay attention to the fact that one of us knows Qin Pingan first. Based on this rule, it's hard to say who knows Qin Pingan first." Venerable Fiery Dragon sighed, "I finally know why I'm poor and you're rich. If you want to earn big money, you have to be shameless." Yu Xian shook his head and said, No, I've never been poor since I was young." Venerable Fiery Dragon said, "This shows that you're gifted." Yu Xian said, "Looks like the unification of the immortal path will have to be delayed again." Venerable Fiery Dragon said, "Old you, I admire you for this. You're smart when it comes to small matters, but you're muddle-headed when it comes to big matters." It did not sound like a good thing, but Yu Xian smiled and nodded. "You seem to enjoy it." Sage of Rights asked the young reclusive official telepathically, "You're not being impulsive?" It was a strange question. Sage of Rights had already taken a step forward, but he still asked. So it seemed unnecessary. The red-robed man shook his head and answered telepathically, "We can fight." After pausing for a moment, the young reclusive official added, "If there's a chance, we have to fight." Sage of Rights laughed, "It's not a chance. Zhoumi will definitely return to the human world." Qin Pingan asked directly, "How many years will it take in the worst-case scenario?" 100 years if it's short, 1,000 if it's long. It's hard to tell the exact number for now. When the meeting is over, I can hand over a detailed strategy in private immediately. But I'm worried about one thing. Tell me about it. I'm worried that Zhoumi wants to use half of the wasteland to buy time for him. In the end, he can exchange for the collapse of Sage of Right's great path. Then, no one will be able to stop him from returning to the human world. Unless we end the battle quickly and surpass Zhoumi's calculations and take over the wasteland as soon as possible. Then I'll change the rules of the two worlds into one. It'll be difficult. Difficult? How difficult? Is it so difficult for a young outsider who has only cultivated for a few years to become a reclusive official of the Great Wall of Swordqi? Sage of Rights, who looked like a middle-aged scholar, smiled and said, "I'm Sage of Rights. I've been reading for many years." Qin Pingan was silent. Indeed. Sage of Rights was like the leader of the Great Wall of Swordqi, the Sword Celestial. Even if they didn't say anything, as long as they stood there, they would be able to make everyone feel at ease. The top forces of the wasteland gathered at Moon-Bearing Mountain either looked at Sage of Rights, who was known as the best fighter in the world, or at the young reclusive official who had only left the city for a few years. For a moment they felt somewhat helpless. They actually had the illusion that they had returned to the battlefield of the Great Wall of Swordqi. They had been chatting quite well earlier. Why did they suddenly flip the table? As expected, as long as this young reclusive official was around, nothing good would happen. Previously, when they were fighting the Great Wall of Swordqi, the young reclusive official obediently stayed on the city wall and chatted with the gray-robed man every day. The wasteland's advancement in the battlefield of the Tongya and Fuyao continents was like cutting tofu with a knife. It was difficult to even sharpen the knife. It was like two families in the marketplace had a conflict. After a fierce fight, neither side was able to kill the other. Both sides had not recovered from their injuries. Then, with their own thoughts, they decided to chat for a while. They set up a table on the street and began to negotiate. The ruffian who had barged into the other party's territory was currently crossing his legs and acting like he had nothing to lose. In any case, he wasn't stingy. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. After all, he didn't have any valuable belongings. On the other hand, the other party came from a scholarly family. If it wasn't brushes, ink, paintings, and satin, would he really be willing to risk his life? Who was he trying to scare? Then, when they weren't paying attention, the scholar opposite them suddenly flipped the table and took out a knife, wanting to slash someone. The key was the scholar's family, friends, and neighbors. All of them had read a few books of the sages. Even if they weren't true disciples of the Confucian school, they still went crazy along with them. Why was it that the savage world had conquered the Tongya, Fuyao, and Jinjia continents as if it were a game? Even if there were occasional clashes, the general situation was still unstoppable. Only the Great Wall of Swordqi was so painful? Other than Qin Qingdou overseeing the Great Wall of Swordqi, other than the fact that sword cultivators were as numerous as the clouds and everyone was ready to die, what really made the savage world unable to advance in 10,000 years was actually the unity of the people's hearts. No matter what the world said or saw, the sword cultivators didn't care. If they wanted their home to be destroyed, they had to die first. Therefore, the sword cultivators only cared about standing on the front lines of the city and delivering swords to the battlefield in the south. With pure sword hearts, they didn't even care about life and death, let alone profit and loss. One side had already taken a step forward, while the other side remained in place. It was meaningless to take a step forward or even an extra step. Was it possible to take a step back? Then they could only stand in place and not move. Xuanhuan stepped on a flying sword and stretched out his arm to hold the end of a long staff. He pointed at the scarlet robe from afar and shouted, "Kid, scram! Little kid, you're lucky to have survived. You should burn incense and hide to enjoy your achievements. However, you don't know how to be content. How dare you say you want to conquer the world? You don't know how much you're worth. Now that there's no longer the Great Wall of Sword Chi, at least 2 hidden officials will die with a swing of my staff." Ancestor Ape, who had destroyed countless mountains and immortal ancestral halls in the 2 continents of Hauran, had a domineering aura. He looked down on the world and was insufferably arrogant. Its real name was Zhu Yen, and it was in the thousands of threads of the young hidden official. Although it flashed and disappeared, Xuanhuan could still see the words through the connection of the Great Tao. This made the naturally arrogant Xuanhuan even more ferocious. If he didn't get rid of this young hidden official, there would be endless trouble. So be it, the 2 worlds would fight to the death. It would be best if the mountains and rivers continued to shatter, including the moon-bearing mountain and the old blind man's 100,000 mountains. At that time, Xuanhuan might be able to gather a large amount of mountain roots and destiny to ascend to the 14th realm. The great battle of Hauran world couldn't even break through the Aquarius continent and Dawnflow continent. This caused Xuanhuan's Great Tao benefits to be less than half of what he expected. He couldn't break through the bottleneck of the Great Tao at all. As for this ancestor of the moving mountains whose real name was Zhu Yen, its opportunity to ascend to the 14th realm of Tao integration was the phrase borrowing other people's stones to improve jade. It seemed like it was the geographical location of Tao integration, but in reality, it was the human location of Tao integration. The number of mountains in the world that were smashed by its staff would be the same number and style of mountains in the 14th realm in the future. Moving rocks, shifting broken veins, piling up mountain roots, accumulating many little things to create a new 5 mountains in his own dojo. His great Tao was immortal and his body was immortal. In the early years of the Martyr's Palace, even with Fei Fei's help in the dark, both sides benefited from each other and took what they needed. Xuanhuan still only brought out 2 dojos that he wanted. Later on, he smashed countless mountains in Fuyao continent and Tongye continent. Finally, Xuanhuan accumulated 2 more mountains. As long as the 5 mountains stood tall in his dojo and the Kunlun dojo was created after Tao integration, Xuanhuan would be able to step on the Great Tao alone and ascend to the heavens. What Qingming world, what Western Buddhist kingdom, as long as there were mountains and soil in the world, it would be Grandpa Ape's territory. When there were no more mountains in the world, all of them would be moved into his dojo. Then, he would be the newest 15th realm cultivator after the ancestors of the 3 sects. Heaven and earth would live together, stepping on the stars and shattering the sun and moon with his staff. What Sway Mountain, what Dragon Tiger Mountain, they were all just a bunch of bamboo chopsticks. Grandpa Ape didn't even need to use 2 hands, he could crush them with 1 hand. When the time came, killing Bai Yi who didn't have any immortal swords would be a big deal. Fei Ran raised 2 fingers and pressed down lightly in front of her. She actually pressed down on Xuanhuan's staff slightly. Xuanhuan's face was gloomy. He turned around and was about to have a good talk with the young master of Moon-Bearing Mountain who didn't contribute at all during the great battle but benefited the most after the battle. Unexpectedly, a ripple immediately appeared in his heart lake. It was the laughter of the old man with the walking stick. "Zhu Yen, I'm not angry. What are you angry about? Do you want to lie at the bottom of the well or do you want to learn from Alliance and stay as a guest at Moon-Bearing Mountain?" Xuanhuan snorted coldly. He put away his staff and placed it on his shoulder again. The great demon Guanxiang had an innocent expression and said helplessly, "When did the scholars of the world become so overbearing? You guys were the ones who said that both sides were going to discuss matters. This is just the beginning of the conversation. You guys are the ones who said that you want to fight. Can't you be a little more reasonable?" The official was not in the mood to speak. Anyway, Fei Ran was in charge of the overall situation and there were the established strategies left by the teacher. There was nothing to worry about. The official of the South was the official of the North. In the past, this saying was more of flattering the young man with the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It couldn't be that after a few years, it would become his official, right? Zhou Qinggao, who was beside him, was blessed by the heavens after returning home. He was not inferior to the new master of moon-bearing mountain, Fei Ran. This was because Zhou Qinggao had obtained the cicada slew skin of the sovereign stage great demon, and there was more than one. The great demons that Zhou Mi had fused with included the 14th realm great cultivator who changed his name to Lu Fian. There were also a few sovereign stage great demons Baiying, Qieyun, Yaojia and Xuanhuan. Zhou Mi ate the great Dao. As for the remaining skins of the great demons, they were dispensable to Zhou Mi. They weren't completely useless but they didn't have much meaning. Rather than taking them away it was better to leave them behind. Therefore the Jiaxin tent youth, Zhou Qinggao, who had an extremely poor aptitude for cultivation, became the person who unexpectedly gained the most. Before Zhou Mi ascended to heaven, he used the slew of the skeleton throne great demon by Ying's true body to create Zhou Qinggao's yang spirit body. Then he used the slew of the great demon Xuanhuan and Qieyun to refine and integrate them into Zhou Qinggao's soul and spirit. He built a brand new longevity bridge and ascended to heaven in one step. Moreover, Zhou Mi had already left a celestial mantra on the moon-supporting mountain for Zhou Qinggao, who was originally unsuitable for cultivation. It was the willow tendon realm secret technique that Lu Qi had created. It was best at turning something rotten into something magical. Zhou Mi's deep study of this Dao technique and this shortcut might be comparable to Lu Qi's. Therefore, the current Zhou Qinggao not only directly ascended to the pure jade realm from the third realm of Qi refinement warrior, but also broke through another realm in just a few years and became an immortal. This was what it meant to be the last disciple of Wenhai Zhou Mi. In less than 10 years he was already an immortal. As for the first disciple, Si Qin, he received 3 immortal weapons, all of which were long swords. Previously, Si Qin carried 5 swords in the sword box on his back. In the great battle he lost 3 swords, which was why he carried 6 swords on his back now. Swordsman Lu Bai, relatively speaking, received the least gifts from Mr. There was only one immortal weapon, the small world robe, and another half-immortal weapon, the green hibiscus crown. Xiao Chua, who was sitting cross-legged, grinned. She raised her arms and grabbed 2 ponytails with both hands. This little guy who took over her position was quite capable. Zhang Lu drank his wine while sizing up the tragic figure opposite him. It was hard to imagine that the young man with a sword on his back who carefully traveled the inverted hanging mountain would become like this today. The long sword on swordsman Zhu Gong's back was vibrating non-stop. When Qin Pingan became this familiar appearance, Lu Bai's expression changed slightly. During the years of sword practice on the city wall, Shi and Li Zhen were actually the swordsmen who interacted with Qin Pingan the most. And the 2 of them had died once in the hands of the young hidden official. As the direct disciple of the moon-bearing mountain's ancestor, Li Zhen had died in that battle. It was also that soul-stirring exchange of life that made the wastelands know for the first time that there was someone who could replace Ning Yao in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After that, the 5 swordsmen of the Jiaxin tent, including Lu Bai, were all listed in the moon-bearing mountain's 100 sword immortals. And their rankings were very close. Zhu Gong, Li Zhen, you see? Tan Lu Bai had carefully set up an ambush but it still failed. Lu Bai's neck was twisted by Qin Pingan in the process of that ambush. Zhou Qinggao said loudly, I can completely understand why the hidden official is so determined to fight. The Great Wall of Sword Qi suffered the most losses. The swordsmen of the Ascension City in the 5th world are indeed the most qualified to seek revenge against the wastelands. Furthermore, the literary sage's lineage, Mr. Chui of Dali Imperial Tutor and Mr. Qi of the Cliff Academy, are no longer around. As the last disciple of Mr. Wensheng, the hidden official has the same reason to reason with the wastelands. It's only right to repay grievances with justice. Zhou Qinggao smiled and said, regardless of whether it's his identity as a swordsman of the Great Wall of Sword Qi or his current identity as a scholar of the literary sage lineage, Qin Pingan is the most qualified to say fight. He has the most clear conscience. The final battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not fought at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Although it was said that the Great Wall of Sword Qi was bestowed by the hidden official's lineage of the Summer Refuge Palace, it was clear that the 60 military tents of the wastelands were bestowed by one person. It was not that Qin Pingan was so capable that he could successfully scheme against the entire wastelands with his own strength. It was that Qin Pingan had eaten all the thoughts of the hidden official's lineage of swordsmen, all the secret records of the Summer Refuge Palace, and all the battle plans of the wastelands. He had even eaten the prestige of the eldest sword immortal, allowing any of the hidden official's lineage's messenger flying swords to easily suppress the peak sword immortal candidates like Yu Qin and Mi Hu. On the battlefield, The great demon looked up to the sky and snapped the head of a great sword immortal surnamed Yu who was traveling south in the wastelands. The great wall of sword chi was filled with rage, but the summer refuge palace had sent word that they would not help. Although there were many who went out of the city to deliver swords, it did not create a situation where the entire battlefield was affected. After that, in the battle between the two sides, the flying swords were as vast as the river, and the sword chi was as unrestrained as a waterfall. The great wall of sword chi swords were so precise that they could subdivide the battlefield. Every Earth Immortal sword cultivator had their own rules regarding who to attack, when to attack, and where to attack. Therefore, the young hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and the second highest throne, Xuanhuan, seemed to be on the same path. Just like the people in the Confucian Temple meeting, they did not care about the wastelands having a few more Ascendant Realm sword cultivators, but no one wanted the master of the moon-bearing mountain, the future master of the wastelands, to be a new Xuanhuan. Therefore, the demons on the mountain peak of the wastelands also did not want the Great Wall of Sword Chi to become a new Great Wall of Sword Chi. This bastard is really insidious. Yu Panshui clicked his tongue in wonder. Your Majesty, have you learned it? This is what you call knowing how to talk. It was just a few sentences, but there was a lot of meaning behind it. Most importantly, it was not pure nonsense and it was easy for people to overthink. He was hinting to the people in the Confucian Temple meeting that if the two great walls of Sword Chi were to fight again, not many people in the Great Wall of Sword Chi would die. The reputation of the Sage of Literature's branch and the status of the Confucian Temple would also rise. As for the Sage of Literature's branch, there were only Lu Shilu, Qin Pingan, and an old scholar. Anyway, there were only a few of them. But what about the Sage of Right's branch, the secondary Sage's branch, and the Confucian scholars of the Academy? The young hidden official could avenge his personal grudge and gain the most benefits. Why would they not fight when they had such a great advantage? Would the Great Wall of Sword Chi still be willing to fight with a young hidden official who could guarantee his success? That young man only needed to hide behind the scenes and strategize. The person who would die would not be him anyway. In the first battle, he could return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi alive from half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Of course, he would not die in the next battle. Here was a fallacious logic, but elsewhere was a righteous logic. The world was the same. This heart was bright, but others might only find it dazzling. Therefore, these words were not for those who followed the young hidden official to hear. Words picked on people. Even if many people did not listen to it today and did not take it seriously, when the real battle started, they would start to listen and think more. The young emperor nodded vigorously. Yes, he agreed with Fatty Yu. The emperor of the Xuanmi dynasty admired the young hidden official more and more sincerely. Unexpectedly, he could make the great demons of the desolate land deliberately target him. At the beginning, the strange ridicule seemed to be ridicule and seemed to be disgusting the hidden official. But why didn't the desolate land ridicule Huayin and the god of fortune of the Lu family? It was not worthwhile. They looked down on him. It seemed that he must find a chance to call him brother in the future. He must hug this thigh. If he hugged this thigh, maybe Fatty Yu would be more polite to him in the future. There would be no more the king and his minister, grandfather and grandson, in the imperial study every time. Fatty Yu often took out a pair of scissors from his sleeve and cut his nails. He also glanced at the emperor's crotch from time to time. Madam of the Green Immortal Mountain frowned. If the Flower Lord of the 100 Flowers Blessed Land felt that she was in the same position as the young hidden official, there was no good way to deal with it. Many things would be more muddy the more she explained. But if she did not explain, she could only suffer in silence. Guanxiang suddenly laughed and said, "So what if Lord Hidden Official is a little selfish? No matter how much the Confucian Temple rewards him, he deserves it. He survived with his own ability and became a sage with his military achievements. I'll be the first to object if anyone dares to complain. Has their conscience been eaten by a dog?" If Lord Hidden Official didn't turn the tide, both of us might be at the square of the Confucian Temple for today's meeting. Great Demon Guanxiang wanted to say that Alliance had eaten his conscience. But when he saw Alliance's straight and aggressive posture, he felt that he should leave some leeway in his words and actions. Qin Pingan glanced at Zhou Qinggao and sneered, "The reason why the Jianghu has no achievements is because of a useless leader like you." The old man with the walking stick smiled and shared the same thought with Yuan Shou, Fei Fei and Wu Yu. The young man in the bright red Taoist robe bent his knees slightly, and his back was hunched. But in an instant he straightened his back again. Qin Pingan looked at Zhou Qinggao and said, "I heard that Zhou Mi has accepted you as his last disciple. If that's the case, he won't be able to see anyone in the future. If I were Sheng Qin, I would kneel on the ground and kowtow to you, begging you to be the eldest senior brother. As long as you don't want to be the youngest junior brother, you can even be the eldest senior sister. Sheng Qin chuckled. As for the remaining 100 sword deities of the moon-bearing mountain who had practiced their sword skills on the top of half of the city and never disappeared from the world, they were even more impressed by the young hermit who often had elegant talks with the Dragon Emperor and Li Zhen. Every now and then, if anyone encountered a bottleneck in their swordsmanship practice or was bored out of their wits, the swordsman would move to the vicinity of the Dragon Monarch to see if they could pay their respects to the hidden official. Whoever was lucky enough to be able to chat with that fellow would be a great honor. However, the young hidden official rarely showed up. Not everyone had the chance to see him. It was hard to get scolded. Anyway, it was harder than breaking through the realm. Here it comes. Lu Bai sighed in his heart. Qin Pingan smiled and said, with the help of you and Brother Fei Ran, Howren will have a higher chance of winning. Originally, we only had a 100% chance of winning, but now we have a 120% chance of winning. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to say anything. If I have a say in the Confucian Temple, when the situation is settled, I can let one of you be the sage of the moon-bearing mountain, the sage of the moon-bearing mountain, and the other one be the diligent schemer in charge of delivering heads. After delivering the heads of Yuan Shou tomorrow, the head of the imperial concubine the day after tomorrow, the head of the ascendant realm, and then the head of the immortal realm. The vast world will be overwhelmed by your work. They might even advise you to stop delivering heads. Both sides should fight well on the battlefield. One of you became the leader of the moon-bearing mountain just by lying down. You became the greatest contributor of the Confucian Temple just by lying down. You should be the sages now. However, I still have to ask the Confucian Temple if the two of you are the men of sacrifice planted in the vast world. If you are, and you are killed because of me, I will engrave 2 seals with the words 100 deaths without regrets and heart towards Howren. Yu Xian took a deep breath. So ruthless, so cruel. Venerable Fire Dragon was puzzled. What kind of place is the Great Wall of Sword Aura? His feng shui is not bad. He used to be such an introvert. How did he become like this after a few years in the Great Wall of Sword Aura? Zhou Qinggao cupped his fist and smiled. You're still as elegant as ever. The Sage of Rites suddenly asked. Qin Pingan, did you complain that I brought you here for a discussion? Qi Tingji was an old sword celestial and could represent part of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. However, he could not decide the choice of the Ascendant City sword cultivators. Qin Pingan answered honestly, at first, a little. I can't say that I didn't. However, when the Confucian Temple announced that you were reinstated, I didn't complain anymore. The Sage of Rites asked again, you're fighting just like that. Aren't you afraid that you'll become the second Cui Dong? Qin Pingan became silent. After he spoke. In fact, Qin Pingan had already felt that the road under his feet, as if it was the will of the heavens, involuntarily turned into a fork in the road, as if at the end of the road, stood the senior brother who had once betrayed the orthodoxy, vast embroidered tiger. At that moment, Qin Pingan finally understood why his senior brother, Cui Dong, chose to betray his master and ancestors. Why did he leave the Confucian lineage and give up his identity as the sage of literature's first disciple? For some choices, it seemed that only by being alone on the Great Tao could one not have any burdens or guilt. For example, the discussion at the Confucian Temple. If they really went to war with the desolate world, it would be detrimental to the Confucian lineage in the long run. Any casualties on the battlefield would be a permanent stain on the Confucian lineage. Any loss on the battlefield would be a flaw in the achievements of Qin Pingan and the Confucian lineage. In the next 100 or 1,000 years, the Confucian lineage, the Confucian Temple, the Academy, and the dynasties at the foot of the mountain would make all the scholars of the future hold their own opinions and quarrel with each other. Even if the Confucian lineage could spread and the Confucian lineage could continue to spread, it would be difficult for them to study in peace. This was not to say that the whole world was like this, but the way of the world was complicated. Out of 100 people, even if there were only 2 unreasonable people, they would be forcefully stirred into a puddle of muddy water. What if there were a few more people who seemed reasonable and spoke a few more words of fairness that were partial to the whole, or someone stood on the side and said a few more words of sarcasm that fanned the flames? Therefore, at a certain moment, Qin Pingan's first thought was to leave the Confucian lineage and temporarily keep his identity as the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for what would happen to Luapa Mountain in the future, he could only take a step forward and plan ahead. In fact, Qin Pingan could pretend that he did not know about many things when he returned from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He could also not think too much about it. He had done his best at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingan had a clear conscience because he had done his best. He did not want to leave his hometown for the first time at the age of 14. It was as if he was not on a long journey to a foreign land. Even if he was there, he would still be a foreigner. He also hoped that there would be a long period of time in his life where he could stay at home peacefully. When he was practicing his sword and fist, he could think of his beloved girl. However, he was able to arrange an escape route for some of the children at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He was able to work with the hidden official lineage of the Summer Palace to write a few books for Ascension City to help Ascension City fight for power in the New World. What about Zhou Mi, who seemed to have ascended to heaven and left? Since Zhou Mi could ascend to heaven, he would definitely return to the human world. Why did Senior Cui Dong answer his own question at the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Is the world at peace? Yes. Can we sit back and relax? I don't think so. How could Firen become the master of the moon-supporting mountain, the master of the wilderness? Wasn't this very similar to how Qin Pingan was suddenly promoted to a hidden official by the eldest sword deity? Why did Liu Bai, as a direct disciple and sword cultivator, not follow Zhou Mi to ascend to heaven? Why did Zhou Qinggao's aura change so drastically? Even if the other party deliberately hid his realm, Qin Pingan was extremely concerned about this former teenager. Back then, when the two sides faced each other at the edge of the cliff, the youth was a wooden clog. He definitely didn't have the abundant Dao Qi today. As for Zhou Mi himself, was he really unable to eat the other sovereigns including Yuan Shou and Fei Fei? It couldn't be that he had nothing better to do. Before Bai Ying, who was in the Yang spirit's external body, and before he even ate any of the sovereigns, Zhou Mi was already able to eat Lu Fanyan, who was in the 14th realm of the wilderness. If Zhou Mi really bet all of his bets on the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, with Zhou Mi's lone wolf nature, he definitely wouldn't mind eating a few more sovereigns, Ascension realm great demons. This meant that Zhou Mi was looking for the balance point between the two great powers of the world. Even if Zhou Mi was already far away from the human world, the wilderness would still be under his strict control and would continue to operate quietly. Firen, Shurchen, Yueshan, the other old sovereigns, and even more hidden chess pieces were all chess pieces that Zhou Mi had left in the world. And the hearts of the people after the war were also equivalent to a chess piece of Zhou Mi. When his student Cui Dongshan was teaching chess, he once said with a smile that after playing the Rosy Clouds game with Zheng Juzhong in the early years, both sides had two thoughts. One was that the chessboard was too small, with only 19 vertical and horizontal lines. The other was that in a game of Go, the true brilliance of a chess player was to break the rules and set the rules again, but the opponent could only adhere to the rules. This was the true unreasonable hand. At that time, Qin Pingan asked curiously, for example? On the chessboard, the chess pieces of both sides are either black or white. Black eats white, white eats black. This is the old rule. If black eats white, the white piece will turn black and stay on the chessboard. It's still not wise because it's too obvious. However, if the white piece stays on the chessboard, its effect is equivalent to a black piece. Moreover, when it changes, it's up to the chess player to decide. To be able to do this, one can be considered to have reached the realm of honoring the world. In the blink of an eye, one can casually slaughter a dragon. Or in a desperate situation, one can come back from the dead. Qin Pingan naturally understood the chess theory that Cui Dongshan was talking about. But chess theory was like logic. Without experiencing it personally, it was very difficult to truly understand the profoundness, danger, and unpredictability of it. This kind of Hao Ran Jia Sheng was worthy of Grand Ancestor Yu Mountain, who was willing to take out a savage world and entrust it to Zhou Mi. Zhou Mi had come up with 3 plans. Because the righteous lands had managed to defend the Aquarius continent and the South Swirling continent, Zhou Mi had joined forces with the moon-bearing mountain Grand Patriarch to preserve their reserve power. Because of that, the Wildlands plan had become Zhou Mi's plan. But this game of chess was not really over yet. Actually, it was just the ending stage. Fei Ran, Zhou Qinggao, and the others were still not chess players, and had not gotten rid of the identity of Zhou Mi's chess pieces. Next, it was Zhou Mi's turn to guard the ruins of the ancient heavenly courts, and overlook the entire human world. Yu Mountain had to fight for a certain opportunity for Zhou Mi. For example, within 100 years, Yu Mountain had to hold back Hao Ran Jia Sheng and delay the Sage of Right's mending of the heavens. Yu Mountain was willing to give up a lot of territory in the savage world, and had to drag the Qi cultivators of Hao Ran Jia Sheng, from the peak cultivators to all the young cultivators into the mud of war. But Yu Mountain had to guarantee one thing, and that was that Hao Ran Jia Sheng could not really lose Hao Ran Jia Sheng. This was an extremely delicate and careful choice. Hao Ranjiasheng could not completely lose Hao Ranjiasheng, or else Zhoumi would become a water without a source, a tree without roots, and a new heavenly quartz with a new owner could only be left alone outside the heavens. But they could not let Hao Ranjiasheng rest and recuperate, and let the Sage of Rites restore Hao Ranjiasheng's time. If Chen Pingan did not participate in the meeting at the Confucian Temple, he would not have to worry about these things. But since he was here, what should he do? Then he might as well end the war quickly, destroy Hao Ranjiasheng, and kill all the peak cultivators of the demon race. He would win a real 10,000 years of peace. After hearing Cui Dongshan talk about Hao Ranjiasheng, there were already people who spoke up for Hao Ranjiasheng. They said that Hao Ranjiasheng's world was barren, and they could not even survive. How pitiful. Therefore Hao Ranjiasheng was wrong, but it was actually pardonable. He would strive to make the not necessarily, that even his senior brother Cui Dong felt, and make it a foregone conclusion in one go. Otherwise, when Zhoumi successfully returned to the world, the next war was destined to be even more tragic. Because Zhoumi was not willing to be a mender, he wanted to rebuild everything in his hands. Not to mention the life and death of Hao Ranjiasheng, he did not even mind rebuilding all the living beings in Hao Ranjiasheng's world, the mountains and rivers in Hao Ranjiasheng's world. Since that was the case, the Sage of Rites could not say anything, so let me do it. The Sage of Rites asked, "You won't regret it?" Chen Pingan said without hesitation, "No. We all want to become strong and we should do something for this world." The Sage of Rites nodded lightly. "Then I won't argue with your teacher about those repetitive words. He's really annoying, I almost want to hit him." The old scholar was easy to talk to. Only on the side of the holy sage master and him, they would really throw tantrums and roll on the ground. Especially when the old elementary scholar was really angry, he would be eccentric and unreasonable. Chin Pingan was speechless. After holding it in for a long time, he was probably used to it. He was worried about what if, so he said tentatively, "If the Sage of Rites really wants to make a move, please pick a place where there is no one around. My master cares about his face." The Sage of Rites did not comment. He looked up at the sky, then retracted his gaze and smiled. "Since the sky has fallen once, it will not fall again. Zhoumi's problem, Cui Dong, is not a problem for a junior brother like you, but for us old people. This time I called you here for a meeting just as you thought to say those words for me. I'm old, there's no point in saying tough words. If it's a young man, it'll be more imposing? So don't worry, just focus on cultivating. If you encounter any problems, do what you can. The Confucian Temple is not just for decoration. As for merits, don't be like the old scholar. How do you calculate the accounts? From the Ascension City to the Luapa Mountain, you're used to being an accountant, so you should know very well. Don't play dumb with the Confucian Temple." Chin Pingan just listened, and then he obediently remained silent. Whatever the Sage of Rites said was reasonable. The Sage of Rites shook his sleeves. The atmosphere of heaven and earth changed. Chin Pingan, who had been suppressed to the point of suffocation by the true names of several great demons, including Zhuyan, was suddenly relieved of a burden and turned back into a green robe. The Sage of Rites reminded him one last time. "Chin Pingan, you still have to attend the next meeting by the river." At the same time, two more people had appeared on the left and right sides of the Savage World straight line. However, they did not appear through the moon-holding mountain. Instead, they seemed to have crossed the landscape of mountains and rivers in the wasteland from the Confucian Temple. Baizhe. The Baizhe who suppressed Baizhe in the 9 majestic towers of Hauran. The blind old man from the 100,000 mountains. The monster cultivators gathered at the moon-holding mountain were shocked at first. Then they burst into an uproar. Most of the demon clans, whether they were Ascendant Realm great demons or unpolished Jade Realm demons in a certain prominent position, were so silent and orderly for the first time. They either cupped their fists to salute or clenched their fists to show their respect to that existence. Occasionally they would open their mouths and say the same thing, respectfully addressing him as Master Baizhe. It was obvious that Baizhe was the most qualified person in the wasteland to be the ruler of the world. As for why Master Baizhe chose to betray all of his kind in the wasteland 10,000 years ago, and why he stood by and did nothing during the Great War. Resentment was resentment, but they were still convinced. The reason was simple. Baizhe had lived long enough and was strong enough. Besides, as long as Master Baizhe was willing to return home, they could even go to the vast world again. Moreover, the blind old man who had not sided with either side for 10,000 years had chosen to stand on the wasteland's side this time. However, two people had also appeared on the left and right of the vast world. One was a monk in chicken soup who had once escorted the person who had lit the lamp for the vast world. According to some Buddhist scriptures, the old monk had held the lamp and guarded it for 30 years. The other was a dragon slayer who had disappeared for 3,000 years. The White Emperor City Lord had already turned around and cupped his fists at the old man. Even looking at the wasteland's imperial concubine from afar made him feel uncomfortable. Needless to say, Lady Tantan of the Lushui Pit and the Water Lords of the Five Lakes naturally felt a majestic pressure from the great Tao. The bamboo-like blind old man had sunken eyes and his hands behind his back. He smiled and said, "I'm just watching a show. It doesn't matter where I stand." The dragon slayer, who was dressed in a snow-white robe, no longer wore a green robe. Today he had regained his true appearance. He looked very young and he seemed to be opposing the blind old man. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter who I kill." Today the two sides were the vast world and the wasteland world. Between them was the great wall of sword chi that had stood for 10,000 years. In fact, most of the cultivators at the summit of the Confucian Temple had never been to the great wall of sword chi. Most of the people in the vast world had never really understood the great wall of sword chi. They only heard that there were many sword cultivators there, and the people there were hostile to the vast world. It was as if the people there were only sword cultivators. Only sword cultivators. They were unreasonable. They were vulgar. They only knew how to practice the sword. They were different. There were no joys and sorrows. The life and death of the people there didn't seem to have much to do with the vast world, because they had never seen it, heard of it, or knew about it. Therefore, a new long line appeared at the edge of the wasteland world landscape painting on the ground. It was the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The next scene. Even people like Qin Pingan started to blush. He felt that the Sage of Rites was too unreasonable. Because a landscape painting appeared there. It was a wine shop and a pair of couplets. The sword immortal 3-foot sword looked around in confusion. Where is the enemy? The hero is lonely. 2 tales of wine in the cup, with you to quench the sorrows of the ages. Let's get drunk. Money is nothing. Finally, there was the horizontal scroll. Those who drink my wine can break through. The old scholar nudged the sage Fu Sheng beside him. How is it? Old Master Fu could only return it to its rightful owner, and said helplessly, "It's amazing." He reached out and touched his forehead. Alliance was filled with emotion. Good calligraphy. Learn from me. Madame Green Immortal Mountain smiled knowingly. This was the wine shop in the Great Wall of Sword Chi? Qin Pingan suddenly took out a pot of wine and started drinking. That was because the next painting was a wall filled with wooden plaques. The tablets were peaceful and uneventful from the wine shop. There were many uneventful tablets that even Qin Pingan hadn't seen before. Because at that time, Qin Pingan had already gone to the prison overseen by Old Death. When he saw the sun again and went to the top of the city, Ascension City had already ascended and left. The flowers were beautiful and the moon was round. Sword cultivator Gao Kuei. And this person was also the last sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Chi Dragon Sovereign. The last time this person used his sword was Gao Kuei, the sword-seeking Dragon Sovereign. He was the junior sword-seeking ancestor. Trapped by love, he couldn't use his sword. Wind Snow Temple, Weianjin. Here the world knows that I, Yuan Qingshu, am a sword immortal. South Hassa Continent's great marsh water disciple. The wine here was cheap and excellent. It would be even better if you could buy it on credit. Taowen. The master sold wine and the disciple bought wine. The relationship between master and disciple was touching and everlasting. Disciple Guizhu wine. In the past he was romantic and had fought hundreds of battles. After drinking to his heart's content, Zheng Mingqin came to pour wine for him. Then the old nascent soul sword cultivator who was illiterate still wasn't satisfied. He sneakily used an alias as his signature and wrote another, uneventful tablet. In the poetry competition, if I claim to be second, no one dares to claim to be first. Except for the deputy manager. Half of the sword immortals in the world are my friends. Which woman in the world isn't shy? I use wine to wash my sword. Who doesn't say that I'm romantic? This was written by a nascent soul sword cultivator of the North Continent. He died in battle. The 4th sect master of the Taihui sword sect, Han Huizi. He had no regrets in this life. Han Huizi also died in battle. Lady Ning, you have someone you like. I'm very sad. Lu Tiefo. This was a local sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the Dragon Gate realm. He died in battle not long after reaching the Golden Core realm. I've seen all the uneventful tablets, and I dare say that I am a sword cultivator of the world. So what if my swordsmanship isn't as good as the Great Wall of Sword Chi? This uneventful tablet was the only one with words on both sides. In the world, there are people like you who don't know how to write, and people like the deputy manager who doesn't know how to sell wine. Give us another dozen of them and we'll never have too many. The front side was written by a young golden core sword cultivator of the Fuyao continent. The back side was written by a nascent soul sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Later on they even became friends. The Sage of Rights gentleman Wang Zai also left behind a uneventful tablet. Treat others with leniency, treat oneself with strictness. Convince others with reason, restrict oneself with morals. The world is at peace and there is nothing to worry about. Be benevolent to oneself. If one desires benevolence, one will be benevolent. If one has such a heart, there will be nothing to worry about. There were 2 sentences on the uneventful tablet. The first sentence was written in semi-cursive, while the second was written in small regular script. On the uneventful tablet, the immortal character was erased, and then changed to cultivation. The deputy manager who never cheated others, Qin Pingan, has unparalleled alcohol tolerance. The sage of literature's lineage is not shallow, and his skin is even thicker. When deputy manager comes to my Afterglow continent, I'll treat you to real wine. Afterglow continent sword immortal, situ jianghu. I'm at the unpolished jade realm, how can I not be a sword immortal? Lin Junbai drank this wine and broke through 3 realms in 3 years. When he came he was at nascent soul. When he left he was at nascent soul. He had not broken through and was ashamed of the wine. Northern snow-capped continent, Dangliang. He drank wine, killed demons and wrote poems. His talent is not inferior to the deputy manager's, and his appearance is inferior to Wu Qingpei's. My life is very complete, I just lack a wife. I have money in my pocket and I drink until the wine shop collapses. My swordsmanship is passable. When I join hands with Alliance I can kill an Ascendant Realm demon. If Alliance reaches the 14th realm in the future, he'll definitely have the skin of a Dao integration cultivator. Your mother's fart. In this battle of the Great Dao, the dog can't win against the deputy manager. Nalan Saihuan, I'll be back soon. Shepherd's flute, camel's bell, they're all sounds of the wind. The good Lin Quan has been given to idlers, and the good women have been taken away. I've never been drunk in my life and I complain about wine. Qin Li, the sword Huilong, the flying sword Huilong. 100 years old sword immortal at your fingertips. There's no good wine in this world, you dog, give me back my wine money. Lu Ji is indeed beautiful. Life is short and practicing the sword is too difficult. What's the point? It doesn't exist. The second shopkeeper was the banker. He had a noble character, unquestionable integrity, and was open and candid. Alliance is from the Central Divine Continent's scholarly family? I don't believe it. Is the hidden official really not the son of a noble family? I don't believe it. Old thief Nalan either get lost or give miss by a status. His sword arts are slightly better than mine. Miss Dak Zhang, if the deputy manager does anything to you, let me know and I'll tell Ning Yao. This time I came in high spirits and left in high spirits. Every time I pay for the wine. If one day I'm not at the table, deputy manager, give me some face and make an exception for those poor friends. Thank you in advance. In the vast world, where are the 9 continents? I've heard of it before but I've forgotten it. I took a look at her and the world was like dust. I remember when I was young the cicadas were very noisy in summer, and the snow on the road froze my butt in winter. I just forgot which year it was. Why am I a sword immortal and he a nascent soul sword cultivator? When I was 50 years old I was still in the Dragon Gate realm and he was in the nascent soul realm. Why did he save me? How can there be a world with only one moon? Is he a bachelor like me? Some things are always late. Some people always leave in a hurry. Drinking is so bitter. She has such a big butt, such a thin waist, what's so good about her? Yellow flowers, white clouds, green mountains and youth. She knocked down the deputy manager with one punch, laughing until my waist hurts. The lamp on the table was half dark, and the moon outside the window was half bright. Some people think it's not bright enough and some think it's not dark enough. There's still half a pot of wine left, drink it after vomiting. What are emperors, prime ministers and prime ministers? Can they be side dishes? What's an ancestral grave? Right and wrong are all in the wine bowl. My family's city wall is higher than the clouds. Is there such a thing? Sword chi on the city wall, dragons and snakes fly. I haven't come here to drink for a few days, Why are there so many no matter cards? I've already let down the beauty and the sword. I fell to the ground laughing as I left. So what if I'm not a sword cultivator, I just have to come here to drink? I've been diligently practicing the sword year after year, but I still haven't reached the upper 5 realms. But after drinking a few bowls of that mute lake wine, I really drank until I became mute. There's nothing to write today, I'll make up for it after drinking next time. Recently, the deputy manager didn't come here to drink, and the number of girls who buy wine has decreased. Drinking is tasteless. The no matter cards on the wall are shaking violently. But I'm not drunk. Let's not compare swordsmanship or alcohol tolerance. Dong San and Qin Shi have to call me brother. Boss Sword Immortal, you didn't accept me as your direct disciple because in all honesty, are you afraid that my swordsmanship will surpass yours? On our side, the Jade Unpolished Realm is only a sword cultivator. I heard that the Golden Core and Nascent Soul Sword cultivators in the vast world are sword immortals. I was almost killed by this kind of thing. It's really a pity that the deputy manager isn't a woman. Today I've changed into a tighter dress, sitting on a short bench to drink wine, as if a hidden official is squatting by the side of the road and watching me. As long as I drink wine, I'll chop Dong Sangung with my sword, punch the bastard, and kick the deputy manager. I heard that the fairies in the vast world have to spend an hour to apply rouge and powder on their faces. Wouldn't that be 7 or 8 tails? Can it really look good? I had a dream, I don't know where it was. When a man and a woman love each other, it's a round mirror, a round moon. After the emotional pain, it's broken countless months. I don't seem to like it as much, but I remember more. Sitting on a small bench as a storyteller, the deputy manager is a bit suave. Sword cultivators from other places all go home early. Qin Pingan is from my hometown. Seeing this beautiful scenery, I'm very grateful. The Sage of Rites flicked his sleeves and put away the painting, smiling, "We'll talk again." As for when and where they would talk again, the scholar didn't say. He only put away the catoptric deflection at the Confucian temple. Many plans are made, but a single decision is made. The real meeting place was still the ruins of the heavenly court. The next moment, Alliance and the people around him looked at each other, their expressions serious. Because Qin Pingan was gone. At a riverside. For some reason, the ancestors of the 3 sects didn't show up. The Sage of Rites. The Secondary Sage. The Sage of Literature. Bai Zhe. The Old Blind Man. The Dragon Slayer. The Old Head of the East Sea Temple. The Old Monk in Chicken Soup. The second head of the Taoist sect, Yu Do. The third head of the Baek Okekyung building, Lu Qin. The Palace of the Year, Wu Shuangjiang. There were also a few people whose identities Qin Pingan couldn't recognize. Without exception except for Qin Pingan, they were all at the 14th level. Wu Shuangjiang smiled, "We meet again so soon." Qin Pingan nodded. Lu Qin waved his hand vigorously, "Qin Pingan, it's me." Qin Pingan ignored him. The old scholar standing at the side said softly, "Just listen to him." Qin Pingan nodded, squatted down, and tried to scoop some water with his hands. As his hands cupped the water, Bai Yi appeared. She was tall and had a pair of golden eyes. The old scholar stomped his feet. "Hey, senior? Damn it, it's the fairy sister." Qin Pingan withdrew his hands and stood up. She was holding a head in her hand. She was wearing a golden armor. (788). In the end, 2 uninvited guests appeared at the riverside. It was actually one of them. The 14th level cultivators who had been standing at the peak of the mountains for many years still had a discerning eye. The 2 great Daos were connected, but they were separated into 2. When the tall white-clothed woman and the golden-armored man's servant appeared together, all the cultivators looked at her, or rather them? They all looked at her. The head and the golden armor were both spoils of war. The legendary ancient sword wielder, one of the 5 supreme gods. Other than the Sage of Rites, Bai Zhe, the old head of the East Sea Temple, and the old blind man were all familiar with her. However, even if it was second brother Yu Do, third sect leader Lu Qin, Wu Shuangjiang and the others from Zhanlong, as well as many other great cultivators of the 14 realms who participated in today's meeting by the riverside, this was the first time they had seen this deity with their own eyes. In the battle to ascend to the heavens 10,000 years ago, the human race finally succeeded. Aside from the human race's sages who sacrificed themselves, the sword wielder asked for the sword, the armored man, the internal conflict between water and fire, and the god's disdain for humanity were all key factors. If any link was missing, the human race would have ended up in an extremely miserable state. 10,000 years ago, on the earth, the human tribe was in an abyss of suffering. They had been reduced to puppets raised by the gods and used as a source of incense to refine the immortal Great Tao. They were also hunted and killed by the demon tribe on the earth as a source of food. In the beginning, the human race was too weak. The high and mighty gods used the two ascension platforms as a path to cross countless suns, moons, and stars to descend to the human world and conquer the land. They often helped the weak humans who were confined and killed the rebellious demons who crossed the boundary. Apart from this, the sword first descended to the human world, and then came the sword in the sky and the reign of techniques. The human race began to cultivate sword techniques, and that was the beginning of climbing the mountain. This was also the reason why the sword cultivators alone had the greatest killing power and were suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Yudo wore a fishtail crown on his head and carried the immortal sword Taoist scripture on his back. His Taoist chi and the sword energy of the sword sheath rippled. It seemed that even the second Taoist, who said that he was invincible except for the ancestors of the three sects, couldn't suppress the surging sword intent of the immortal sword. Of course, it could also be Yudo's casual stance of seeking the sword. As for the three direct disciples who were responsible for overseeing the Tao ancestors' 5 cities and 12 buildings in the White Jade capital, Yudo and Lu Qin, who had been missing for a long time, the three of them had never participated in the meeting by the riverside 10,000 years ago. Lu Qin had a lotus crown on his head and an aureole perched on his shoulder. He chuckled at his senior brother and said, "As a junior, you must not be rude." Qin Pingan didn't say anything because he looked a little absent-minded. The person holding the head in his hand was dressed in white. He was tall and had a familiar face. He wore a smile on his face and looked at Qin Pingan with an unusually gentle gaze. However, Qin Pingan found it strange. On the other hand, Qin Pingan felt that the woman in the golden armor, whose face was blurry, was familiar. It was like a swordmaster with a sword attendant by his side. The one Qin Pingan truly knew was the latter. It was as if the former had only stolen the latter's appearance. The two of them were like the relationship between the true body of a cultivator and the yin spirit. Even someone as tough as Qin Pingan didn't know what to do. However, Qin Pingan only glanced at the woman in white before he looked at the person in the golden armor for a long time. It was as if he was asking her what was going on. However, the first to speak was the woman in white, who seemed to be in front of him but seemed to be far away. She smiled and said, "I just went on a long journey and Master doesn't recognize me?" The golden armored sword attendant took 2 steps to the side and overlapped with the white-clothed woman. Then, the white-clothed and golden-armored woman casually threw the head into the river of time, causing the entire river to instantly turn golden. She smiled and asked, "What about now?" Qin Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he remained silent. He really didn't know what to say. When Lu Qin saw the golden flowing water of the river of time, he sighed softly and said that the human world was blessed by the common people. Therefore, Lu Qin turned to Yudo and asked with a smile, "Senior brother, is it too late for me to learn the sword? I think I'm quite talented." Second brother was too lazy to speak. For the first time, the old scholar didn't mess around and let his last disciple deal with this complicated karma. She was the sword spirit, but she wasn't just a sword spirit. She was higher than the sword spirit because she contained more divinity. It wasn't as simple as her identity, cultivation level, and killing power. This involved divinity. If the Confucian temple's deduction wasn't wrong, then in simple terms, she stripped a part of her divinity and gave it to the successor. At the same time, she deleted and tampered with the successor's memories. As a relatively weak sword spirit, she slept in the fairy pearl grotto heaven for 10,000 years. She would occasionally wake up and look at the human world. She would also occasionally return to the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. This was similar to the relationship between the dragon slayer, the Taoist Jia Qing, and the coachman Bai Jun. However, it wasn't the same. It was more complicated and pure. The old man in the Yang family's medicine store was the heavenly lord Qing Tong, who was in charge of one of the 2 ascension platforms. Although his deity position wasn't as high as hers and he was only one of the 12 high ancient deities, Old Yang was one of the earliest human deities to become a deity. He was in charge of the path to becoming a deity for all male earth deities in the world. He had great authority. Therefore, Old Yang didn't treat Ruan Xiao and Li Lu, who were reincarnations of the 2 high ancient deities, nicely at his medicine store in his hometown. He even reprimanded them directly, saying that they were the ones who had committed the greatest sin in the destruction of the heavenly court. Moreover, the ancient deities had their own factions and camps. They each had their own duties. There were all kinds of disagreements and conflicts. For example, Shanjun, the woman from the southern mountains of the Aquarius continent, Fanjun Mao, was extremely respectful towards her when she regained half of her sword. He even treated dying under her sword as a great honor. As for the remnants of the ancient deities in the armor deity's lineage, or you see from the water deity's lineage, even if they could meet her, even if they were afraid of her, they wouldn't be as willing as Fanjun Mao to be killed. She had a pair of golden eyes, which symbolized the purest divinity in the world. She was full of smiles as she looked at Qin Pingan. For the ancient deities, a decade or a few decades of time was like a snap of the fingers of a mortal teacher. The short scenery was just a small wave splashing and falling in the vast river of time. The old scholar looked relaxed, but he was extremely nervous. Previously, when this fairy sister appeared, she purposely split herself into two to show the swordmaster and sword servant. No matter what the fairy sister's original intention was, she wanted to show her true identity as a sword wielder to Qin Pingan for the first time. She had no choice but to wear the golden armor to stabilize part of her divinity after the battle in outer space ended. In fact, she was full of murderous intent. At the foot of the mountain, there was a difference between the nominal age and the real age. According to the people on the mountain, the primordial spirit was born as a person. The key to the reincarnation of the cultivator at the top of the mountain was whether or not he could gather the soul and recover the memory of his previous life. In short, the reincarnation of a cultivator, a large part of it was a recovery of memory, to decide who he or she was. Was it the memory of the previous life that covered the memory of the current life and continued to cultivate, or was it the current life that only absorbed the memory of the previous life and recultivated the mind? For example, many young Zen masters of Buddhism would have the instinct to salute when they were young, or to flip through a certain scripture as if they were looking at an old object. The reason why the water deity Li Lu was so valuable was that there was no conflict of the great Tao. Layers of knowledge, generation after generation, were connected to each other. They were all one person, just changing the skin of a cultivator. The old scholars jesting at the beginning seemed to be reminiscing about the old days, but in fact he wanted to buy a moment for Qin Pingan to adjust his mentality in case he lost his mind. Qin Pingan's understanding of her had always been that she was an ownerless sword spirit. And the sword holder had always misled Qin Pingan intentionally or unintentionally. It was as if she had made a harmless joke. Then what if the previous owner of the sword spirit appeared inexplicably? As the new owner, how would Qin Pingan look at the unfamiliar sword owner and the familiar sword spirit beside him? The old scholar finally felt relieved. It seemed that the fairy sister was not angry but rather happy. Could this be considered as her second attempt to test him? The first time was after Qin Pingan split the Sui mountain with his sword. At that time it was related to Ningyao. This time Qin Pingan's heart chose the familiar sword spirit. She suddenly hugged Qin Pingan. Even if Qin Pingan was no longer a teenager and had a slender figure, he was still much shorter than her. Qin Pingan was a little helpless and patted her shoulder gently, indicating that she should not be like this. The old scholar sighed as expected of the fairy sister, bold and tender at the same time. She finally let go of Qin Pingan, took 2 steps back and smiled. I missed Master very much during my time in outer space. The old scholar shook his lapel. He had no choice for today's riverside meeting. His seniority was a little high. The sage of rites squatted down, cupped a handful of golden flowing water of time, and carefully inspected its weight. The sage of rites did not open the meeting, so the second meeting after 10,000 years, the real opening words were extremely casual and interesting. The atmosphere was not the least bit heavy. Because they were all directed at a genuine young man, he was really too young, in his early 40s, it seemed that if they did not use a few words of ridicule, it would be a waste of natural resources. Such a pity. Bai Zhe was the first to speak, smiled and said, Qin Pingan, we meet again. In the early years they met at the Dali border of the Aquarius continent, on the snowy night plank road. At that time, Qin Pingan was accompanied by a little boy in green and a little girl in pink. A young man in straw sandals from a shabby alley on his way home, got along well with demons. Bai Zhe later read the history of the Book of Slips Lake. Of course, she was familiar with this young accountant. Changing social customs, people's hearts were good, that was to mend the imperfections of heaven. This was the result that Qi Jingchun wanted Bai Zhe to see when he gave her the River of Time painting. It was precisely because he tried his best that he still could not get what he wanted, but the general direction of the world was gradually changing so it could move the onlookers even more. Qin Pingan and Bai Zhe bowed with their hands folded in front. Wu Shuangjiang teased, nephew, leave after eating. Qin Pingan turned a deaf ear. This palace lord of the time removal palace under the Qing world was of course a Taoist identity according to the law. The Qing world reigned supreme over the world, leaving almost no room for other schools of learning. Therefore it was far purer and simpler than the Confucianism that reigned supreme over the world. There were also some Confucian academies and Buddhist temples in the Qing world, but their status was low and their influence was extremely small. There was not a single sect. Compared to the vast world that did not exclude 100 schools of thought from competing, it was a completely different atmosphere. Wu Shuangjiang's identity as a Taoist official was unquestionable, but his cultivation foundation was that of a military cultivator. Wu Shuangjiang, a homophone of unparalleled generals. Surnamed Wu, he refined his Taoist companion's heart demon, and through this, reached the 14th level of Tao integration. On the night boat, when mentioning by Luo the guardian of the Qing world, Wu Shuangjiang used the word rise and fall, to rise. Actually, it was a pun. He exposed Bai Luo's foundation, and also exposed his true identity. Of the 10 sages of the vast martial temple, there were originally 2 rises. It was only because of flaws in their achievements that their positions as sacrificial offerings rose and fell. But if one only talked about achievements and not merit, with 2 rises, one could firmly occupy a place in the top 5 famous generals of the world. As for how Wu Shuangjiang went to the Qing world, how he started anew, how he joined the Qing world, how he began to cultivate with the identity of a Taoist official, it was likely that it would be another old story shrouded in clouds and mist. As for why Wu Shuangjiang's path of cultivation was so smooth, it was naturally because Wu Shuangjiang's path of cultivation was like training soldiers. He smelted the strengths of 100 schools of thought, like a famous general leading an army, the more the better. The person who had once been the blind old Taoist Jia Cheng, who had slain dragons, joked, "Mountain Master is truly blessed. You even managed to meet someone like this and even managed to grab hold of him. My years in the small town weren't in vain. Riding Dragon Alley. Grass head shop. Slaying dragons was like cutting grass." A true dragon King Zhu, to a man who had once slain all true dragons, was nothing more than the head of a grass dragon. If he wanted to slay it, he could slay it. Qin Pingan cupped his fists in greeting. The blind old man laughed. "A dead man's egg is exposed to the sky. If he doesn't die, he will live for thousands of years. From the looks of it, there will be another meeting in the future. Will the hidden official appear once more?" The old Taoist leader of the Eastern Sea Monastery nodded. "Let's strive for a similar meeting in the future. At least there will be a few old faces left." Regarding auspicious signs, the first few pages of the old almanac of the 3 sects recorded 2 great stories. One was that when the Confucian sage master was born, a Qilin visited and spat out a jade book. Then there was this old Taoist leader of the world's smelly old Taoist ancestor. He was once called, appearing when the world was about to prosper, hiding when the world was about to decline. Other than that, there was Jun Qian, who had a deep relationship with the Western Buddhist kingdom. She only chased dragons and snakes, not mosquitoes. The Sage of Rites didn't seem to be in a hurry to start the meeting. He allowed the 14 realms of the mountain peak to reminisce with the young man. As for Wu Shuangjiang and Yu Dou, they didn't even look at each other. Wu Shuangjiang, on the other hand, chatted with a female Taoist leader of the Qing world beside him. How the 10 people of the Qing world came about was actually very simple. The more times one fought with the true invincible, the higher one's ranking would be. Sun Huaizhong of the Xiandu Temple was regarded as the unshakable 5th person because he had sparred with the 2nd Taoist leader many times. The female Taoist leader beside Wu Shuangjiang was once the 4th person in the history of the Qing world. However, she rose like a comet and disappeared like a shooting star. Very quickly, she disappeared from everyone's sight. Later generations only knew that she had a battle of the same realm with Yu Dou in her early years. Both sides fought to a draw. At that time, Yu Dou had just ascended to the upper 5 realms and so had she. However, in that Tao-seeking battle, Yu Dou did indeed bring out the immortal sword Taoist canon. The old Xiuzai asked the secondary sage beside him softly, "How are the elders of my last disciple's fate? Good or bad?" Of course he only picked up the good ones. Lu Chen's scheme in the small town, the danger in the lotus blossom-blessed land, the Tao-seeking battle with Wu Shuangjiang on the night boat, and the feud between his last disciple and the true invincible of the Baek-o-Kaekyung building. The secondary sage laughed it off. The Sage of Rites slowly stood up and said, "Yu Dou Shinqin, and I stopped more than 10 returning deities including the one in armor. The one with the sword killed the one in armor. the Sage of Rites, the second leader of the Baek-ok-kyung building, and the old monk in chicken soup. The three of them traveled far into the sky together to stop the leading deity and return to the ruins of the old heavenly court. The saints of the three sects needed to prevent this ancient supreme deity from meeting up with Zhoumi. In the end, the one in armor was killed by the one with the sword. Although the head in the tall woman's hand and the golden armor had already proved this. However, hearing this news from the Sage of Rites, even if the people in the meeting were all at the peak of the 14th realm with a pure Tao heart, they still couldn't help but feel a little shaken. The one with the sword can't continue to use the sword for the next few decades. The Sage of Rites said, besides, we have no reason to continue to trouble you. It's not appropriate for us to do so. The tall woman waved her hand, indicating that the Sage of Rites didn't have to be so polite. She sat by the river of time. The golden armor on her body had disappeared, and she returned to her white clothes. However, a long sword and a golden scabbard appeared beside her, which she nailed into the ground beside her. She put her feet into the river, then raised her head and waved at Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment, but didn't deliberately maintain a standing posture to participate in the meeting. Anyway, since his master said so, he just listened. So Qin Pingan sat cross-legged beside her. He didn't care about etiquette, and believed that the Sage of Rites wouldn't care about such complicated formalities. She pointed at the long sword with the scabbard and chuckled softly, "It used to speak and I listened and watched, wasn't it fun?" Qin Pingan rolled his eyes and just reached out to grab a handful of water of time. She smiled and said, "Oh, ordinary cultivators in the pure jade realm can't hold this water of time. Immortals will be worn down when they try to hold the water of time. The ascendant realm in the world will try their best to avoid the river of time. Master, you're good, you want to explore it." In the past, Qin Pingan had walked through the river of time several times, but he had to carefully avoid the depths of the water. Now that his cultivation had reached a small level, Qin Pingan was actually very surprised that he could successfully hold the water of time in his hand. Qin Pingan stopped angrily, mainly because he couldn't help but weigh the weight of the water of time, and then consider whether it was worth it or not. If he acted according to his previous style of doing things, he would accidentally get it into his sleeve. Qin Pingan asked in a low voice, "Are you seriously injured?" She said, "I just have to try not to delay the generational agreement. But in this way I can only honestly abide by the agreement. I have to return to outer space and find a few ruins. Hauran is no longer suitable for sword refining." If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have paid attention to that embroidered tiger. She pointed to the Sage of Rites who was in a meeting in the distance. The armored one fought with the Sage of Rites earlier, and he was actually seriously injured. In addition, the armored one insisted on going to the old place, otherwise it wouldn't be so easy to kill him. In fact, there are both pros and cons in this matter. Because the death of the one wearing the armor is equivalent to giving up a high position in the old place. However, the new god who fills the position will not dare to leave the ruins without permission for the time being. He will die as soon as he shows his face. There is no suspense. What she meant was, she was able to kill the armored man. It was just that it was not easy to kill him. Zhoumi ascended the sky and occupied the main position in the ruins of the ancient heavenly court. The fire god returned to his position was on par with him, there was no difference between them. In addition, even Wuxia of the desolate world, who was the former master of the imperial concubine, replaced Li Lu as the water god, but compared to the previous two, he was still far inferior. Moreover, 10,000 years ago the water god was already no match for the fire god. 10,000 years later, the fire god gifted him a portion of the water god's great Tao divinity. Perhaps in the next 10,000 years, the two sides would not even need to fight, they would only be casually killed by the fire god who returned to the throne. The new armored one was Li Zhen, the sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Chi from 10,000 years ago. As for the new heavenly court sword bearer, no matter who filled the vacancy, they would instead become the weakest existence. Originally, Zhoumi's favorite Firen should succeed the sword bearer, but in the end, Zhoumi changed his mind and chose to leave Firen in the human world, becoming the leader of the desolate world. In fact, Firen and Ningyao, one was the leader of the desolate world, while the other was the number one person of the five-colored world. Although they had not reached the 14th realm and were still ascendant realm sword cultivators, they were still qualified to participate in the meeting. Not to mention Xiao Chua and the old man with the cane who opened the ancient well, these two were the 14th realm cultivators of the desolate world. However, today's meeting could not involve the five-colored world, let alone the desolate world. This was because this meeting by the riverside was about the ruins of the heavenly court. To be precise, it was about when Jaime who ascended to the heavens and left, and about the new heavenly court's new gods. This was the first time Chen Pingan heard the name Xinqing. Of course, he was no stranger to the chicken soup old monk. He had chatted with his student Cui Dongshan before. However, Cui Dongshan seemed to have called him the chicken soup old monk from beginning to end, and did not mention the Buddhist name Xinqing. The old scholar explained telepathically, this old monk who was given the nickname of the chicken soup old monk is actually called Xinqing. There are not many records of him in the Buddhist scriptures. Because of our vast world, most of the scriptures are passed down by the various sects of the Southern Zen sect. There are fewer records of him in the past. Actually, this old monk is very knowledgeable. The old scholar sighed, monk Xinqing is not a native of vast world. The reason why he stayed in vast world for so many years is because Xinqing once escorted a monk back to the central divine continent. They translated Buddhist scriptures together, and were responsible for correcting the text, investigating difficult problems and testifying the meaning. This Xinqing is proficient in the Nirvana Sutra Yamanaka Sutra, and is proficient in the wisdom of the 10 lands. He participated in the first debate between the 3 sects, which is why he has such good reputations as the enemy of 10,000 people, and the North Mountains ruler of the 3 sects. He is very good at quarreling. For the old scholar to say that he was good at quarreling, one could see how profound Xinqing's Buddhist teachings were. The old scholar continued, when Buddhism first came to the West, monks often lived according to fate. They traveled alone and lived like clouds and water. The monks themselves came and went unpredictably. Naturally, it was difficult for the disciples and students of Buddhism to accept. Until the Twin Peaks spread Buddhism. They chose a place to live and erected statues. They broke the tradition of not having written records and not having written words. At the same time, they established a Tao field, built a monastery and erected Buddha statues. They lived in the world and accepted the disciples of the world. During this period, monk Xinqing was secretly protecting them. After that, it was... At this point, the old scholar suddenly stopped talking. Chen Pingan knew what his teacher was supposed to say. He was talking about the East Mountain Dharma. The Twin Peaks Mountain was also known as Poda Mountain. Just a few dozen miles away from the Twin Peaks was also known as East Mountain. When Chen Pingan was young, he was a kiln worker's apprentice. He had followed Old Man Yao into the mountains to search for porcelain clay many times. After climbing Poda Mountain, he saw a tall mountain in the east. East Mountain. Cui Dongshan. Ancient Shu flood dragon skin. The 8 Buddhist sects. It was very likely that Cui Dongshan, or rather Cui Dong, had made preparations from the beginning. Once Wang Zhufu could not rise and become the only true dragon in the world, Cui Dongshan would definitely replace her. After successfully walking the path of blasphemy, could it be that he would eventually convert to Buddhism? Chen Pingan sighed. These were all unimaginable plans. As for the truth, he could ask that student in the future. Another example was Old Man Yao. Who was he? Perhaps because Old Man Yao did not speak much, every time he spoke, Chen Pingan, who could not become an official disciple no matter what, remembered very clearly. He clearly remembered one time when they entered the mountains. Old Man Yao, who was walking in front, had casually said some words. The most inconspicuous soil under their feet, after leaving the ground, would be molded into clay bodhisattvas to eat the incense, or would be burned into porcelain and sent to the emperor's house, or become a broken bottle in the common people's house, unable to escape being baked in fire and soaked in water. They all had their roots and each had their own life, similar to humans. At that time, the old man and the young man stepped on Jinju Mountain together. Old Man Yao stomped his feet and said to the kiln worker's apprentice who was digging the soil that this place had the most earthy smell. It was just that the place was small, similar to a person huddling in a corner. If they stuck their head out, they would bump their head. Old Man Yao also said that those inconspicuous old tree stumps in the mountain could be the seat of the mountain god and should not be sat on. He said that the mountains and small mountains in the world were of the same origin, but there was a distinction between grandfather and grandson. The true Buddha only spoke ordinary words. Therefore, even if the old man was talking about supernatural things, even if Chen Pingan was just a young man in a shabby alley who had never studied before, he could understand and firmly remember it. Later on, the reason why Chen Pingan decisively bought Jinju Mountain with a gold essence copper coin was not only because of his money-grubbing nature of one coin can buy an entire mountain, but also because of what Old Man Yao said, the most earthy smell, was actually an important reason. At that time the young man with straw sandals was naturally thinking of buying the mountain first, and then after earning more money he would buy another dragon kiln. He would be the kiln master himself, or he would ask Lu Xianyang to help him. The two of them would earn money by burning porcelain. What kind of big house could he not afford? What kind of wife could Lu Xianyang not marry? Later on, when they went out to travel, crossing mountains and rivers, even if Qin Pingan did not really cultivate, he was always the most courteous. When there was no one around, he would still scrupulously abide by the rules. Soil piled up into mountains, water piled up into seas. Everywhere he carefully followed the rules, it evolved into a natural respect for heaven and earth. Later on, he even subtly influenced a little girl who left Lotus Blossom blessed land with Qin Pingan. She was Pei Qian, who was not afraid of anything but suffering. Later on, when Pei Qian traveled the world alone, she was always in awe of the Buddhist temples. The old scholar changed the topic and laughed. Later on, it was that Zen in the Central Plains that divided the North and South. Dharma is one school, people are divided into North and South. This sentence is generally fair. Ping, and what do you think was the opportunity to spread the Dharma? Qin Pingan no longer distracted himself by thinking about those old matters. He thought carefully and answered, the enlightenment of Dharma was great. The root of the mechanism was not chosen. At the same time he proposed a few great conveniences. For example, according to the Samadhi, the heart of the Buddha is the Buddha. The old scholar nodded and turned to look at the old monk in chicken soup, sighing, it's just that after so many years, not only did the pig slaughtering knife not let go of the famous generals and beauties, it did not even let go of such an enlightened monk. In the book, the monk with the pure and strange appearance, white and translucent, was recorded as having many wonderful things, and was definitely a handsome man. So I don't know how he became a skinny old monk. Back then, when I brought your senior brother to visit Xinqing for the first time, when we met, we did not even dare to recognize him. Qin Pingan said, it could be that this old Buddhist senior's skinny Dharma body was benefiting the world. The old scholar stroked his beard and smiled, makes sense, makes sense. It was easy to lose weight but difficult to regain it. This was the case for the body and even more so for the heart. The old monk suddenly lowered his head and put his palms together. Amitabha, good indeed. Qin Pingan had an awkward expression. He turned his head and looked at his teacher with a puzzled expression. The old scholar said honestly, Monk Xinqing is invincible in eloquence, and his dharma is extraordinarily profound. It's normal that whatever we talk about will be heard by him. Qin Pingan could only brace himself and stand up, placing one palm in front of him and bowing respectfully to the old monk. Monk Xinqing returned the bow. The Taoist nun suddenly asked, Sage of Rites, it's been 10,000 years, do the ancestors of the three sects have a solution to the extraterrestrial ruins? If not, she did not think that they, who were only at the 14th level, could come up with an effective solution for this meeting. If they did, what was the point of discussing by the riverside? Sage of Rites smiled, I have also asked the Holy Master, but he did not give an answer, neither did he say yes or no. The nun nodded, if that's the case then the ancestors of the three sects will still find it difficult. It's alright, this way things will be simple. Since there's no way to avoid it, then we will face it head on. Let's go to the extraterrestrial world together, and leave the matters of the mortal world to the humans. We, who are already at the peak of the mountain, will fight to the death in the heavens. Even if we can't do it thoroughly, we can at least ensure that the ruins of the heavenly court cannot be expanded. If we don't have enough people, each of us will call for a group of people who can fight. Sage of Rites smiled and shook his head, it's not that simple. The nun frowned slightly, why are you so displeased? Wu Shuangjiang suddenly said, that moon-bearing mountain will be both a trap and an opportunity. The secondary sage nodded, obviously agreeing with this. Yu Dou said, if it's possible, I will lead the way. Monk Xinqing said, I will guard you. The person who slayed the dragon smiled, Sage of Rites, when I attack the extraterrestrial world, don't ruin my path in the mortal world. Sage of Rites smiled, of course. This was the discussion by the riverside. The woman in white smiled and asked, Master, aren't you going to attack with your sword? Qin Pingan was puzzled, can it be done? She smiled and nodded, 1 or 2 attacks won't be a problem. Qin Pingan asked tentatively, what if the sword attacks the moon-bearing mountain? To be honest, Qin Pingan did not have much confidence in attacking the extraterrestrial world, but if it was to compete with the moon-bearing mountain he had a lot of ideas. He had long wanted to do it. She stood up, holding the sword with both hands and said, I'm willing to move the mountain with Master. The animated adaptation of Air Gen's A Thought of Eternity had been officially broadcasted on Tencent Video. It was released at 10 p.m. on August 12th. The first 3 episodes would be broadcasted every Wednesday. (789). The 80 or so sages and headmasters of the academy had to attend an internal meeting of the Confucian Temple. Apart from a small group of outsiders who were attending the meeting, the rest of the people were not allowed to leave yet. They had to stay in Panshui County and wait for the Confucian Temple's arrangements. Half of the people attending the meeting were missing. However, there were more than 10 new faces. Most of them were young people, such as the little celestial master from Mount Longhu and Lin Junbai from the Xiaoyuan dynasty. Qin Pingan was nowhere to be found. The 4 people who attended the meeting as sword cultivators from the Great Wall of Sword Qi were all present. They were still a distance away from the Confucian Temple. Perhaps the Sage of Rites did it on purpose. After all, they had to attend 3 meetings in a row to allow them to catch their breath and chat along the way. Alliance lamented. He looked at Zuiyu and Qi Tingji with disdain. He complained, "I'm different from the 2 of you. Can't you treat me as half of a 14th realm cultivator?" Lu Ji sneered. "I'll congratulate you when I break through." Alliance rubbed his chin and nodded. "One on top, one on bottom. Seems like a fair trade." Lu Ji's expression was cold. She threw a punch at Alliance and sent him flying. When he regained his balance, the man had already taken off his Confucian robe. Without the pressure of the Great Path, it was now Brother Alliance's time. Since the sages were not around, he would have to shoulder the heavy burden without hesitation. Alliance ran back to Lu Ji and asked softly, "Where's Jun Qian?" Zuiyu shook her head. "He's absent from the second meeting." Alliance was envious. "He's in the limelight now." Alliance scolded, "How dare you? How shameless of you to use such a clumsy trick to gain attention." Lu Shilu and Jun Qian were pseudonyms before they became apprentices. Before they became disciples of the second sage, they visited the mountains with Bai for many years. Lu was a pictographic character. It was a metal character. The 16th day of every month was called Jiwang. There was a saying at the foot of the mountain that the moon was full on the 16th day of the month. Including the quick snow calligraphy, there were many rare and precious manuscripts in history that had the 2 words Jun Qian stamped on them. As for Lu Shilu, he was born as a demon. As the oldest cultivator in the world, he was no stranger to Bai Zhe, the old blind man, the East Sea Abbey Dean, and the mountain-moving patriarch whose real name was Zhu Yan. Thus, in terms of seniority and seniority, Lu Shilu rarely had to address anyone as senior, once he put aside his identity as a member of the Confucian lineage. In fact, there were many descendants of the Confucian lineage in the wilderness. Therefore, it was not suitable for Lu Shilu to appear in the second meeting between the 2 worlds. Alliance looked around and rubbed his chin. The people that the Confucian Temple invited this time are quite interesting. The leader of the Confucian Temple in the headquarters and the leader of a branch in the other continents? We're just waiting for the Alliance Master to command the heroes. Once he gives the order, we're going to split up and chop people down? The meeting was held in the Confucian Temple. When the time came, even if they were not part of the Confucian Temple, they would be part of the Confucian Temple. Since they were all family, there was no need for them to act as if they were strangers. At the beginning of the meeting, the people were still unaware of the Confucian Temple's true attitude. However, after the 2 meetings, even those who were slow to realize the truth should have understood. The Sage of Rites, the Sage of Literature, the Sage of Rites, the 3 Confucian Temple leaders, Fu Sheng, and the other old masters were all different. From the meeting in the plaza to the confrontation with the wilderness, everything was different. For example, apart from Song Jiangkyung of the Dali dynasty of the Aquarius continent, the other 9 emperors were not qualified to appear in this meeting. They just had to follow the Confucian Temple's orders. They just had to wait for the news. Before leaving, Old Master Han had made it clear that they were not to say anything about the meeting today. They had to do their jobs properly. Old Master Dong took the lead with 8 people following him. The North Continent's Venerable Fire Dragon, the Aquarius Continent's Song Jiangkyung, the South Whirlpool Continent's Chen Xuanhuan, the White Jade Continent's Lu Jubao, the Fuyao Continent's Lu Tua, the Drifting Dawn Continent's Zhong Go, and the Tongye Continent's Wei Ying. However, why was the imperial tutor of the Xiaoyuan dynasty Chao Pu from the Jinjia continent? Beside Old Master Han were the 2 ancestors of the military school, Jiang and Wei. Zhu Zi of the school of Moism. The ancestor of the school of vertical and horizontal. Mr. Fan of the Shang clan. The ancestor of the school of Yao. The ancestor of the school of craftsmen. There was also the ancestor of the school of arts from paper white blessed land. Moreover, the school of craftsmen was especially proud. 3 of their ancestors had appeared together. Yu Xian, the grand heavenly master of Mount Longhu, Su Zi, Lu Qi, and the trembling Lady Tantan of Lushui Pit. Jing Juzhong of White Emperor City. Pei Bei of the Great Duan Dynasty. Chao Xiai. Zhang Tiaoxia. Wayne. Yupan Shui. The taciturn Guolunting of Iron Tree Mountain. Apart from the Jiang family of Aquarius Continent's Yunlin, there were a few other powerful clans with a long history at the foot of the mountain. The Fan family of Middle-earth's Xuanyu, the Song family of Zhuolu, the Su family of Fufeng Maoling, and the Xia family of Mizhan. They had money, power, books, and people. Each and every one of them was from one of the top aristocratic families in the world. Alliance glared at the ancestors of the school of craftsmen and gritted his teeth. When he was studying at home when he was young, he had suffered a lot from the school of craftsmen. The books were not thick, but they were all heavenly books. He would add these 3 names to the old scholars list later. When one of the ancestors turned to look at him, Alliance immediately smiled brightly and waved his hand vigorously. The ancestor smiled and nodded. However, he was puzzled. When did this Alliance become so familiar with him? Su Bai, Lin Junbai, and the young heavenly master of Mount Longhu gradually gathered together. They all had the title of the Confucian Temple's Grand Secretary. These young geniuses were the closest to Alliance and the other 3 sword cultivators. Alliance rubbed his chin and secretly poked Chao Pu. He whispered, "Left and right?" Left and right glanced at Chao Pu and said, "He and the teacher are having a scholarly dispute." Alliance continued to fan the flames. But what about Jiang Longxiang, the one who wrote Quasi Pavilion's chess record? Can you tolerate that? I can't. Damn it, he's a terrible chess player. How dare he fight on Mount Ao too? I heard he even raised a white crane and brought it with him all year round. He's a hermit. Left and right hesitated and said, "The teacher asked me to be magnanimous." If the teacher did not say that, then he could just ride the crane to the west. Back then, the teacher's status was lowered again and again. In the end, the deity statue was moved out of the Confucian temple. Among them, the scholars of Xiaoyuan dynasty were the most violent. They smashed the deity statue, and Jiang Longxiang was the mastermind behind it. Alliance said helplessly, "Are you stupid?" The old scholar was obviously implying something. He asked you not to expose yourself by chopping people and also not to kill people. Left and right began to seriously consider the matter. Alliance was satisfied. He was indeed worthy of being the military advisor of the sage of literature. A tall old man walked out from the group of Confucian sages and mountain elders. He came to left and right and bowed, "Senior Zhua." Left and right nodded. Mao Xiaodong straightened up. He did not want to leave, nor did he know what to say. He could only follow Senior Zhua's footsteps silently. Left and right said, "Don't worry too much about changing the literary vein. It should have been like this 100 years ago. Xiaodong, your nature is good, but your academic aptitude is average. The teacher is more knowledgeable, so you can't just copy him. Since you have the opportunity to learn from both branches, you should cherish it." Mao Xiaodong nodded respectfully and said, "Senior Zhuo is right." If Cui Dongshan saw this scene, he would be so angry that he would jump. Mao Xiaodong did not have such a good temper on Cui Dongshan's side. In his early years, Mao Xiaodong had a straightforward temperament and liked to argue for what was right. Zhuo was actually more knowledgeable than him, but he was not good with words. There were many principles that Zhuo already understood in his heart, but he was not good with words. There were many principles that Zhuo already understood, but he might not be able to explain them thoroughly. Mao Xiaodong was also stubborn, so he would often talk endlessly over there. He would say some words that were inflexible and did not understand. Zhuo would beat him to shut him up. Alliance said seriously, "Xiaodong, your body is still strong, right? You must endure until the School of Rites' record of rites abdicates. If you really can't, I have a few jars of medicinal wine that I have hidden for many years. They are my gifts to the blessed land of 100 herbs. Take them to nourish your body. Remember to have a conscience. When you become the School of Literature's Grand Chancellor, you must speak up for Brother Alliance." There were rules in the bureaucracy and there were rules in the mountains. Rats on the ground had their own ways and birds in the sky had their own paths. The Confucian temple also had its own path of advancement. Virtuous gentlemen and saints accompanied the priests. Mountain elders served the school of literature and the school of literature. Mao Xiaodong did not reply, but followed silently beside left and right. Left and right frowned and said, "Why are you following us? Are you a sword cultivator?" Mao Xiaodong's face turned red and he immediately left. Not far away, the young celestial master smiled cheekily. He turned sideways and did not stop walking. He bowed and greeted Alliance. "Alliance, when will you be my guest again? I can help you carry the wine, and we will split the profits 50 to 50. It was hard to guard against a thief in the family. Alliance spat. "Who are you? Don't try to get close to me." I have never been to Mount Longhu, and I am not familiar with the Celestial Master residence. The young Celestial Master then looked to his left and right, because he had already received a reply from Alliance. He said that they could not split the profits 50 to 50, but they could do it if they split the profits 80 to 20. The young Celestial Master was called Zhao Yaoguang and he was more than 100 years old. When Alliance first visited the Celestial Master residence, the young Celestial Master had 2 streams of snot running down his nose and could not sleep at night. He held a small peachwood sword that he carved himself, and planned to subdue demons and capture ghosts. In the end, he met Alliance, who claimed to be the Taoist companion of the Celestial Master Residence's 10-tailed celestial fox, Lian Zhen. They hit it off right away and they became friends despite their age difference. The young Celestial Master let Alliance carry the child on his back, and he helped guide the way. Both of them strolled leisurely, and the young Celestial Master's sleeves were filled to the brim. Alliance kept talking nonsense, saying that he was once a poor scholar, and that he had no hope of becoming an official. He was disheartened, and then he met Miss Lian Zhen and they fell in love at first sight. At first, the child was a little doubtful, as he felt that the beautiful fox queen would not be interested in such a sloppy man, who was not even close to the word handsome. Alliang patiently explained to the child that a few years ago when he was not haggard, his face was powdered, his eyes were bright like stars, and he read a lot of books and poems. He was elegant and graceful. Which fox in the world did not like such a talented scholar? Therefore, when he met Miss Lian Zhen for the first time in the mountains, she fell in love with him immediately. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. However, because of her identity, his lady Lian Zhen was kidnapped by the great Celestial Master of the Celestial Master residence. The Alliance had gone through untold hardships. For the sake of love, he had traveled to the ends of the earth and crossed thousands of mountains and rivers. Tonight he finally came here with great difficulty. Even if he had to risk his life, he wanted to see Lady Lian Zhen. At that time the child's eyes lit up when he heard that. He felt indignant for Alliance. It must be his old grandmaster who was unreasonable. He forcibly broke up a pair of immortal lovers who were infatuated with each other. Wasn't he immoral? As he blew his nose vigorously and wiped it on the man's shoulder, he said, "Big brother Alliance, just you wait. I'll definitely help you pass that love letter to Mistress Fox and make you two reconcile." As for what Alliance had said at that time, men and women were the same. However, dissolute and vulgar had vastly different meanings. The difference of one word was like the difference between heaven and earth. The child didn't quite understand, but he felt that it made sense. It was indeed something that only a scholar could say. The Celestial Master residence had countless books, but he couldn't find such a saying even after flipping through all the books. As for what happened to Zhao Yaoguang back then, of course he was beaten up. There was no suspense. The child was beaten until he cried and wailed, but he refused to admit his mistake. At that time, Heavenly Fox Lianjin was holding the love letter that the Grand Celestial Master returned to her. When she received the letter from Yaoguang, she naturally didn't dare to open it without permission. She was worried that some extraordinary person with an extremely high cultivation level would sneak into Mount Longhu and cause trouble in the Celestial Master residence. Of course, she had to immediately hand it over to the Grand Celestial Master for review. In the end, when she opened it, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Miss Lianjin, our child has a simple temperament. He's a cultivation genius that only appears once in 100 years. The ancestral graves of Mount Longhu are fuming with green smoke. You must cherish him. Remember. As for that simple-minded child, when he was beaten up, he was still filled with righteous indignation. He cried and persuaded Mistress Fox to meet Alliance so that he wouldn't be sad anymore. As for the Grand Celestial Master, Zhao Tianlai, he didn't stop Zhao Yaoguang's parents from beating the naughty child. In fact, the Grand Celestial Master wasn't angry at all. Instead, from that day onwards, Zhao Tianlai personally taught the child Tao. He pointed out the right path for Zhao Yaoguang several times at the bottleneck of cultivation and broke through the fog of the Great Tao. As for the left and right sword immortal, it was actually a moderate taboo in the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu. The Taoists in the residence didn't talk much about it, but everyone knew. As for the reason, apart from the fact that a promising sword immortal had died prematurely under the swords of the left and right swords, there was also an extremely senior female Taoist of the Celestial Master Mansion. The entire Celestial Master Mansion was well aware of her attitude towards the left and right swords. Zhao Yaoguang sincerely wanted to invite Mr. Zhuo to the Celestial Master residence. He looked straight ahead and said calmly, "You want to ask for swords?" The little Celestial Master who had a lot to say immediately shut up. With the frivolous alliance he could joke around without restraint. However, with the left and right swords, Mr. Zhuo, the great sword immortal Zhuo, he had to be more careful with his words. A young talent from the Fan family of the Hanging Fish of the Central Plains said to his good friend, "It's a pity that we can't meet the hidden official this time." Lin Junbai replied in his mind, "There should be another chance." The young man laughed, "Junbai, you broke through 3 realms while drinking at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Why haven't I heard you mention it before?" Lin Junbai was surprised. He thought quickly and said with a smile, "Over there, breaking through realms is the least important thing for a sword cultivator." Lin Junbai rarely mentioned the process of traveling the Great Wall of Sword Qi to others. Even to this disciple of the Fan family who could be considered a close friend, he only said some things that friendship has reached a point where it has to be mentioned. Furthermore, it seemed like they were chatting casually, but in reality, every word was spoken with great propriety. Lin Junbai had long since prepared a draft of his words. In fact, Lin Junbai had always been the meticulous Lin Junbai. It was probably only in that summer palace that Lin Junbai could truly show some of his youthful temperament. This was because only sword cultivators from the hidden official's lineage could be friends who didn't care about material gains. In the beginning, Lin Junbai had to be like this. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Only then could he blend in. Later on, when the conditions were right, success came naturally. He naturally made people forget about life and death. The young man hurriedly added, "Junbai, this matter was secretly told to me by great-grandfather just now. It's fine if you've heard it." Lin Junbai nodded, "Be careful with your words and actions. Let's work together." Lin Junbai also spoke halfway. He added, neither hurriedly nor slowly, "Later on, I'll help you ask the hidden official for a jug of authentic green immortal mountain wine." One couldn't be too reserved. When interacting with friends, one had to be relaxed. If one had to be a good friend, one had to be a bad friend. The eyes of the Fan family's talent named Qing Run lit up. "That's great. That's right, Junbai. If I'm not wrong, the hidden official is definitely an extremely talented and elegant scholar, right? Do you need me to hold a banquet at the Mandarin Duck Shoe? Otherwise, I'd be too embarrassed to visit the hidden official empty-handed. I don't dare to take out ordinary women and make a fool of myself. You've seen the talisman beauties in my study. Will the hidden official dislike them?" Fan Qingrun was a famous playboy. His study was named Xingying. He had a penchant for calligraphy, painting, bamboo, and stone. He called himself Flower Farmer, and was also known as Apricot Flower Spring Rain. Many of his graceful poems were widely circulated in the central divine continent. For example, "Young Girl Who Keeps Playing the Zither After Drinking." There were also beautiful concubines sitting in the moon, drinking wine with flowers. He was obsessed with gold and stone, engraving no less than 1,000 square meters. He boasted that his life's work was the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, wine, and beauties. Lin Junbai smiled, "The hidden official is very easy to talk to. Don't be nervous. As for the talisman beauties, I'll pretend I didn't hear it. You know, it's all your own idea." Fan Qingrun might seem like he didn't do his job all day, but he was actually very talented. Half of the Fan family's businesses were actually managed by this young man behind the scenes. Everything was neat and tidy, and he didn't stink of money. This was very impressive. Otherwise, Lin Junbai wouldn't have become good friends with him. Fan Qingrun understood. I understand. Lin Junbai patted Fan Qingrun's shoulder. His face was full of smiles and encouragement. In his heart he said, "Brother Fan, you're on your own." After the meeting, Lu Jubao and Yu Panshui both received a secret letter from Zheng Juzhong. It had appeared in their sleeves out of thin air. Zheng Juzhong said that it was embroidered tiger's compensation, and that he would only take it out after the meeting. Yu Panshui felt like he was in hot water. He was worried that once he opened the letter, he would be possessed by Zheng Zhuzhong. This damn demonic Dao powerhouse was capable of anything. Lu Jubao smiled and asked, "Does Mr. Zheng have other plans in the wilderness?" Zheng Zhuzhong smiled. Yes. Lu Jubao was determined to get to the bottom of this. When did Mr. Zheng go there? Zheng Zhuzhong gave an answer that made Yu Panshui tremble. Within 100 years I've been there 3 times. Which time are you asking? Lu Jubao didn't ask any more questions. Yu Panshui, who liked to play chess, suddenly thought of an explanation. Suppose Zheng Zhuzhong, Cui Dong, and Qi Jingchun were discussing something. It would probably be a scene like this. Like this? Not appropriate. How about this? Okay. Then it's settled. Just like that, the 3 of them finished talking about a matter. If there were outsiders listening, they either didn't understand or pretended to understand. In any case, they didn't understand. Xiaopu, the imperial tutor of the Xiaoyuan dynasty who was about to step down, rushed to the Jinjia continent. This Confucian scholar of the second sage lineage didn't rise within the Confucian temple. He had never sought the position of the headmaster of the academy. He was only a sage until now. He wasn't even a Confucian gentleman. However, his Yin spirit had actually traveled out of his body for more than 100 years. He had crossed continents to manage an immortal mountain. At this moment, Wei Ying still seemed a little lonely. However, compared to when he had just arrived for the meeting, at least someone had taken the initiative to chat with him, the sect master of the Jade Gui sect, who was deserted. Wei Ying actually didn't care about this. He only cared about one thing now. How would the Confucian temple deal with the Tongya sect in the north of his hometown? From the perspective of the sect master of the Jade Gui sect, of course, he hoped that the Tongya sect would be sealed off for 1,000 years. The Tongya sect, which used to be the leader of the immortals of the continent, would have no chance of rising again. However, from the perspective of the cultivators of the Tongya continent, Wei Ying sincerely felt that the young people of the Tongya sect should all have a bright future. The Jade Gui sect wasn't big enough. It should look at the entire continent. Therefore Wei Ying planned to help the Tongya sect. He wanted to form a trend of closing the door to the Tongya continent again. The Jade Gui sect alone was destined to be unable to do it. As for how to reopen the door after closing it and how to interact with the Howran 8 continents, the Jade Gui sect had the final say. This was very difficult. However, if they didn't even take the first step, it would continue to be difficult. The situation of the Tongya continent would become more and more dangerous. On the other side of the mountain drive crossing, just the sword immortal Su Ming, who was a guest of the Lu clan of the Snow Mountain continent, was a huge deterrent. Not to mention the Aquarius continent and the North continent's infiltration was like a hot knife through butter. Almost all the kingdoms under the mountain of the Tongya continent were reduced to vassals. If a continent's mountains and rivers could manifest some kind of Dao heart, when the shattered Tongyi continent's mountains and rivers were rebuilt, it would be a complete and utter collapse. More than half of the Tongya continent would become the Tongya continent of the outsiders. Wei Ying would never allow the mountains and rivers of his hometown to become a blessed land, in the eyes of the cultivators of other continents. At the entrance of the Confucian temple, a gentle-looking green-robed Confucian stood at the bottom of the stairs to welcome everyone. He was the scholar in charge of opening and closing the doors of the Confucian temple and the Merit Forest. His name was Scholar Shi Ping. He was actually not a cultivator. Instead, he was formed by the Howran literary fate and was born from the Great Tao. Alliance jumped and waved his hand like his trademark. He laughed and said, "Brother Shi Ping, long time no see." Actually, it wasn't long. The scholar smiled and said, "It's very simple to see you often." As long as Alliance was locked in the Merit Forest, he would be able to see him every day. At the riverside, the secondary sage took out a scroll and spread it out. A moon-supporting mountain appeared out of thin air at the riverside. It was almost real and close to the truth. This was because the secondary sage had personally gone to the moon-supporting mountain through the Western Buddhist kingdom. Alliance, on the other hand, had gone to the Western Buddhist kingdom through the moon-supporting mountain. He had killed countless resentful souls and malicious ghosts with his sword. His Tao had been greatly weakened, which was why he had dropped from the 14th realm. After the secondary sage had appeared at the moon-supporting mountain, he had broken most of the mountain's protective restrictions before going to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, at that time, Qin Pingan was no longer at the city wall. He had been thrown into the Fortune Cave on Luhua Island by Cui Dong. Therefore, this secondary sage had seen the Howran embroidered tiger for the last time. It seemed like Cui Dong had been waiting for the secondary sage to appear. The two sides sat on the city wall and discussed the Tao. They talked about the battle between the third and fourth realms. Sage Li and Bai Zhe stayed at the riverside. They did not set foot on the moon-supporting mountain. The woman in white was not interested in the moon-supporting mountain either. She chatted with Sage Li and Bai Zhe by the riverside. 10,000 years had passed. This was probably the best reminiscing in the world. She joked, "Bai Zhe, why don't you fight with the young master here first? If you win, the Confucian temple will not touch the wilderness. If you lose, you will continue to reflect on your mistakes." Bai Zhe shook his head. The matter of the ancient heavenly court's ruins was a matter of several realms. Therefore Bai Zhe was willing to show up here. However, if the Confucian temple attacked the wilderness, he would not stand by and do nothing. If it was really that simple and a fight could decide the ownership of the two worlds, Bai Zhe really wouldn't mind making a move. At the moon-supporting mountain, the 14th realm cultivators started to climb the mountain. Yudo directly reached the peak of the mountain. Luchan was chatting with the dragon slayer. However, the latter did not look happy. Wu Shuangjiang raised his hand. A pocket-sized mountain made of gold, silver, black, and white appeared on his palm. He seemed to be dismantling the moon-supporting mountain. The old scholar walked at the back with Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon asked telepathically, "Mister, can you help me ask Sage Li why it's called the Five-Colored World?" Is there anything special about it? Is it similar to the Lizhu Grotto heaven in my hometown? Does this five-colored world contain 5 fated opportunities? Or 5 supreme treasures? Chen Pingon's path of cultivation was complicated. However, he was at a loss when it came to divination. He could compete with Jiang Xianxia. The old scholar sighed, "Back then I stabilized the heavens and earth with Bai Yi. I saw some clues, but they might not be the true path of the great Tao. Some fortuitous encounters were relatively simple. For example, Bai was one of them at the world's thatch. As for Sage Li, it would be difficult to ask him anything. Naming it the Five-Colored World was originally Sage Li's idea. He definitely knows the inside story. Unfortunately, Sage Li is good at everything except for his stubbornness. Once he sets his mind on something, even the heads of the 10 Taoist temples could not change his mind." The old scholar suddenly said, "Go ask Sage Li. There might be a chance. It's more reliable than Mr. Asking." Chen Pingon said helplessly, "Sage Li seemed to have predicted this. He warned me not to think too much." The old scholar said softly, "Don't be afraid. Sage Li is just scaring you. You are a junior and have worked hard. It would be a waste not to shout. Sage Li is well-mannered and will not be angry. Besides, Fairy Sister has made a great contribution. Even the blind old man can see it. There is a scale in people's hearts." Chen Pingon nodded vigorously, "Mr. is right. Sage Li's hint could be a hint, right?" The old scholar hit his palm with his fist. "Let's talk like this and smooth out the complicated logic, right?" Chen Pingon was reassured. Whether it worked or not, when he went down the mountain he would ask Sage Li for help. If the Five-Colored World was really hiding 5 fated opportunities of the Great Path, waiting for various forces to fight for it, he would help Ascension City find one of them early and follow the vine to find the melon. It would be too much to take the lead, right? Moreover, the 5th world was found and opened by the Confucian Temple, and Ascension City was a member of the vast world. Not to mention 1 world, 2 worlds would not be too little, and 3 worlds would not be too much. The old scholar began to talk to his last disciple about Sage Li's temper in detail. He talked about which traps should not be stepped on as it would backfire. He also talked about what could be talked about more. Even if Sage Li's face darkened, he should not feel guilty. Sage Li had many rules, but he was not inflexible. Chen Pingon listened attentively and memorized everything. He asked tentatively, "Mr. Sage Li can't hear what we are talking about, right?" The old scholar patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry. It's not Monk Shinqing. Sage Li is most particular about rules and etiquette." The old monk who was walking in front of them chanted again. On the other side of the river. Sage Li stretched out his finger and rubbed between his eyebrows. "Two thieves." Bai Zhe smiled, "Senior, you have good taste in choosing people." He was talking about the series of subtle ups and downs in the young man's heart when he saw the swordmaster and sword servant. Some people were good at deceiving themselves. For example, they would subconsciously hope that the swordmaster and sword servant were one. Some people would be disappointed and greedy. They would be worried if they went from being first in the world to being second in the world. Gods could see people's hearts, which was their innate supernatural power. The small mustard seed was as big as Mount Sumeru. This sword-bearer probably did not care whether the person he chose was good or evil. However, the sword-bearer who had been silent for 10,000 years, no matter what his original intention was, would value the purity of the latter's heart when he finally chose a sword-bearer for himself. The river of time would flow and scatter. The sun, the moon, the stars, and even the great Tao would flow erratically and deviate from its trajectory. If Chen Pingan originally believed that it was a sword spirit, but because of the sudden appearance of the swordmaster, there would be unimaginable consequences. What she needed was a sword-bearer who could guard his heart. Back then, the young man could use Ningyao to kill the sword spirit in his heart. Today's young swordsman could use the sword spirit to kill the swordmaster. She needed this vein that had not moved for 10,000 years to continue to climb higher, gradually to the top and finally to the sky. She said, "Someone else helped me choose them. I was just bored at the time." The 4 celestial swords that Wu Shuang had summoned were all imitations. In fact, the first 4 celestial swords were all imitations. 10,000 years ago, she had stripped off a part of her divinity and refined it into a long sword, becoming the first sword spirit in the world. She wielded the sword in her place. Because she had already reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, she was destined to be unable to advance any further. It was equivalent to repeatedly using the sword on the battlefield, becoming meaningless. The 4 celestial swords of the future, Taoist canon, Tai Bai, 10,000 arts, and naive, had not been greatly refined by cultivators. In other words, cultivators were cultivators and sword spirits were sword spirits. The naive sword spirit had the appearance of a little girl, and the Taoist transformation of the 10,000 arts sword spirit was a little Taoist child. In fact, they were all manifestations of a part of the sword master's heart. At the same time, the sword spirit preserved more of its own intelligence when it was born. The terrifying thing about the divinity of deities was that it could completely cover other divinities. This process did not have any ripples. And these ripples could become the inner demons of later cultivators. And even the obsession of ordinary people would fall one by one on the side of the Buddhist kingdom in the West. Someone once said that the length of a person's memory was the length of a person's true lifespan. And one of the reasons why White Emperor City's Zheng Juzhong was so feared was that this demonic powerhouse was the best at modifying a Qi cultivator's memory. Moreover, he did it flawlessly, passing off the false as the real. She laughed. "You might think that I was testing Qin Pingan before, but actually I was not. I just thought that it was interesting and wanted to tease him." Because she believed in him. She said, "The Qin Pingan of the past was actually not so boring. He was very interesting." A taciturn person did not necessarily mean that he was boring. For example, in the past, a youth carrying straw sandals with a basket on his back sneakily crept across the stone arch bridge. He was very interesting. What made the youth not so interesting seemed to be the way of the world. She placed her palm on the hilt of her sword and glanced at the second chief of the Bek Okekyung building at the peak of the moon-supporting mountain. Truly invincible? Self-proclaimed? That kid Qin Xingdo did not have the face to do so. The sage of rights smiled. "He is quite deserving of a beating." Deserving of a beating was deserving of a beating. But he had to admit that this Yudo's Taoist techniques and swordsmanship were very high. If each of them tried their best, the sage of rights would lose in the Qingming world. In the vast world, Yudo would lose. As for the sky beyond heaven, there was no such thing as favorable timing and location. Unfortunately, it seemed that there was no chance to determine the winner. But the sage of rights still felt that his chances of winning were higher. If he was more steady, he would have a 70% chance of winning. When it came to fighting, after all, Yudo was still young and was a junior. There was no shame in losing to him. The sage of rights looked around and lowered his head to look at the river of time where the golden light was gradually dissipating. Bai Zai's mind suddenly shook as he looked at this little teacher. Because Bai Zai was at the riverside and was the closest to the sage of rights, he sensed some clues. The sage of rights nodded and said telepathically, "For all cultivators of the 14th realm, this is a major test. As for Qin Pingan, he can temporarily stay out of it. Or it could be said that he has actually passed this major test." The examiners were the ancestors of the 3 sects who had yet to appear. The sage of rights was only the one who distributed the test papers this time. The sage of rights said, "Senior, are you really going to attack the moon-supporting mountain? Actually, you don't have to do this." She turned her head to look at Qin Pingan who was climbing the mountain. She smiled and squinted her eyes, saying slowly, I will listen to my master. He is now the sword wielder. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.